PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders, is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, welcome everyone to day one of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational powered by Gamers Without Borders. It is 4 days of action and we have the best teams from around the world representing their countries going head to head for a lion's share of the $3 million on the line, not for themselves, more importantly, for charity. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host, and I'll be covering all the action happening in the East and West tournament today throughout the next 4 days. But I can't do this alone. I have to have two gentlemen to help me break down everything that is happening in every single game of the day. And what better gentlemen than these two here to my left-hand side. We've got Blank and we've got Bleh. Bleh, first of all, to you, man. I haven't talked to you or seen you or worked with you in years, it feels like. How you been, man?
It hasn't been that long, Jason, but if you want to kind of ignore the moments we've had together, fair enough. Also, I just realized a week ago was our 6th year anniversary since we first worked a LAN in Malaysia a long time ago. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, of course, and I'm also more excited actually to be working with Blank finally.
But what I'm hearing, Bleh, is that you wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for us casting together 6 years ago. I like that. I'll take that at least. But Blank, man, it's been a few. It's been a bit, right? We were back doing PMPL Western Europe not too long ago. How you been since?
I've been absolutely fine. I mean, what I'm more impressed by is the fact that, over here Blair's able to completely remember specific dates, which I could never do. But what I can remember is some of the teams we'll be playing in this tournament because we have an absolutely stacked lobby here today in the PMWI. I'm really excited for it. Obviously, we've got some fantastic charities behind this one too, supporting the event. And honestly, they're playing for a lot of money, which will get donated to a charity of their choice during this tournament. And we've got a lot of other little things on the line too, Jason.
Yeah, and we can't forget, this is not just a 1 week long event. This event has been happening over the course of 6 weeks across multiple different titles, and it's all ending with the best game of it all, with PUBG Mobile here with $3 million on the line. But let's actually take a look at the prize money teams can earn here. And there's two separate prize pools. There's one for a daily result and where you place, but there's also, more importantly, what you get at the end of the entire event, with $250,000 going to the winning team charity of choice. And speaking of charities, we've got UNICEF, we got Gavi, we got Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, and King Solomon Humanitarian Aid and Relief, all helping power and support Gamers Without Borders. And all these teams would love to be able to win the lump sum of money and donate it to their own charities here, Bleh.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, right? First place, $250,000, $250,000. And then even if you place bottom in a 15-16, this $15,000 is nothing to scoff at. My eyes is on that MVP prize there. Every day, one player gets to donate $5,000 to the 5 charities you mentioned too. So, and I feel like, yeah, it's not just about some of the best teams on the planet playing here, but also the fact that they get to play for a very, very good cause indeed.
Yeah, I think with the competition of winning money for charities, but also the competition of country pride is going to come into stake here, right? If you're from Indonesia, you're following BTR and you're watching them to hopefully take the title for themselves. But let's see how these teams even go about getting the points here. Blank, I called you Banks. I mean, I guess technically I worked with him as well not too long ago. Okay, but obviously it's coming down to the points, and it's a pretty similar format we've seen over the last year and a half.
Oh yeah, so we got a 1 point per kill. You can see that bold right in front of your screen right there. And I mean, this is really important. We keep discussing this. It means you can frag out during these games, get a lot of points behind your back purely off a game that way maybe drop into 8th, 9th place, only getting +1 there, but you could have a chunky 10 kill game there, which will bump you up in the rankings. Obviously 13th through 16th, you'll get 0 points. And in first place, it is a nice little 15-pointer ready for you for getting that chicken dinner here in the PMWI.
And speaking of that chicken dinner, I believe I saw over on the Esports PUBG Mobile Instagram account, people were trying to predict who would get the very first chicken dinner of PMWI, and maybe we'll give our own predictions when we do get to that. But for now, it's going to be about the schedule, right? We talked about 4 days of action. We talked about 32 teams in total. Those 16 will be playing in East and 16 will be playing in West. But we need to see exactly what maps will be played and when. If you guys are tuning in, maybe you want to catch a certain map in particular. We do have Miramar coming up at a certain point. Maybe you want to watch in just for that one in particular, but to be honest, you probably want to be seeing them all. But at least here, Bleh, we have 5 matches a day. It's the exact same teams. This isn't like a PMPL league stage. This isn't like a PMCO. You don't have to rotate in or out. You play 5 matches straight, and then you're done for the day.
Yeah, and it's like 20 maps in total that's going to be played, right? So if you really think about it, it's not that many games. So every single map is going to matter. And the fact that we're going to be having 3 Erangels every single day is going to be making a lot of these teams very, very comfortable. It's a map everyone and the mothers are very much used on. And I feel like that's where I'm going to be keeping my eye on. Not saying that I'm not going to be enjoying sometimes the chaos of Sandhawk or the way certain teams approach Miramar, but 3 Erangels a day, I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about that.
Yeah, I think, Blake, a lot of teams out there. I don't know why. My eyes always go towards Miramar whenever I see BTR playing, thinking back to Ryzen at the PMGC, just becoming one with the bush and destroying footballists and making them go back to the optometrist to check their eyes. But there's so many great possibilities for all these teams, and more importantly for all these teams, it might be like the first time they're actually meeting up against each other. We're obviously have some teams returning from PMGC. We have teams playing from PMPLs and from the bigger stage of that when it came to the regional championships. But this is an opportunity for teams that we might not have heard of or who might not have been able to make it to these higher echelons of esports within this PUBG Mobile scene that get to test themselves out against the best of the best.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got Na'Vi hailing from Russia here in East as well. So this is really cool for me to see them going against some of these absolute powerhouse of teams from the East. And it'll be a nice test of their strength too. But we also have like teams like A1, the kryptonite of BTO, who like to lock them down over on Sandhawk. So yeah, I'm really, really happy to see this. I mean, we have a lot of different countries representing here in the PMWI. And honestly, it's going to be very fun to see them come back into form. And over 3 days, like Blair said, it's a very short amount of time. So you've got to be explosive, you've got to be snappy, and that kind of makes me worried for maybe a team like BTR, who are kind of more that consistent team where you're trying to get ahead of them the entire tournament, but slowly but surely they eke out those massive point leads. But this really can go to anyone depending on how well you do today.
Yeah, well, speaking of snappy, we're going to keep things snappy here on the show. We're going to head to a quick little break here while we check out a speed session with the teams from East, and we'll be back here with our first match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
The best thing is PUBG Mobile is like the first game, the battle royale in mobile games that I love, because before I start play PUBG Mobile, I start to play PUBG PC, so that's why I love PUBG Mobile.
The best about PUBG Mobile is that you can easily enjoy playing with what you have any time anyway.
PUBG Mobile, the best thing is about the combat and strategy scheme is very good.
Well, the best thing about PUBG Mobile is that it's more realistic than the other games, which got me into the game from the first place.
Best thing about PUBG Mobile is like flexibility. You can play the game anywhere, you just need your device and headphones.
The best about PUBG Mobile is that you can never become like perfect player. You always have to become better and better, and the game evolves and you evolve as well.
There's no situation like, Blue Zone on how we rotate the teams, and this makes this game more interesting. Not exactly the same situation.
For me, it is the best battle royale game that I ever played, and it's getting upgraded season by season, more features, and it is more competitive than the other mobile games.
The best about PUBG Mobile, I think it's the gameplay, the game itself. It's a game where anyone can play with his phone, so it brings so much joy and happiness between the friends and the teams. So PUBG Mobile, it's a game that also it's very hard and ask to play a lot to become very good at it.
I think that it is a new experiences about survival game that I never and ever played that before.
The best of PUBG Mobile is the competition that you can have among other teams and players.
Always great to hear from the teams a bit before we do get things started for today. And speaking about getting things started, I want to hop straight into the rosters. Now, you might be coming to saying, well, Jason, Blank and Bleh, what's all going on today? What's this all about? Again, it's all for charity, but we're going to show you which teams are playing it, and of course the rosters that will go into all of them. And we have so many damn good teams here. I'm going to throw it straight over to you, Blank, to start off. Which team of the first four do you want to talk about?
I'm going to talk about Valdus, of course. Everybody knows about Bigatron, and I'm sure Blair's going to lock this one down too, but Valdus Esports bringing back Martin and Goddard with 6 in concept, as well as Gui down there at the bottom. But Martin, Goddard, 2 fantastic players, and Martin has put up some stellar performances. This guy's kind of hit and miss at times though, which worries me slightly, but I think if he's been doing his research, he's been playing hard, this guy is going to pop off.
Yeah, and like Bigatron, you have to talk about them, right? Even though everyone is aware of them, Juxie's a player I pick him as a player to watch, not just for this team, but for maybe the entire tournament. The guy is an absolute beast. And again, you know, a team with so much a legacy behind them. And it's going to be very interesting for me to watch them face off against some of the other teams we have in the other groups as well, because obviously these guys have that legacy. They have been consistently performing last year. A little bit of ups and downs so far this year, though, but they'll be looking to make a statement here against a few teams who have had a kind of a meteoric rise very recently, and certain teams who really haven't had an opportunity to play at a stage like this. So yeah, Bigatron is going to be the pick for me when it comes to this particular group.
Yeah, and I'd say like Bigatron, they have that legacy behind them, as we've been kind of talking about, right? Like they were the world champions back in 2019, and then we go into PMGC this last year, and well, they didn't really live up to the expectations. They've had roster changes since then with Microboy coming out and Liquid coming in. We've heard so much about Liquid and how good of a player he could be, but then when it came to their regional championship, they didn't perform, I guess, to that legacy kind of standard, right? I think they finished off at 8th place at the end of that one. So unfortunate times, but you know what? I still have no doubt in the back of my mind that they can bring it back. We're obviously going to see if they can do it here in this big event. But let's take a look now at 4 other teams, because again, we have 1 team per country. So you're not only fighting to be the team from that country, you're fighting for your country against the rest of the world. And one of them off the bat, we're seeing A1 here, the big struggle for some reason for BTR. But Bleb, looking at this page with these 4 teams, which one are you spotting out?
I'm going to talk about Zeus Esports, man. Like, this is a team, I think they came in 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, at the Global Challenge as well. They were, I feel like they were a little bit of a surprise for a lot of players, but having got to know them a little bit more intimately in the past few months. We're playing PMPL South Asia. They might be, and I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this, they might have just the most amount of firepower amongst all the teams playing over here. They're not necessarily the most consistent. Sometimes they take fights they don't necessarily have to. When it comes to just going toe-to-toe against any team in a fair team fight, I feel like they're going to come out on top 9 times out of 10. Although, the caveat being that it's not always going to be fair team fights, right? You're going to have multiple teams trying to take you down at the same time. And the player I'm going to pick from these guys has to be Zeol. I mean, I think he was the 3rd highest rated player, had the most number of kills in PMGC. He was spectacular in PMPL as well. And for me personally, they might be one of the most exciting teams in this entire event.
I mean, they put Mongolia on the map, right? Like this is a team that stood out for the region. We talk about footballs from Turkey, talk about Bigatron from Indonesia, but you know, Zeus was just phenomenal. Blank, we still got 3 more teams to look at here. Who are you eyeing?
Now we do. I mean, A1 Esports, obviously from Bangladesh, great team overall. I mean, these guys, I've said it before, the absolute kryptonite coming through for Bigatron sometimes, just giving them many issues. I do love it. Also got Darth Dante on the team.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate
Dante,
it.
this guy is going to use the force and slam you down on your rotation, so don't worry about it. But I do just quickly want to mention the top Nepali team in DRS Gaming. These guys have had the glimmers of greatness like throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. And there's a lot of times where I feel like, you know, this could be a good team, but sometimes they whiff on their rotation, sometimes they whiff in their team fights. But players like Mafia Ninja, they are still very, very fun to watch. So I would like to see DRS Gaming do well during this tournament.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure I can hear Imperium right now, just like itching to talk about them, and we'll look at that in a little bit of time. Let's take a look, though, at another 4 teams that will be participating again here today and jump into exactly which teams we want to talk about, because you still have some great names in here. I mean, you're going to see Yala, you have representatives from Korea as well. Blank, which one are you focusing on?
I mean, just quickly touching on Yala, these guys hailing from Saudi Arabia, they're a great team, honestly. I think that the infrastructure in this team is what most excites me, to be honest with you. Very, very wholesome guys. Obviously, I heard from Kevin during the speed session. I've spoken to that guy before. Just lovely. DS Gaming as well from Korea. Honestly, these guys are mechanically just beasts, and I would love to see them do well during this tournament. There's just been some downfalls in some of their tactical gameplay, which kind of makes me feel a little bit iffy about them.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much out of South Korea when it comes to PUBG Mobile like we see in other FPS titles and Battle Royale titles, but I'm hoping maybe this can be the team to come through. We got to hurry along, though, and go to the next set of teams because the game is about ready to start here. I want to make sure we give each team a little bit of time and obviously get our predictions go into the very first one. But Bleh, I guess really quickly then here, from these 4 teams, which one were you looking at?
From these 4, I'm just going to touch with Na'Vi, right? Yeah, Na'Vi. Like, I feel like they're a team, considering how recently they came together late last year, October, I think they've been very, very surprisingly dominant, and they will be challenging in some of the names we have already spoken about so far. I feel like the only struggles that I've had is when it comes to the A tier, B tier tournaments, they seem to consistently get a top 2, top 1 placing even. When it comes to the S tier events, like the big ones, that's when they seem to kind of slip up a little bit. So maybe with, another S tier event we have over here, they might be able to prove everyone wrong and show that they belong at the very tippity top.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I just want to point out as well here, I mean, hailing from Russia, Kitsune, you guys might recognize him as Adder when he's played in Cloud9 previously.
Or Kitsune.
Kind of went, yeah, or Kitsune, which was his original alias. But then again, there's a couple other teams in here I'm kind of eyeing, but I want to get your opinion first, Blank.
Honestly, Reject for me. I mean, Japan's been just blowing up in terms of PUBG Mobile at the moment. And these guys, they've got a pretty static roster, to be honest with you. Sarah, Lapis, Duello, Divine, these guys have all been around for a very, very long time. And I would love to see them do well during this tournament. Duello's been making some big plays, and Divine recently too. So honestly, if there's a team to be watching, it is Reject, because honestly, from just looking at their Twitter, these guys are always putting out some mad promotional videos. It always seems like they're working really hard, and I hope that work ethic produces results.
We got to see a little bit of a taste of what Japan brings to the table with PUBG Mobile just, 7 months ago when we looked at Bluebees. I mean, the Bluebees team, like, they came out swinging in PMGC. I think Divine was actually even from Bluebees back then, and we got to see, like, the power they did have. The first week they came out the gate swinging, and it really hyped us up. But I think one thing they lacked when it came to that long-form tournament was just the longevity and that consistency where they eventually fell off.
100%, Jason. I mean, for the Bluebees, it's just unfortunate. With a lot of these Japanese teams, you do see where they have these moments where you're like, damn, these guys are so good. And then they try the same thing a few times and it doesn't work and people adapt. And I think that's what Japan misses the most at the moment. It's just adaptation. So I think if Reject can really hone that in, reel in the players, tell them, we need to maybe do this next, I think they could have a really, really good victory here.
Yeah, and Bled, we've obviously been talking about, the teams we know the best, right? The teams that really stand out because we've seen them in the long term of things when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But you have, like, Team Mist in there from Algeria. There's, a lot of teams from countries we don't normally see represented when it comes to these big PUBG Mobile events that I really feel like, and I really hope deep down, we get to see a big splash out of them. I want to see a team like we saw with Zeus out of Mongolia put their country on the map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like an event like this was just not a long-form event like a league, where I feel like some of the underdogs when it comes to league tournaments, they kind of, like you said, Blank, they run out of steam, right? They kind of start to struggle a little bit. Maybe nerves gets better of them. But it's a 4-day event, 5 games every day. You have a real opportunity to kind of shock and awe a few of the more established names coming out here. So I would love to see, like I said, Jason, some of these teams coming out from Algeria, like I mentioned, even some of the Japanese team, for example, really step up and maybe, hopefully, surprise all of us.
And that's the upside for me, Blank, looking at this. If you're a team that isn't seen as being one of the best normally, like your BTRs, your Navis, etc., there's not a lot of tape on you. There's not a lot of information for the other teams to look at you and be like, oh, this is how they play, this is their tendencies. So technically, they have everything that they could possibly want going in their favor in these matches. It's just about that execution when we get into game, and obviously the pressure that's going to be on your shoulders from playing against some of the best teams in the world, representing your country and having everyone watching you.
I mean, this is a huge elite competition, first set up by Saudi Esports in 2020. I mean, it's $10 million. So honestly, overall, this tournament's a really good place to, like you say, put the name on the map, because a lot of people are going to be watching this. A lot of people are going to be involved. So if you can have a really good performance here, you can strike fear into your enemies going forward. So yes, like Blair says, short form tournament, you can have some explosive results, which you might not be able to have during a league play, and really show what you're worth because you're able to give 110% every single day.
Okay, gentlemen, I talked about before how Esports PUBG Mobile is putting a prediction up of who you think is going to take the first chicken dinner of the event. Really quickly, just from you two, what is your predictions, Bleh? Start off with you.
Okay. To top the table or get a chicken dinner. 2 different things, right? Chicken dinner. You know what? I'm going to go DRS. I feel like that might get off to a good start.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, what about you, real quick?
I'm going to just quickly go with Na'Vi. I mean, I've got to support the guys from Europe, of course. So Na'Vi for chicken dinner.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. My pick's going to be Geek Fam, but we'll see what's all going to happen when we do get into our first match. But before that, we got to bring in our commentators for the first time today. It's Sir Maxman and Sir Imperium. How are you two doing, gentlemen?
Hey, doing absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. It's great to be back with my boy Imperium to cast the World Invitational over here. We're going to have some great games, Imperium, as always. We're going to have 5 games, actually, and we're going to be here the entire way. So I cannot wait to jump right into the action, Imperium. But you know what? They played a little game on the desk as to who you think is going to be winning the very first game. What's our expectations? You know, I'll let you go first. I'll go second. Go for it.
Oh, you're graciously giving me first. That means so much.
Like it. I always like putting you in a situation like that.
I love Blair's pick of DRS. I kind of can't help but think Zeus is going to kind of go off the bat full ham aggressive. And I'm also excited to see I8. But then teams like DS and Blacklist International, they're a relatively level of unknown that could also surprise the rest of the lobby in this game one. What about you?
I agree. I think Blacklist International especially is a very interesting team. We saw them play recently in other events where they did pretty well. But if I had to choose a team, I would go with I8, from Pakistan. And I feel like I have to do that because I said happy birthday to Crypto a few days late. So I feel like I owe him that. I owe him just that much.
You do owe him that. And you actually owe them a lot more.
Oh, wow.
That can be paid in due time, and hopefully Chicken Dinner will kick things off. But this game one, indeed, is underway, and Plane Path Max is pretty healthy-ish, going from the east down to the south. Actually, no, it's not as good as I initially thought because
oh, great, yeah, I was about to say
if you want to help north. I was trying to be optimistic, dude. Okay, I was trying to be optimistic.
No, man. You know me. I'm the evil caster here in the duo. I love to see teams suffer with really bad plane path, and it seems like this one's not going to be all that fun for a few of the teams. I'm thinking especially at, for example, Na'Vi. They like to drop in Northern George Pole. We'll see if they can try and elongate their job location to that spot. But really, typically when you had these big international tournaments happen, and we had quite a few mouth scrims and especially community-run tournaments recently, and we saw that there were a few hot drops. I'm expecting those to be fixed, and I'm not expecting to see any big altercations, any big fights, any squad wipes happening in the first few minutes of this game, hopefully off the back of what we were able to witness in these last recent tournaments for the past few weeks. So hopefully things are going to be pretty chill. But I gotta say, Imperium, before we get into... Oh, I'm seeing actually some things on the menu now that alerts me a little bit around Zeus. Hopefully things don't go too bad, but the Phase 1 circle is great. With the plane path, it looks amazing. So actually teams don't even have to go that far. They can just stick around and they'll be already in circle.
I8 have a good start with this plane path drop spot down in military base. It's where they've always tended to land, even if it's a plane path up north, so it's going to be good for them. Relatively quick to loot up and move out. This Phase 1 circle is a little bit tricky because I think it encapsulates enough of military island that it could tease shifting down in that direction if a Phase 2 goes down south. Blacklist are heading up north to go to Severny. You have DRS and Yasnaya. Yala, I like this 2-2 split that they've pulled out because instead of it being prison shelter 2-2 split, it's actually a prison mansion. Now, is that off the back of Zeus catching one of the players off? Possibly. But I still like it because it's adaptability. And Yala, to be fair, coming into this lobby, probably one of the teams I'm worried about the most, Max, just because it's been so long since we've seen them on the international stage.
I mean, especially when your first interaction in the game, when you're in this international lobby as Zeus, you're like, okay, well, maybe this is not the team we want to go up against. We're just going to go Autobots roll out, just go spread towards Mansion Prison, hopefully take things relatively slow. But that's the thing, right, as you mentioned, not only for this team of Yala Esport from Saudi Arabia, but there's also so many teams in this lobby that this is their first time playing at this level with these high caliber teams like your Bigotrons, like your Zeus, like your Na'Vis, and that's a lot of pressure coming into it, and it requires a lot of preparation. So a team like Yala, I'm looking at them. Have you guys prepared enough for an event like this? Have you done your research? Have you done your homework? If so, it still won't be easy, but you'll make things a little bit easier for you.
Seems like Navi have low-key struggled to find their feet in terms of looting up. They drop towards kind of the Roshawk River area, but Meku gets caught out trying to go for a vehicle by Martin of Valdez. Now, this Valdez team, I've been really impressed with how much they've improved in the last 3 or 4 months. I've watched them in their respective PMPL. I've noticed how observant they've been. And how much they've been improved, and I'm looking forward to seeing Valdez in this PMWI.
What's happening?
Okay, yeah.
Me and the boys on a Friday night, man. This is just we're going out on a party. We're going out on a whim. Matic just gonna get the res, hopefully, on this fallen teammate, and they're gonna try and get the hell out of that one. The smoke will be coming on through. Okay, Martin is just 1v4 in Na'Vi right now. They do not want to take that fight. Interesting altercation. Matic gonna try and get back onto the bike. Oh, he takes a shot. And he gets hit once again, and I think it might be the next to follow up, and that's 2 down for Na'Vi. What is happening? This has to be the weirdest start to a tournament I've ever seen on the international stage. And now Valdez, they really want to go for the murder this time around. They want to take down the entirety of Na'Vi Imperium, as Concept is going to be the one leading the march forward, but he's alone, so you've got to be careful to not be overzealous. But Six also has the off angle over to the west, so Na'Vi are just getting completely surrounded. Tixie takes a headshot. And now it's just down to 1, and I think that we are looking already at the end of Na'Vi in the first game of the World Invitational.
Like, it was extremely straight up stupid of Na'Vi to even attempt to go for that revive, to be honest, right? It was 1 player down. There was no need to try and go for that revive like that. You could have just gone to North George, looted up as a 3-man, and yeah, okay, you're a player down, but at least you're not a whole squad down like they are at the moment. So a very shaky start and some weird decision-making being made from Na'Vi. Like, even at the start, they were extremely lucky that it was just Martin that was there. If it was more than 1, it would have been even worse, even quicker for Na'Vi. But, hey, opportunity arises. Valdez are going to grab that. They get the squad up, and essentially 4 free kills in that one for Valdez, and hey, good start.
Yeah, but that's the scary thing. It's just Martin, right? It is Martin we're talking about. Teams already going to be on the move, and they mentioned on the desk, right? There are a few teams, and especially from countries we don't typically see that much, and this is going to be Team Myth from Algeria, already on the move. Currently they're looking to try and enter from the more northern eastern edge. You've got to be careful. You've got teams like Yala, DRS especially. I remember DRS back in the PMGC League stage, they used to play as Napoleana, but would always have a little bit of a skirmish with Archer from South Korea. So this time around, not going to have any issues for DRS, but Myth got to be careful, and they should know there is going to be DRS towards Yesnai Polyana, so as you approach that location, maybe I would recommend them to get out, start scouting, make sure no teams can actually hinder your chances to find a good position. But it seems like they're not going to be scouting, they're just going to zoom their way forward. They must be hearing the cars of DRS, so hopefully they don't get too close and they just go their separate ways.
I'm really surprised that Yala didn't join up as a full 3-man team off the back of losing a player. I know that kind of prison mansion looting phase is relatively split, but by this stage of the game, you're 7 minutes in, you should be joining up as a trio. Now they're pinched in between both DRS and Myths, trying to find our way together. Too little, too late, possibly, or are DRS in a position where they're going to be able to take those shots? Not quite. Yala, you have very heavily gotten away with that one, my friends. They'll be able to join up now and move in. They're in the center of this phase 1, which does make sense for a team to have lost a player early on. A1 are going to be a little bit down towards the southwest of them. Zeus as well, who already have a kill on board. And the Xavier, they dropped in Pachinki. They're just starting to move out of it. I don't mind, but I also think it's a little bit late of them moving out of Pachinki, where they're not getting as much information on the kind of more central/eastern side of the map.
I think this is a decision making that's purely based on the information they gathered through recent tournaments and scrims, as I did mention. Normally you would see teams rotate relatively early to get that information you just rightly mentioned, Imperium, but because they know that there are not many teams that drop around that spot right now, they could take it slow. And I think that's okay, right? If you are getting into the unknown, scouting is even more important. When you know how teams drop and how they rotate, you can slow it down a little bit and just play around your loot a little bit more. Hope tier 3 helmets, tier 3 vests, and play around that a little bit more. But they're already moving to Xavier, as you did say, and they are, I believe, pushing himself currently onto Potato Hill. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. So they're going to have a 2-2 split and already having some kind of information coming their way, which is great. And it is relatively central on the circle itself. So I think the Xavier's got already a recipe for success. Of course, we need to wait and see where phase 2 circle tends to go. But the rotation away from Military Island, should I say, to the southern side is going to be a little bit slow, as we might see a little bit of an altercation towards the western bridge. Reject a little bit spread, but got to try and be careful where you're not ready to defend that bridge camp.
Both teams seems like they're going to be avoiding each other coming into phase 2. It's a nice centralization on this phase 2, and I don't think it's south enough that Military Island will be considered, at least for any of the teams. As far as the hard shift, it could still be, but I don't think any of the teams are going to take that risk. Fnatic Zombies, they're still in Novo, but they should have a bit more space coming in on towards that eastern bridge side. They gotta be aware that they have a lack of information. Now for the teams that are in a centralized location, A1, Zeus, BTR, Xavier, there's gonna be a lot of action that they're gonna have to protect themselves around, right? 360-degree cover is gonna be required, and up on the roof, Dante taking those shots. That's a good way for A1 to start the controlling area around them.
I'm surprised that Rabbids actually got that close to a compound that he had no information about. That is a no-no in PUBG Mobile Esports. You do not know that. If you know there's a team that's going to be in a compound, especially don't get close to it. If you don't know, then it's always a risk. And Darth Dante on top of the roof, he's just the eye of Sauron of the lobby right for the compound, making sure no one could get around, and he could just also scout that information for his team. So everyone also in a relatively good spot, and especially in that phase 2 circle, they're right in the dead center. So they're not going to move anytime soon unless the team wants compounds to pick from Imperium right now. It shouldn't happen for the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would say.
Well, just have a lot of space in the northern half of the circle, still in Rozhok. Of course, there was an early engagement which technically slowed down their looting phase by taking on Navi, but for the most part, a lot of space around them that they can come in from. There's not too many compounds. They can just go up and towards the north side of Potato Hill, and there's a juicy compound, small little compound that they can play around, but for the most part, outside of school apartments, there's not too many places they can go in terms of hard cover and be more out in the open. Man, Blacklist International coming in through Ruins. They're another team that are still outside the circle. But I think this is relatively standard to what we see for first games of a big tournament, right, Max? Passive, feeding each other out, because as much as scrims have been played, scrims are never, ever, ever any real idea of what's going to go down in a tournament. So that first game, that first couple of games are always passive in these kind of tournaments.
You just can't be like, oh, that happened in scrims is going to happen now. Well, that's not how it works, unfortunately. It does represent a good portion. I would say maybe 80% of what you see in scrims will be replicated in the actual tournaments, but there's that little piece of unknown that changes, and that is what really can surprise you. And we're playing PUBG Mobile, right? This is a game where a split second of indecision, or you're just completely surprised and flabbergasted by something happening, you're done. Your team is just squad wiped instantly. So that little information gain can definitely make a really big difference. Though Myth, they already made a difference in their position. They started moving in, playing a lot more onto the edge side, not ready to really take the fight, but they are currently surrounded by teams, and the only way for Myth to really avoid any kind of fights with the likes of DRS, Yala, or even DS Gaming is to just go down south around Milta and enter that way into farm. As of right now, they don't really have too much information around them, so they need to be cautious what their next move is going to be, especially trying to enter phase 3.
Yeah, but when you're talking about kind of setting yourself for that phase 3 and that exit potential from a position, Myth has one of the best, but with this
there you
centralization, it's going to make it quite tricky. Now, they can shift up north around DRS, but look how quick DRS are to respond to that circle shift. Instantly, all in their cars, all together, moving in and going to shift in and wrap on towards the north side. Why didn't Valdez go to the compound that I noticed? They're heading to it now, and they might get there before DRS, but I feel like if they had have gotten there earlier inside phase 2, they'd be much better set up to maybe push DRS away and even grab a couple of kills. Whereas now, I wonder how easy they're going to be able to push DRS back.
Well, DS Gaming currently from South Korea going to go for the push onto NASA Esports. Saden going to be shut down from the distance. That's going to be some great use of utility to try and take them out of that Harry Potter building. That's going to be down now to only one. Hassan, last player surviving for the entirety of NASA Esport. Gonna try and hold his own on that spot. If I were him, not really taking that fight versus DS Gaming. DS Gaming gonna try and clear up the last remaining kills to get every single point they can get. But Hassan is, okay, get in the buggy and leave. That is not worth fighting for, and there you go. He's gonna leave that position because that would make no sense to remain too long for.
Myth going for straight rotation into the circle. Yala onto DRS, taking that fight. Loka is there with Bandar. Ida is knocked down, but look at that by Loka. Although he gets knocked down, that's great work by him. Why is Bandar getting the revive onto Ida when he could be supporting Loka and getting the squad wipe? Poor decision making from Yala.
This is the type of building that is very easy to nade, and you know exactly where they were going for the res. The information should be given. Oh, that nade completely misses the mark for Bandar. Ida also going to try and do something similar. The res did come on through and also did pull off the first aid kit. Jumps right behind the wall. That is the great position to slow down that push from Yala Esports. Oh, the nades are just completely exploding up this building, but AJ seems completely untouched by those grenades coming on through. Bandar now going to go for the push, try and wrap around. Does he have the information? No, he does not. Bandar loses his head in the process, and now it's going to be a 1v2 Ida left remaining, but there's a sneaky third party happening from the south by DS Gaming. Ida gets it done. That's going to be DRS. Gets himself down to one player. 1v1 currently happening. Yala Esport versus DRS. Who will be coming out on top? I mean, really, Imperium, if you're DS Gaming, you see this fight, you're going to go for the full-on push after that, but Ida gets the jump and gets himself the final kill as Yala Esport remain alive, but as a one-man crew, but that's still 4 kills coming their way.
Really good from Yala Esports. They could have cleaned it up quicker and without losing so many players, but still really good strength, especially again from a team that we haven't really seen in the international stage. Taking out the mites of South Asia, the best team in Nepal, DRS. It's a good way for them to start their PMWI run. Now we head on over to Reject Scarlet. The Japanese representatives looking to put pressure on the Blacklist International on the coastal side of this mainland. Alas, he's just getting the hell out of there, Max.
Yeah, he heard that hint of the grenade being pulled and he was in that shack. Like, that is a recipe for disaster. You don't want to send to that one? Okay, well, fair enough. Sarah tries to get a little bit wider and does get knocked out by one of the players of Blacklist International. Not a really easy position to move away from, Imperium, I would clearly say, so Reject's got to be very careful what their next step is going to be in this game, but the rest is going to come on through. It still has a 2-man, but you need to be careful because they're not in the circle, and they need to think of the next step, which is to try and enter, and there's currently a lot of teams on the outskirts of the next circle, so this is not an easy rotation for the Japanese representatives.
Not at all. Myths have a great spot inside the circle. They're a team that went quite direct from their position in phase 2 onto phase 3, and it's worked out for phase 4. And sometimes going for the direct rotation is actually better than that unorthodox rotation, because if 2 or 3 teams go for that unorthodox rotation, it actually makes that direct rotation just a lot cleaner, a lot easier. So really well played by Miss, and they pulled it off at the right time. They are going to have BTR to the south of them, which is obviously going to be hard to deal with, while A1, once again, continuing to try to protect their position inside the circle. Unfortunately, it's gotten to the point in the game where they're more on the edge rather than centralization, so I'd like them to start to be a bit more aggressive in preparation for Phase 5.
This is extremely complicated for IA. There is so many teams on the outskirts. If you're trying to go for Potato Hill, there is going to be Geek Fam. So I think they got the information right now. They've seen the utility. They've seen the smokes. They are alerted of Geek Fam's current position. But they're just trying to slow things down a little bit, but it seems like they want to go for this fight, because if they avoid it, they're just going to get backstabbed by Geek Fam from the high ground of this Potato Hill position, and you are going to be in such a bad spot, it's not even worth taking. So you got to think, do we go for the full-on aggression, or do we go for the fight? And it seems like I want to go for the fight onto Geek Fam. Utility's going to be traded back and forth. Brevo's going to be actually knocked down almost instantaneously, as they need to try and follow it up. The entire team is not pushing this one, so you're giving the man advantage indirectly over to Geek Fam as they're trying to spread down. But the DP28 shots will not connect any further. So this is a nice attempt, but unfortunately the execution did leave a little bit to desire, Imperium, as Geek Fam are just holding it down super strongly and show no signs of weakness.
That was pretty good from IA, because they know that it's pretty safe behind them, but I don't know why they sent 2 people so deep into that team fight. If you're going to send any, just send 1. Don't send 2. Now they're down to 2 players. They're in a desperate situation. That decision was quite poor, and it maybe shows their lack of experience. Look, I was talking to Crypto yesterday on his Instagram Live, and they are full of confidence coming into this, but you got to be able to back up that confidence with good decision making, and that decision was not good, and they'll be struggling with 2 players left.
Hey, you know what? It's just the first game. We've got 20 games. Hopefully they can try and learn from it a little bit. We've got 3 wrangles too, so this is great. It's going to be a really valuable experience, though. IC is going to be able to get himself a great knock onto one of the players of I8. And now it's only Crypto. He's got an MT49, though. You've got to be careful. They do spawn out of crates now. So they're going to be in the wild everywhere for you to pick up and use to your team's advantage. They're going to try and go out again, trying to get the intel. He's trying to look for that nade. Will he get it? He's trying to cook in time. It looks good. It's such an easy nade to connect on, and he does get the double whammy. That's Icy clearing out I8 as they get eliminated in 14th.
Welcome to the PMWI I8, representing Pakistan with a lot of pride, and I'm sure you'll do so much better in the following games. But as we move on, 13 teams left. DS Gaming outside the circle. That shift did centralize once again. Gotta say, for the first game of the day, these shifts have been incredibly calm, right? I feel like it's allowed, for the most part, teams to play very smoothly to how they want to, and to really position themselves strongly inside the circle if they've made the right decision to do so.
Hopefully that's going to be the case. Zeus have yet to really move away from their spot this entire game. They've been chilling. They've been having a real good old relaxing time. So got to be careful. Teams will try and take down your position very soon. Though Valdus, the murder versus DS. They're going to have a little bit of back and forth, try and making sure they can zone out each another, but Valdus see there's no value in this fight for the time being. So we're going to try and move on forward, though. A1, there you go. That's the fight currently happening. There's Blacklist International. Jarrett's got to be a little bit careful. The mollies are going to be chucked. That's going to be a down low, but no, they take so long to actually get that knock. And actually, the molly does come on through, but will get the knock at the very end onto Jackson. Now he's going to go for the push. That's going to be a great engagement from Sinister itself. And this is amazing from the Bangladesh team. Though, can you try and close this one off properly with Dante to back you up too? This is looking so good for A1. As Blacklist also down to 2. Tira and also Alas. Things are slowing down because of this utility so far.
Use the force, Dante. Use the force. Alas
he's using it.
Knockdown comes
Alas!
but no!
Oh, Alas from behind. There you go. That's the 1v2 currently happening, and A1 Esport get completely swiped out of the lobby in 13th place. And that's the 1v2 clutch. That's what we need, and that's what smokes do. It takes a little bit of a harder toll on your team, and it makes it a lot harder to deal with. Though, Zeus is going to be having Icy completely cornered inside this Harry Potter building. Though they're on the bottom side, there is something to work out with Icy. If he does a very similar nade from earlier, he could take down the entire opposing team, but it seemed like they're going to give him a shot of its own medicine, as Icy will be knocked and away from the rest of the Zeus squad.
There is, of course, third parties from the Xavier, from the Reject Scarlet player, so there's a lot to contend with in towards an open high ground position and towards the northern side of the circle. Geek Fam trying to deal with it, but Godless is just picking up with those SLR bullets. So good from Godless, and a nade. A nade is going to hurt Geek Fam massively. He takes him out. He takes his own team out.
The thing with Zeus especially is that they have not been fighting for a big portion of that game. That means that all of their resources are currently at the almost tippity top of their back capacity. They got everything they need. Utility, bullets, weapons, and also they're going to have that full HP vest and also their full HP helmet. So they're going to be fully prepared to take any fight that comes their way, but they're going to have to take some fights talking about that because of this Phase 5 shifts. Go straight down south over to the western edge. Looking amazing for the likes of Blacklist International. But they're going to get slowly but surely contested by BTR. That has been relatively silent this game, and they're going to try and sneak up on Blacklist International to maybe sneak that position under their control.
Xavier feeling the pressure. Blacklist, really good cover shots being fired up, and let's be fair, they have the circle in their control, and BTR are to the southeast of them. They've been relatively quiet in their game, and it might be their time to wake up. Will BTR grab the first chicken dinner of the day, or will it be the Philippines representatives, Blacklist International?
I'll have to wait and see. It would be great to see a Filipino team kind of perform well on the international stage. Not really a country that we see too much of on these big events with a lot of the top teams. And intrigued to see if they can try and get some good results. Sick going to get battered down by BTR. Does get knocked though for his trouble. So that's going to be making things a little bit easier. But Gary, the old player of Power 888, will try and go for the full-on engage. But it seemed like they want to try and avoid potentially BTR. This is not a team you want to take a head-on-head fight for with the Xavier, as they do get eliminated out of the lobby. So now we're only down to 6 teams in this game. But Zeus, they're going to start moving forward versus GeekFam, but GeekFam having a real hard time actually trying to hold on to the northern edge.
Liquid. Fine, trying to push in. Zuxi's still on the outside of the circle, which I think is very strong, but it's getting to the point where they've allowed Valdez to get back up to find their feet in towards this fight, and that realistically shouldn't have been the case. The passiveness from BTR maybe is going to be the death of them as the nades are being fired up, and Zuxi does get confirmed up.
Talking about it on the desk earlier, I think Blair said that Valdez can be a little bit hit and miss, but this is definitely a hit. And they are going to go home with a minimum of 9 kills, and we'll see if they can try to put it up to an extra bunch if they can go to double digits. But Valdez, they know they already hurt a few of the teams around them. That's going to be creating a lot more breathing space over to the east, so they're going to try and ease their way forward. They're actually inside the circle itself, so that's not really too much of an issue. The Martin currently got knocked. You can very easily get that res. Let's the utility of Liquid actually connects, and it looks so close. The grenades are absolutely connected and shredding the competition. Valdez are getting taken down one by one, as Concept trying to assist his team with the mollies, trying to stop the aggressiveness from BTR to come on through. But BTR, they are just so good at holding these type of angles, and Valdez, the moment those smokes go out, you are in dire trouble.
And I was wondering why BTR weren't chucking out a load of grenades towards Valdez earlier on, and now it all makes sense. They were maybe waiting for the right time to pull it off, and indeed they found it at that point. Only grabbing 1 kill, but does take the body advantage away from Valdez. As it's all quiet on the western front, a bit of a reposition down towards the south side. The circle has gone towards Blacklist. 5 teams left, 11 players max.
This is a close one. Luckily enough for Zeus, no one is close enough to them to actually nade them, so they can very easily remain in close quarters. Got to be careful. Lapis, sneaky Lapis from Japan for Reject. Could be a little bit of a thorn in the side for Zeus if they don't play around it accordingly. M249. Like this could be great if you want to get multiple knocks to Blacklist, but at this kind of range, the recall makes it pretty hard, so if you have an M4, might be a better option at this point in time for them. Oh, that's the bush. Oh, great fight coming out. Liquid looking over to Valdez's side. That's going to be 1 knockdown to 1 on their side, but Zeus also going to go for the aggressive push onto Blacklist International. He's going to go for the engage. Claus is going to be trying to close that gap. Abney right behind that crate is able to get actually some really big damage, but unfortunately off to the side was not seeing it. Tiro does get the knock on side of it, and now Gold is trying to eke his way forward, trying to sneak his way inside a decent spot, avoid detection, but Zeus give it a fair shot, but unfortunately the control of Blacklist International Imperium is too strong to deal with.
I also think Lapis had a bit of a third-party play in that one, so Goddess with the N249 misses that one, but unfortunately for him, Blacklist will clean them up.
You know what? ESO is just a little bit longer. That's a third position going away, actually, of Reject. So that's great. That's amazing for Lapis and for the Japanese representatives. But now only 2 teams remaining. It's Bigatron versus Blacklist International. We'll see which will be the ones to actually push their way forward. No Liquid, the blue zone. That's horrible for them. Now down to 1 player. They see that. They know this is a 1v3. How do you want to push this position? Ryzen, there's no bush on this road. There's no clutch play for you to deal with. You need to take them down 1 by 1, and then that might be a chance. But without any utility to deal with, it looks like we might be looking at the undoing of BTR, as that's going to be set game and match for game number 1 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Imperium, and it will be going over to none other than Blacklist International. What a game going over to the Filipino representative.
Man, yeah, okay, bit of circle look in the end, but they control the south. They took out A1. Did they benefit as well from BTR maybe playing a little bit passively? Possibly. 110% possibly. But at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, they pushed the team back here, they pushed the team back there, and they got the end result. BTR had a good result as well, but I think it could have been better. And Zeus, I get why they sent 2 forward and kept 1 back, but I don't think they were too aware that the last player from Reject was still hovering around that area, which affected their end result, unfortunately going down in 4th, but still with a good amount of kills.
I think especially the play for Zeus there was they had a good high ground position. We'll keep 1 player there, give the information, be the eyes of the team, and sending the 2 other players forward. It could have worked out, but unfortunately the spread and the control you just mentioned for Blacklist International was a little bit too annoying to deal with, and that is why it did not go their way. But here we go. We got some good old highlights for you guys at home to go through. And this one started off, as I said, some of the weirdest early fights I've seen Valdus the Murder versus Na'Vi as they get completely decimated by Valdus. Yeah, first Erangel game. Hopefully Na'Vi will make sure to not cross the path of Valdus in the future.
Just don't make that kind
Don't do it.
Just don't.
Stab. Get some help.
Yeah, just stop. It's like, you know, it was at this moment that we knew we messed up, and that was it. And this is a fight between Yala and DRS. Really impressed with Yala overall. Look, there's no doubt that he is one of the most underrated players out there at the moment. Hasn't really had that kind of global stage to shine, and I think this is now his chance to stand out, at least as an individual player.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, the heal actually worked out. You were a little bit unsure of it, but if he didn't go for the heal, that could have actually gone the complete opposite way for Yala. So, you know what? Respect and extra points coming their way for that one at the end. Icy able to get himself some great nades inside of that Harry Potter tower. But this is the fight that went completely the other way when we thought it was in the hands, in the palm of the hands of A1. And then you had just Alas coming in behind the smoke like, well, I'm just going to spray you down in a bloom shot, and there's nothing you can do. So unfortunately, that smoke did not quite help out A1, and they did get taken out very early because of Alas's play. So really good shots coming out at the end, but A1, we'll see what they can do on the second performance of today.
You know, we look at Blacklist, like that's the thing, you know, the awareness of Blacklist, just to kind of see that and just kind of be aggressive across that area, not allow any team to breach them accordingly, was so good. And I just want to touch upon that engagement between A1 and Blacklist. I'd mentioned that the A1 needed to be a little bit more aggressive on the previous phase. Because they left it so late, they kind of had to crash. Because they crashed, they didn't have the information, and they ended up kind of getting caught out in squad wipe. So yeah, they're bad, but benefit to Blacklist.
We have a lot of interesting prospects to talk about, but you know what? We're not going to be talking about it, and the boys on the desk are going to be breaking a lot of this game down for you guys. So we're going to head on over to the break, and we'll be back for you guys on the desk to break that first game down.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
There's a darkness on me that's flooded in light. In the fine print that tell me what's wrong and what's right. And it comes in black and it comes in white, and I'm frightened by those who don't see it. There was a dream, and one day I could see it. Like a bird in a cage, I broke in and demanded that somebody free it. And there was a kid with a head full of doubt. So I'll scream till I die, or the last of those bad thoughts will finally be out.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's incredibly responsive.
OnePlus, baby! Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
And look how buttery smooth that is.
This hyper touch is just insane.
Oh, you gotta see it to believe it.
It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level for your mobile gaming experience.
The best phone for mobile gaming? Well, it's pretty simple. It's right here.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders, is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Welcome back, everyone, as we have finished off our very first match of the day, our very first match of the World Invitational, and we had a team that none of us predicted. Maxman didn't predict, Imperial didn't predict, but I'm sure there's a handful of you out there who did predict Blacklist International, to take the victory here. Fantastic stuff to see, considering we have the big dogs like BTR still alive towards the end. We had GeekFam in there towards the end. We had Valdes putting up big numbers, but what a great way to start things out and take a victory.
100%. I mean, it's actually hilarious considering what I said about Bigatron, that they couldn't go for that consistent gameplay where they just roll these games out. But once again, BTR, they play Edge phenomenally. It's fine. They just roll on in and get that second place with a total of 11 kills, which is pretty nutty, Blair.
It is pretty nutty. I'm also happy to see Zeus kind of, delivering the first game. Sure, they weren't able to stay alive at the very final battle, but they did a pretty good job, I think, getting 16 points in total. Also kind of hilarious that both our picks of Na'Vi and I do believe a pick DRS came in the bottom three. It's kind of sad.
Don't worry, I was gonna bash you both on that one because I definitely came out the better of us three. Let's take a look at the leaderboards though. At the end of the first match, we start to talk about how many points these teams did get for themselves. Though, as you can see, 24 big points coming for Blacklist International. But to be fair, Bigatron, 23 right behind them here, as you're talking about before, Blink.
Yeah, 23, just 1 point behind Blacklist International here. I mean, they rolled on in as well. I think the most impressive thing about this second place for Bigatron is that they were fairly passive, yet picking up 11 kills is not easy, jumping off the back of an edge play, because typically you don't want to alert yourself to too much presence. Blair mentioned Zeus Esports on 16 points there in third place. They did a fantastic job, and I completely agree with Blair here, because they took a central position. They were under heavy fire that entire game, and still making it to third place is absolutely admirable.
Well, it is impressive to see quite a few teams really stepping up and keeping that consistency. I mean, Zeus Esports, we talked about him at PMGC not too long ago, and we were surprised to see the team coming from Mongolia be able to put up such big numbers. They were a massive underdog, and they show they can still do it when it counts. Valdes is where coming in, as well as coming at fourth place with 16. But as we get to our second page here, Bleh, I said I would talk about it. Na'Vi at the bottom, DRS at the bottom. Those two teams came out first. Unfortunate times for them.
Yeah, look, listen, it's first game, right? I'm still going to say they're going to be...
I won't let you forget, don't worry.
Yeah, and then we have i8 Esports as well, the ex-Stalwart gaming guys. They're also a force generally to be reckoned with. You look at his names, right? A1, DRS, i8, Na'Vi, and the bottom four is something you don't expect to see, and something I doubt we're going to be seeing as the day progresses, as this event progresses as well. So yeah, kind of a rough start for these guys. Fnatic Zombies, Nasser, Myth, and DX, Xavier as well, struggling a little bit, but it's a first game, maybe opening jitters, whatever. You can probably brush it off. But I do expect to see those four names at the bottom to really at least turn things around immediately, because as I did mention earlier, you don't have that many games. You don't have that much of breathing space to work with, and if it kind of continues this way and your day one's not that good, it's going to require quite a big comeback from them starting day two.
Yeah, you could
remember correctly, Blake.
Chasing that one.
You're saying this is just typical Na'Vi coming to the first day of the first tournament, or of the tournament, and then just getting nothing.
The thing is, though, right? I still have a lot of faith in Na'Vi, because you know what? They're already performing how I'd expect they would. They're an all or nothing team, Jason. It's either 0 points or 35 points, and there is no in between with this team, and that's absolutely fine. That's how they're going to catch up. That's how they're going to make it happen. So I still have faith in the boys in Na'Vi. Hopefully they don't continue to crash and burn, but it's only game one, like Bless says. It's true. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But I'm really excited to see a little bit more from the rest of the teams here, especially with having such like a confident start from some of these teams, specifically Valdes, Zeus, Bigatron, Blacklist International, teams that we expected to do well, doing well. Oh, it's just joy.
Well, let's take a closer look at the team that Raymond Reddington is probably coaching with Blacklist International and see their player stats across the board, because this is definitely a team we didn't have on our radar when it came to winning the first match. But hey, the boys from the Philippines put themselves up there. You can see Tyra coming out with the 880 damage and the 4 kills. Everyone, I mean, already playing pretty well. Yeah, you see a couple numbers like 200, maybe 300, but not everyone can stand out on a team unless you're going to completely dominate an entire lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at, it's not just about the individuals. For this team, what impressed me a lot was how it was a very tempered approach. They weren't like getting a little overzealous. They weren't really panicking. And if you look at it, like we did see Aeon's pass away a little bit earlier. He got dropped a little bit earlier. So they were in a 3v4 scenario, because I believe even like Bigatron and some of the other teams, even Zeus for that matter, had like 3 or 4 players still alive at the very end of the game. And the fact that they were able to hold their own, especially for a team which we really didn't pick to be performing that great here in the opening side of things, I think it's a great sign. Especially what I feel like, at least for me, I feel like PMWI here is going to be very, very frag heavy. It's going to be teams just going out looking for the skills. Teams like i8, for example, and you look at teams like Zeus Esports. I mean, they are the epitome of just going in for the hunt. And the fact that a team like Blacklist is able to kind of hold their own against the Mongolians, I think that's a great sign for them.
Hold their own against quite a few different countries. And again, it is not only just team versus team, but it is country versus country. And speaking of that, we're going to take a closer look at 2 teams in particular that you wanted to dive in on. It's going to be Valdez and it's going to be BTR. These 2 teams putting out the kills when it mattered. Again, you talked about being frag heavy, Bleh. Well, we're seeing these 2 teams really live to that occasion, really force that to happen.
I mean, here, Jason, you got Bigatron Red Aliens over to 23 points for Valdez. Valdez putting up 1,822 damage and 741 healing. So these guys really had to go through the war zone to get to where they placed here with 16 points total. Really well done to them overall. I think playing Edge was very nice. They got a really good scouting position for Potato Hill, moved down from there. They played Edge quite nicely. I think for Bigatron Red Aliens, if you swap the 2 positions for Valdez and Bigatron, we might have seen something very different there, purely because they had very similar playstyles. Just Bigatron, they kind of eked out at the end with the circle coming down towards the south, whereas Valdez, they just had to travel a little bit too far, as you can see from the healing.
Yeah, and I think what's kind of interesting for me is that, like, this is just, I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I feel like this is just another match for Bigatron. Like, this is not crazy numbers. This is not subpar numbers for them. This is just kind of the standard it feels like it's become for BTR.
Yeah, it does, right? And I feel like that is what works for them. Like, even though Blaine had mentioned earlier, like how it's been kind of a up and down year for them so far, they really haven't had to change much. But if you still keep getting results like this, these consistent results, which at the end of the day is going to give you that big win, that big W, the first position. Do you really need to mix things up? Do you really need to adapt a lot and be unpredictable for teams where you are considered the favorites, right? So I can kind of see why they would just continue what they're doing. But hey, maybe if things get a little too hot and heated, maybe if things get a little rough, maybe they just might switch things up on the fly in the middle of the event as well. You never know with these guys.
Well, Blaine, I remember at the start of today, you did mention a certain player on Valdez's team that you wanted to keep an eye on over the course of today. And he already came out the gate swinging, came out in flying colors with the first match. We're going to take a closer look at Martin one more time for Valdez and just kind of see his stats in the form of a radar and see how he's comparing against the other players, because it definitely seems like we already have a standout within this team.
Yeah, so this guy currently is at max for both kills as well as knockouts. I believe the max damage there would go over towards Tyra on Blacklist International. But you've got to consider this, Jason. This guy's put out 761 damage, and these guys went out around about 19 minutes. Blacklist had a total of about 6 minutes total additional survival time. So this guy has pumped out a lot in a very short amount of time as well. Martin has been nipping at the heels at some of the big teams for the longest time on Valdez the Esports. Sometimes it was back on when they were Valdez the Murder or Illuminate the Murder. He's really just pushed through on this team, and it's beautiful to see that he's still around and he's still kicking. So if you guys want to watch out for one player, definitely watch out for Martin.
Yeah, I actually wanted to see even Gui on the team. I mean, we obviously have Thailand being represented in the form of Valdez, and we got to see Power 888 KPS when it came to PMGC. I think Korpai ended up retiring for a bit, if I'm not mistaken, on the roster. But they have some phenomenal players across the entirety of Thailand, and I feel like maybe they have a real chance here with the roster they're currently sporting to easily take this whole tournament and, again, get a lump sum amount for a charity of their choice, which is what this whole event's about, Bleh.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about a lot of these other teams where you have Zeus, you have Bigatron, you have Na'Vi, big names, but like some of these teams we are getting to see over here, which a lot of the viewers might not be very well aware of them. Like I said, it is a very competitive scene, especially Southeast Asia and out there. And we see certain teams playing here who, you look at the other teams they have in the countries and you're like, wait, why didn't these teams qualify? Well, they didn't qualify because they got beaten, right? So you really cannot count these guys out. And for me personally, the fact that Valdez is able to perform quite well in this particular particular event, and we've had some pretty unexpected results coming in with Blacklist winning it, I feel is going to be a good sign for all things to come for the duration of the tournament.
Yeah, I actually, thinking about that, I wanted to look at one more team if we had a second, was Reject, actually. Because, again, we talked about Blue Bees, we talked about, like, Divine on the roster back in PMGC. They came out with 11 points in total. They only got 1 kill, though, which seems very Blue Bee-esque, if I'm not mistaken, Blank, where they just kind of play for placements and they can't play for both at the same time.
Yeah, these guys are the wide swingers, 100%. They will swing those hips out to the side of the map as much as they like because they're very good when it comes to rotations. I think Japan's always been a very smart region overall, and getting those 10 points in terms of placement points online is just brilliant for yourself. I think they got really unlucky specifically because Zeus is just such a nutty team overall. I think they took down I think it was 2 players from about 300-meter distance whilst they were crossing a hillside, which is feels bad, and if you're a Reject, you're like, how has this happened? This is unacceptable, but you still get those 10 points, which is fine. I think Reject just need to take that, call it a win, and then just carry on.
I mean, sometimes you're just not afforded the positions to play for kills, right? Yeah. Sometimes you just have to play for places. We saw that happen in PMPL Western Europe quite a few times out of teams. But I kind of want to leave it open to you two, like, which team stood out, which team maybe underperformed. Again, like, I know maybe we're being a little bit too harsh. It is just one match. It's the first of the day. Some teams need to get that time, that experience to get used to each other. I was kind of happy again with Zeus to see some consistency. A1, I was kind of hoping to see them gun for BTR like we saw happen at PMG.
It was so close.
It just didn't happen, unfortunately, I think. So a little sad. But you know what? The meme can come back alive later on.
Yeah, for sure. But also, like, speaking of teams who did kind of underperform, and I guess it's the way they got eliminated for me personally, right? You look at a team like DRS, they're a team who likes dropping towards Yasnayo, and they go in for the super late rotations. They're willing to just brave the blue for as long as it takes, come in at the very end and just pick off the remaining members of whoever's alive. So they rely primarily on the placement points. And for the side of I8, they like dropping towards military base, and for them, it's about getting as many kills as possible. And because they drop towards a military island, they don't really face off against any opposition early on. And the fact that these two teams got knocked out very early is a little surprising for me personally. So, maybe things will hopefully kind of turn around for these South Asian teams.
Yeah, maybe things will heat up as the humidity is going to rise as we're about to head into our second match of the day. It's going to be over on Sandhawk. We got to bring our commentators back in, so Blank and Blair, we'll check with you guys once the match does finish. But we have to bring in 2 just as handsome gentlemen and who are ready to go to cover all the action today. It is going to be Max Man and Imperium Man.
It's two. That's a lot of mans over here on the desk. But yeah, thank you very much, Jason, as always. Ready for our second game Imperium this time around. And we're going to be heading over for our very first Sanhok games. So Sanhok is the map that's maybe a little bit harder to be consistent on. And there are some teams that are actually really strong on this one. We talked about BTR and that they can do really well on this map. But are there other ones that come to your mind, like Sanhok? They could be a big surprise coming on the jungle map.
Cliche, but Zeus, right?
Yeah.
They're so aggressive.
I was expecting it.
Gotta put them out there, but I'm also very excited. And it's genuinely not only because they had a good game in game 1, but Valdez. I don't know why, but I'm expecting them to do well. But also Navi, right? Team that had such a poor start to the tournament in game 1. They do land around Hating. As far as I know, they should be dropping around Hating. I think it'll be really good for them. Actually, no, not Hating. It'll be more towards Camp Alpha. They'll probably be able to then really kind of settle themselves in, depending on this circle shift, sweeping in through the trifecta region and pick off a couple of players, getting in towards the end of phase 1. So Navi is a team that I'm looking out for to have a very good game.
We'll have to wait and see if they're going to be gate-kept around the riverside, if they're trying to escape from the northwestern island. It's actually interesting because you mentioned a few of the teams there. The one I wanted to talk about was going to be Blacklist International, and I had that prepared before the show even started, and I did not expect them to start off with a win. So I'm like, people are going to say, Max, man, talking a lot about Blacklist International. Well, this was not prepared in the first place, but they are a team that understand the value of position on this map, and especially they put big emphasis around scouting, which I tend to see some teams not do that often. It is something on Sanhok that makes a really big difference. So hopefully they can try and do something rather similar than what we've seen in scrims and recent tournaments also. Though said Na'Vi, they typically drop Camp Alpha. They're relatively close. I believe that's Geek Fam underneath them. Oh yeah, okay, that's gonna get dirty over there.
Yeah, but have you noticed A1 and Valdez? Both teams have dropped in Paradise Resort. We're going to have a Paradise battle, baby. Let's go. It's going to be very exciting. Very tricky to fight around Paradise. because the corners are hard covers and you really have to commit if you're going to peek around a corner, and you're much better off sweeping through the smaller buildings of Paradise Resort as a 2, as a 3-man team. Going in solo is incredibly risky. We've yet to see anything kick off in terms of knocks or kills before we get into phase 1, but interesting to see how the Paradise Resort fight is going to go down.
The cool thing, though, with A1 and Valdis is that you got A1 that's on the west, Valdis is on the east. If they know, as a fact, that there's another team, which typically, like, they should, right? They hear the footsteps, they saw them drop over the parachute. If I were them, maybe even Valdis, I would just go to one of the compounds over to the east after getting some very small amount of loot my way. That would be my play, at least I would go for, and especially it is in circles, so it's relatively strong. Though Camp Alpha, I said, I thought there was a few players, I didn't think the entire squad of Geek Fam were actually going to be taking out 5 versus Na'Vi, so they're going to be pushing their way forward. A lot of footsteps going to be made currently, so Na'Vi are definitely going to be alert as to where Geek Fam currently stand, while QB is going to be very wide out over to the west, and that could be the sneaky off angle that creates a sneaky opportunity for the rest of Geek Fam onto Na'Vi.
Now, Kitsune was given information on footsteps, and I think Navi recognized that the western side of the camp was quite easily exposed for Geek Fan to sweep around. So Matic and Meku both instantly headed in that direction. So great awareness from Navi to stop any kind of reposition or backstabbing coming through for Navi. It also opens a door now for Kitsune to do a little bit of looting, and for him to join up with the rest of the team. But even look at this from Matic, right? Going on the outskirts. Thing is, do they know that QB is even further out, ready to take down Matic?
That's why I said that's going to be the sneaky off angle, and now they lose the information game that Matic was trying to set up for Na'Vi. But don't know what it is with Na'Vi today, but the 2 first games, they are already suffering big casualties. Meku going to be trying to take that fight with the QBZ. Unfortunately, not able to get any significant damage to find a knock. One player of Geek Fam going to be put extremely low, but will be able to go for the first aid in time. So Damarud should be good to go. And now Na'Vi slowly but surely going to get surrounded. And I would say now might be the prime time to have QB actually join you to create an advantage. You're still getting information, but really here you want to take that 4v3. You want to create an even better advantage onto Na'Vi.
Couldn't have said that better myself, Max. Definitely rocket down the hill and look to really put the pressure on the CIS team representing Russia in this PMWI. They're now on the outskirts. They do have the kind of dip of the camp as a bit of cover. QB finds Matic, but Kitsune is going to get a return knock.
Very hard to play from this spot with a third-person perspective. Geek Fam know exactly where Na'Vi could be, but it's also same for the other side. And actually, that's going to be Tixi confirming that kill onto Sanes.
Wow.
That's going to be Dunzo. He's going to try and close things off, as Na'Vi actually creating a great position for themselves out of nothing. Snipes is going to be confirmed with UMP in the hands of Tixi. That's going to be said and done. Geek Fam now down to 2 players, and they're trying to move away. They instantly regret this one. A little bit too spread, and unfortunately trying to find opportunities. Na'Vi struck at the prime opportunity, and now Geek Fam are completely overwhelmed. As a 2v3, they need to move away.
As much as that was fantastic baiting coming out from Navi, it was really good baiting, and they used that low ground dip to their advantage, right? As I mentioned. But that was incredibly poor teamwork from Geek Fam, right? You gotta respect your opponents in that situation. You've only taken down 1. Unless you've got 2, you don't send 2 players forward. Free opportunities to get back into the fight. And now Navi are going to disengage, knowing that they've only lost 1 player, but they've got 2 kills. That's a net positive in my eyes. Is there a chance that they can still get backstab running up the mountain? Yeah, of course, but that's a risk they're willing to take. They don't have guns, so they will go a little bit faster across the way, and you can see that Tixi is at least trying to get a bit of information.
You do say this a net positive, but one thing that I think is very important to mention for Na'Vi is they're going to have to cross over that river. So having now a 3-man instead of a 4-man, if you are getting gate kept, that's going to be a lot, and I mean a lot harder for them to execute. So just something to keep in the back of our minds. Though, one thing that I love, and I mentioned it, right, when you talked about the fight of potentially happening between Na'Vi and Valdis in Paradise Resort, and I said, because they're so far away from each other inside that compound, or Valdis or A1 could leave, and it seemed like A1 were the one to leave first, and it's not a game of chicken and they were scared first. It's a smart play. You do not want to take early fights on Sanhok. They avoided it, and now they're in a relatively good spot that's in the circle. So I love that. I think that's great respect going the way of A1.
Definitely. Massive respect. And The majority of the early game has been on that Navi and Geek fight, so let's take a bit of a step back and have a look where other teams are. DRS have the eastern side just above Camp Bravo all to themselves. Mong Nai is open. DS Gaming dropped in Cow and Tapmock region. They're on the northern side of the map, looking quite healthy in terms of position. Zeus once again in the center, but they have a bit of a 2-1-1 split just down south of Paradise Resort. It's a great spot to be, but I also worry that there's going to be a lot of teams around them based on this phase 1, and they might get clustered up and really picked off one by one, depending on how responsive they are to any kind of shots heading in their direction. BTR dropped in Painan. That's all good in the hood. They dropped out of there. They moved forward and they're on towards the outside of boot camp area. So far, so good, Max.
So far, so good indeed. But to touch on what you said about the position of Zeus, just like last game, they zone teams away, and that's great. And I think especially they know that they can go for widespread, because this is a location in which, when you are playing Southern Paradise Resort, it's not great terrain to play from. And because of that, a lot of teams try to avoid it. So if you want to try and go for a little bit of a wider spread while remaining undetected, that would be a position I would go for. Just hide in open sight, and you know that teams do not drop there, you do your research, then you should be completely fine. And I think that that is some good potential research being made by Zeus. But as you said, the circle is centering up on their position. We'll see where phase 2 goes. If it does go their way, they need to try and be able to fight accordingly and reposition, that's for sure. And talking about repositioning, BTR are doing something very similar, where they're going to try and push their way towards Reject. They are completely unaware of BTR currently pushing in their overall vicinity.
You highlighted Blacklist at the start of the game and how good they are rotating towards these circles. I'm a little bit worried that you've caster cursed them, or Maxman cursed them, should I say.
It's got my name now on it.
This game too. But so far they have a fantastic position on boot camp. It overlooks boot camp hill, should I say. It overlooks boot camp. It gives information towards where BTR are. Now, one thing that might worry me about them is that even though they did get a good 9 kills in the last game, maybe not being aggressive early in the game might come to bite them in the butt because of how Sunhawk works. But I'm excited to see how Blacklist play this game coming into Game 2. Game 3 is I8 rocking it. Not so much together as Crypto is a little bit more forward on his own, but he has to wait, because without the information and without the support of his team, they could once again get picked off one by one in this Game 2.
I love that Abali being spread away from the rest of his team currently is waiting with a Thompson, 50 bullets, kind of the best clutch weapon to have if they are relatively low HP, because the damage per bullet ratio is not as strong as, for example, an M4 and AKM, so it will make it a little bit harder. But yeah, it's all the AMP2. So it is weapon is good if you want to try and keep teams away and just get some suppressing fire, but you got to be cautious that they don't actually close the gap and go for the full-on engage. Then the weapon tends to be a little bit harder to play around in those clutch situations. Though Reject also going a little bit wider, looking for more information. Not going to lie, for a Sanok game, this is very slow. You could already expect a team or two to be out by now, but that goes to show Imperium how much research has been done. There's no team stepping on each other's toes and just showing a lot of respect to each other, which we love to see, but the more teams survive now, the more hectic it's going to get later on.
It's going to build up. That traffic is going to build up, right? And it's going to get to the point where something's just going to
roller coaster,
and that dam is going to be broken. Yeah, the roller coaster play where we're getting at the top, looking down at the bottom. It's like, oh, here we go. Well, phase 2 is about to pop up, and what direction is this roller coaster of a game going to go? It's going to go to the west, which is low-key helpful for Geek Fam, but I would actually argue not helpful, because now other teams are going to be looking in their direction on the Northwest Island, right? They might not be on the Northwest Island, but they're going to be looking in their direction. Will any team commit going over there from the mainland, or will it just create more of a claustrophobic position for multiple teams, as Crypto found Ably prone down and does pick up the first kill for I8 in this PMWI.
And that's what we said, right? The Thompson in a proper 1v1 versus an AKM. The AKM is going to win most of the time, and that's exactly what happened for them. So Abely's going to be gone, losing a little bit more information for them. But talking back on that circle on phase 2, what we saw when it popped, this is actually a very hard shift, not in terms of how the teams are positioned, because a lot of them are currently in there, except for the likes of maybe DRS and even NASA Esports and even Myth that are really delaying their rotation, currently playing in the blue. But there's a world now where we could have a Northwestern Island finish. Of course, the odds of that happening are extremely slim, but if it does happen, we're going to see one of the most hectic games on Sanhok, I think myself and maybe yourself too, have ever witnessed. So I'm hoping that we get an interesting circle, and Na'Vi actually started crossing over, and now they're fully committing back to the Northwestern Island. They're like, you know what? There's a chance. We're going to stick there as long as we possibly can to just remain alive for the longest period of time.
And it's also the kind of circle where you can't really commit to the coastal line of the mainland, right? Because there's just as easy of a chance that you could get absolutely violated by Na'Vi on the Northwest Island. So there's really not that much to play around for these teams inside this phase 2, at least until 1 or 2 squads are wiped out. A bit of return fire by Zeus onto I8 as one player is knocked down. Bosom. Godless is low on health. Icy's doing a wonderful job with that UMP, but he's getting double teamed.
And which one's going to win, IMP or 2 players of I8? Seem like the 2 players of I8 are going to be able to dominate more and more. Crypto onto the front lane with Blade. Trying to
push it.
Even more of a toll, but yeah, you get so much damage onto Zol and also 2 knocks. You want to try and wrap this one up. They're hearing shots from a distance. They're scared of potentially getting third party, so they don't want to be overzealous. They don't want to overstep their welcome. They find a shot. Revers gets it done, and Azus out of the lobby in 16th place. Now 15 teams yet remain, but Valdez in the distance could try and capitalize on that chance, so I8's got to be very careful of what their next move is going to be.
That's why I was kind of saying push it, because you've made noise. Much higher chance that there's going to be a third party, and it's come from Reject. I don't know if it's close enough that they can really capitalize in terms of getting a squad roll, but maybe picking up a kill from Reject's position is quite viable. The spread they have is gigantic. Blade's going to dip down, crawl away, and he should be able to get revived. But I gotta say, very impressed with I8 in that fight, right? They responded quickly off the back of a knock coming through, and they're back to their kind of ways in which they're expected to play, which is aggressive, forward-thinking, and no fear, just fight.
This kind of mentality we're hoping to see coming out from I8, and hopefully this is not the only time we'll see that kind of mentality come on through.
Oh, yeah.
Though, things are moving forward a little bit quicker. Geek Fam, they were able to avoid the entirety of Na'Vi. They're still going to remain into Heart In, so that's also a good spot if the Heart Shift continuously goes over to the west. So the odds of that happening are, again, very slim, as we said, but things could get pretty interesting. Teams like BTR, they left, and because of the Heart Shift, committed back into boot camp itself. So teams were definitely trying to double guess and question themselves, is this a good rotation, or should we maybe go back from which we came? Seems like, okay, the Northwestern Island dream is dead, but you know what? The Paradise Resort dream is now up and ready to go, and A1 think, maybe do we want to go back in? Because Valdez got complete ownership of the resort.
Oh, some of these teams just got baited, but also there's a level of calmness with that shift, I think, for the teams down south, because here's the thing, for Nasser, Myth, not so much Blacklist, but for Nasser Myth, what they can do is they can shift through on that southeastern side of the circle, which is less likely to be contested because of that phase 2 shift. So you got to recognize the availability of an open position coming into the edge of the circle. A1 are creeping forward. They're fighting up against DS right here, right now.
Happy to see the Cybertruck getting played, actually. Got to be careful, though. The windows from what I've seen by Elon Musk are not all that powerful, okay? They do break pretty easily, so you've got to be careful. They will not withstand bullets. The A1 now going to go for the engage, already 2 players down as they try to get closer to the compound held down by the South Korean team of DS Gaming. Sinister trying his best to build a lot of breathing space for his troop players. One gets actually taken down and breathes to his death, and the nade actually nades Dante. Okay, man, he's going to come for revenge next game. Sinister, that was not very cash money of you.
I'm trying to think of a Star Wars pun with that, but I've never watched a Star Wars film, so I can't make a pun, but that unfortunately leaves A1 down to 2 players. And look, it's low-key A1 doing A1 things, right? They're a team that like to be aggressive, that like to fight, that are very kill-heavy. They don't really tend to survive into the top 3, top 4, as Blacklist International, the winners of the last game, are getting a good few shots onto Myth, who are now down to 2.
That's what we say about this team. They're so controlling when they have a strong position and you know that there's going to be a team coming their way. They will push out. They will be hyper-aggressive to make sure you cannot pose any threat to their spot, and that they're going to keep complete ownership of that compound. Lur's already on an off angle. Alas also. They got such a wide spread. There's literally no escape for Myth. They delayed this rotation so much, and now it's so hard for them to play around. Hosem and also Rio still going to be up and ready to go. But really, is there anywhere else to go? If you want to try and wrap around, this is phase 3, about to go into phase 4 blue zone. The tick damage is ranking up pretty heavily.
It is.
And because they've been in the blue zone for the longest time, do they have enough meds to survive a phase 4, a phase 5 blue zone? Yeah, okay, he's got 35 bandages. Maybe. Maybe.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing for Blacklist. I think it was right that they gate-kept Myth. Because I think they're at the point in the game, and I know it's only phase 3, but you're at the point in the game where if you're so far away from the circle, or if you know there's a lot of traffic in front of you, you're actually better off gatekeeping and kind of going for kills rather than some kind of position in a circle. I don't know if it's going to work out for Blacklist, but I get the idea behind it.
Are they actually able to push it over? We said them being down to a 3-man team could make this a lot harder, and it seems like they are indeed struggling versus Xavier. They're just holding on the angle so far around what you call the black hole of Sanhok Imperium, and they got some good little oversights, especially with where Frankie currently is. I would even say it's a super position. All you One Piece fans out there, hope you got that one. Now moving forward, this is a circle that's great for A1. Really happy, Chappie, that the fact about the fact that they did move away from Paradise, but now there's a lot of attention coming their way. Can A1 actually defend that spot now in the future? That's what we're hoping to see soon.
Well, I have a feeling that we're going to lose 3 or 4 teams, even
for sure.
the time
Even more.
even by the time anybody actually pushes in onto A1's compound. We have 14 teams, 48 players. BTR looking at rejects. Luxy, he gets the first knock onto Lapis. Good start for BTR.
Luxy. It's like the mix. Zuxi and Luxy in one is the duo. That's the name. That's what we're going to go for. It's like when you shit people, you mix the name. That's going to be the same for Zuxi and Luxy. It's Luxy. We go. It's meta now. Anyways, pushing on forward, you're also going to have Blacklist International. They're aware. They hear the gunshots. They're like, we don't want to get involved with this whatsoever. We're going to wrap around over to the eastern edge and maybe be the next team to gatekeep BTR or reject whatever team actually come out on top of this fight. Lap is going to be taken down, sees the smoke, and actually able to follow that spray. So well done. But at the end, he does get retaliated upon by Duello. Now they're going to go for the engage. Sarah going to be the one on the forefront for reject, but BTR still got 3 players currently alive, but 2 players are extremely far behind. BTR are not in a position to really defend themselves versus that push of reject.
Yeah, I get Ryzen staying in that compound, a little bit of an anchor point on the edge of the circle, but why was Liquid so slow to join up as Sarah gets knocked? Great pick for Reject. They're turning it around. Duello, Divine looking to be joining up as well. Liquid is backing out of there, and again, the late decision making of Liquid to join up has put BTR in a position where they are down to 2 players. Yes, they have the edge of the circle, but just slightly poor timing.
Yeah, very unfortunate run of event for them. They just gave themselves up 1 by 1, and now the high ground is going back in favor of reject, so BTR is going to be careful how they play that one, but at least they are having the fight come their way, so they're somewhat dictating the pacing of this fight. As Liquid, from the shack, goes for the spray. It's really hard to move away from, and the Blues are about to engulf them. He actually gets the knockdown onto Sarah.
Beautiful.
They're going for the duello shot too. That would be a double. That would be huge if they can actually connect it. And now he's into the blue zone. Did he get the heal in time? I think he will be fine. But yeah, Reject got completely overwhelmed by both Ryzen and Liquid, and now the nades will be coming on through to try and close the gap even further. Divine will be pushing inside. Extremely low HP, 1 bullet, and you're done so, mate. And he's going to be in the exact same building as Ryzen, as he's got the heal. He's up to 75% health, but Divine has yet to go for his own personal heal.
Really great turnaround from BTR, but Reject maybe shouldn't have lost a player in that situation.
Okay.
As I8, unfortunately, are going to go down at the hands of Yala, and a little bit of Valdez coming through as well. 12 teams left as the next circle does shift up on towards the northeast. The circles in the last game were very good, but in this game, they have not been kind to these teams at all, Max.
I mean, DS Gaming from South Korea, they are looking absolutely golden on this game. Let's see if they can try and defend their compound. There is going to be DRS from the PAL trying to push up north, so we'll see how that fight goes on later on down the line. Though Divine's still looking for the information, maybe trying to get a little bit more intel below this building. But Liquid, he's down below. I see him right there with the M249. And that's an easy weapon for a 1v2. That should be a really easy one, especially when they are so low HP. Just 1 or 2 shots and you are done. He's able to get it underneath the building. Liquid, opportunistic as hell. And he goes for the double with the M249. And he starts moving right into the game. Eyes on the prize. And Liquid clears out Reject and stays alive for the team.
Oh my god, that was Beautiful
Sneaky
from
guy.
Liquid. So good. The eyes on the prize indeed, but can he deal with the blue zone? As Myth, Navi, lots of time in front of them. As Kitsune is going to help get that one on board. 3 kills for Navi as Kitsune is the last player standing, but he goes down at the hands of Legend.
Yeah, Liquid got picked up by the blue zone, and that's going to be Yala. Man, so opportunistic actually on the southern side. They were clearing so many teams. They got rid of IA, and now that all the teams basically took care of each other on the west and also on the south, Yala just like, well, guess we're the kings of the hill now. Now we're taking the control. Now we're moving our way forward. And the only team that's really a threat to their position, I would say, would be A1 that are the closest. But Yala's going to be careful. There's a few dips, ups and downs, and A1 currently have a little bit of a high ground position. But Sinister cannot even make the most out of that high ground. He gets instantly put down on his knees. Jack's trying his best to extract himself potentially of that fight, but there's no way. Ida is going to go far and wide to overcome that hurdle of A1 Esports. And I think that we might just be looking at the undoing of the Bangladesh team of A1 Esports, as Jax is just trying to hold strong as much as possible, but this is a hard escape for them.
Don't go for the revive. You haven't got the time. 13 seconds left on the clock as Loca's going to get knocked down. The second they made noise towards A1, they alerted the attention of both DS and Valdez, the murder, as they have controlled that eastern side like it is their own child outside of Paradise Resort. Really good. Yaller on 8 kills, Valdez are on 4.
DRS very lucky. The fact that the circle is still on their side of the road, they can delay their rotation as much as possible and leave DS Gaming do a lot of the heavy lifting. They're going to clear as many teams as possible or they will go down. And this is DRS somewhat confirming bare minimum a 3rd position purely by remaining on the northern side of the circle. That's all you have to do. Top 3 minimum, just stay there. Though A1 currently still trying their best to survive it. That's going to be 1 player confirmed, and the second also will be fallen down as they get eliminated in 6. And now down to our top 5 on this very first Sanok game of the World Invitational, as GE's trying to move out. 1 bullet, that's all they need, able to make it to the rock, and that's the safe option, but he's not yet in the circle, Imperium.
Yeah, but I worry about DRS because they have Valdez to one side, they have DS down south. Unless Yala punish DS, I can't see DRS making a pass the top 3, but let's see what happens as the circle has centered up. Nobody is inside this phase 7.
That's actually a great play from Valdez. They actually just put himself a 2-2 split. Oh, sorry, 1-1 split. GUI onto the northern side, 6 onto the south. So they got so many options. They can pick whatever position they want to play from as a 1-man and just hopefully have things work out their way indeed. Though, I'm surprised. DS Gaming were not defending the south too heavily, but now they actually pull the players onto the southern side to take that fight versus Yala. That's 1 great nade onto Loka, and now it's only going to be Edat trying his best to go for the heal, but he's in the sight of Sporter as he takes him down, and DS Gaming get himself a total of 7 kills. The South Korean team here are absolutely popping off on the Sanok game, Imperium.
Yes, great control down on the south. Now they can focus on the north. 6 is knocked down. So that does leave, unfortunately, GUI left on his own. The former Power AAA player found his feet inside Valdez. Let's see if he can work wonders. But DRS, they could be distracting DS Gaming at the right time, which could allow GUI to slip in on the underside. But with no cover, he is going to be open season for the pickings.
Hunting season right now. We're hunting down players of DRS. Satan trying to close that gap. After Ninja being knocked down actually makes it a little bit easier for the other team to go for the push. But he's spotted away. AJ gets the knock. Satan's going to be out of this game almost instantaneously. Yes, ZZP still up and ready to go, but he has to push over. And this circle literally ends right on top of the road, but there's a little bit more free real estate Imperium in favor of DRS. And Nima currently has that tree in his favor. Oh my God! Traded back and forth. Is it going to be connecting? The nade is so close. But it's going to be exploding a little bit further away. Sport is looking safe. But this is an insane 1v1 finish as the molly was right behind him, and Nima is still able to hold on strong. Sporter to go far and wide in that 1v1 situation. You've got to go for the spray with the UMP. Sporter should not be allowed to win this game. Nemo, you have to go for the spray right here, right now. 1 more bullet is all you need, and he gets it done, Imperium, as we do have our very first Nepali winner chicken dinner going over to none other than DRS Gaming.
That man. Nepal OP, DRS OP, that was beautiful, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to survive going down the hill from the north, but the fact that Valdez did go for that 1-1 split, I think was a big reason why they end up winning it, because it took away an angle of third-partying from that side, and that allowed them to focus on DS. And I appreciate and respect how kind of aggressive DS were on that push away from the compound, because they knew they had to be, but then it was left in that 1v1, and despite having the rock as cover, Nima really kind of pushed him so heavily with the nade and then forced him to make a move, which allowed Nima to control the end.
It was almost a clutch molly coming out from the other side, actually. There was a molly that was literally right behind Nima. Yep. You could barely see it. There was a few little flames that I could see at the bottom of my screen. That molly would have been thrown just a little bit shorter on the throw, and that was DRS's game going out of their hands instantly. They would have been second, and that would have been going the other way.
Yeah.
Lucky enough, though, Nima, as you said, able to push out the opponent there with his nade and actually able to push him out of the rock, and then just made it very easy. I'm surprised he took so long, actually, to go for the spray, but the more you delay it, the easier it's going to be to connect that shot, and you're given less response time, and it worked out great. So yeah, DRS, there we go. We were hoping to see an Apali win eventually today, and Game 2 is the one where they do put the money in the bank.
Yeah, money in the bank indeed. Such a good way for them to start day one, at least with the chicken dinner off the back of what was a poor team fight in the first game of the day. Navi impressed me with, at least in terms of how they turned that fight around. I8 also having a bit of a better, more aggressive game, but because of the circle shifts, and it's not often I say that the circle shifts were, you know, a kind of an F for a few of these teams, but those circle shifts in Sandhawk were incredibly tricky and allowed for that kind of claustrophobic play to come through towards the end where teams got caught out.
That was a cursive F, you know, just a very good looking one, because it was very hard to deal with. Then we have the great clutch play from Liquid on the M249 and able to clear out the rest of Reject. The South was very hard to play with, and because of that, Yala would want to capitalize the most out of that kind of situation and get himself in a strong spot, but unfortunately for them, there was going to be DS Gaming playing in such a strong spot. And you know, we're talking so much about DRS, but DS Gaming, sure, there were not too many teams trying to contest that position, but the moment Yala Esport were trying to threaten their spot, they went guns blazing, or should I say even nades blazing, as they completely took control of that spot and then won it. And then they do get himself a second spot with Sporter trying to go for the push last second, and Nima actually able to get it. But it was close. We did see Nima's health bar go down quite a fair bit, so never know, in another world, in another dimension, that could have been a win going the way of DS Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. DS Gaming had a fantastic game and they deserved the strong result they got. But Valdez, before we go into a break, 2 games, 2 strong results. This team is looking consistent.
Looking really strong. We'll see if they can try and keep up on that one. But we're going to be heading on over back to the desk after this break to try and break down our second game here over on Sandhawk.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe.
We were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's incredibly responsive.
OnePlus, baby! Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
And look how buttery smooth that is.
This hyper touch is just insane.
Oh, you gotta see it to believe it.
It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level for your mobile gaming experience.
The best phone for mobile gaming? Well, it's pretty simple. It's right here.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. All my fears are buried down tonight, and I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And that means, as you hear my voice again, the second match is done, and we are going to start to break things down with myself, Jason Kaplan, Blank, and Bleh to talk everything that has happened in this last game. And what a game it has been as well. DRS Gaming, Nepal coming out on top in their first match overall in this event. Great to see them come out with flying colors here, Blank.
100% DRS played that really nicely. I think once you have that north side of the road as well, you can start to play it out much easier. But on top of that, they defended a fair few teams who are trying to gun for their position. I mean, being able to stay in control of Valdes on that eastern side whilst pushing back your boys from DS, the South Korean team there, it was really, really well played, honestly. Those last moments were a little bit shaky, but that was more a testament to the fact that, you know, DS, they're actually a damn good team, Bleh.
Oh, they are, for sure. And I'm just super excited to see these teams from Philippines, from South Korea, where you look at the other names who are playing this tournament and you're like, okay, these guys can potentially show up. But the fact that they're going all out, guns a-blazing in the very beginning itself, I feel it's just super fun.
Yeah, I think for me, though, it's about that consistency. As Maxman would probably angrily hate me saying, consistency is key when it comes to events like this. Even if it is 20 matches, which is kind of seen as a shorter form tournament, that's still a lot of matches to be played in total. So can you continue to be consistent as ever to take home the $250,000 for the charity of your choice? But let's take a look, though, at the leaderboards from this last match and see how many points all these teams did score for themselves. Because with DRS Gaming taking home the chicken dinner, there's still quite a few teams in there that did take home a hefty amount of points. And DS Gaming is going to be another one of those here, Blank, with 21 in total.
21 is a big point score there. And I mean, DS, they had to fight through thick and thin to get to where they actually ended up in that circle. It wasn't easy for them, but they made it happen regardless. DRS coming down from that northern side as well. I think that's one of those positions where on Sandhawk, you have a great spot, which can be easily taken away from you if you don't handle those third parties well. And they absolutely do that. I think getting the info over towards Paradise Resort and who was residing there was very important. Valdes the Murder, though, dropping down in 4th place with 14 points. These guys have stayed consistent. We've got a lot of new names here towards the top of the leaderboard. Valdes remaining very strong here from Thailand, so really good stuff from them. Bigatron, they dropped down to the 7-Eleven. It wasn't just another walk in the park or walk in the supermarket here. 5 points coming away, so just a cheeky meal deal for them.
You can tell you're not. You can tell you're not from the U.S. if you think a 7-Eleven is a supermarket. But let's take a look at our other 9 teams here really quickly. You do see Navi there at 4 points. See Zeus at the bottom with 0. You see Blacklist International, who took home the chicken dinner from the first match, come out with 2 points. I'm sorry, Bleh. I don't want to dive too much into this because I'm already hearing the game is ready. But we have some stuff we want to get done before we get into this next match. So we're gonna go straight from here to now talking about DRS and taking a look at their player stats, because you wanted to talk about this team in particular. And again, we've seen DRS in the past. I remember like watching them back at the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split South Asia Regional Finals. And you were there too, if I'm not mistaken. We were on for that one. So we got to see this team step up here. And Nima, again, at the very end, closing things out from in the one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, it did get a little hectic at the end over there, but they're able to get the win. And the thing with DRS Gaming are they are, unlike a lot of the counterparts from South Asia, they don't really like taking fights. You look at I8, you look at Zeus, they're willing to take a fight to anyone. And DRS is the sort of team who's just going to happily brave the blue, come on in very late. And if they get a good spot like they did on the map of Sandhawk, they're just going to hold on to it, just going to cling on to it and make life very miserable. So they're not going to be a very high-fragging team overall, but they just played in a very, very safe manner, which sometimes can come bite them in the butt because they still need to get those kill points. But hey, it's a good sign for me. At least, you know, I picked them first to get a chicken dinner in map number 1. They came in kind of the bottom 3. And here we go, redemption times from the Gurkhali boys.
Yeah, well, we do have to say this. I would love to cling and hold on to this segment as long as I possibly can. But you know what? The match is ready. So you two get out of here. We'll check in with you and we'll brush you all up on what we want to talk about this segment a little bit later on. We're going to bring our commentators back in. Maxman and Imperium are back for match number 3.
Back's in, my front's in, everything's in. We're ready to get into the game even, I'm going to say. Thank you very much. But Jason, I'm not mad. It is true, I say a lot of times being consistent is key in a tournament. And talking about being consistent, we're talking about Valdes Imperium. They have been popping off top 3 back-to-back, and now we're looking if they can try and remain in that first place again after we hit the map of Erangel once again.
It would be a hell of a good start if they were to continue on that kind of hot streak of being in the top 3. I would like to see a chicken dinner being secured for them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure once they keep continuing, that will be broken for them. Another team I've been also very impressed with is Yala Esports. Now, again, it's been a while since we've seen them in a global tournament at a global stage, and it worried me, but I really shouldn't be, because the Middle Eastern region as a whole has grown so much over the last 6+ months with lots of competitions, and we've seen it back in the EMEA Championship, right? So for Yala to be doing good, I really shouldn't be surprised, because it's obvious that they've stepped up their game within their own region, as well as the other teams within that region who have already competed at the global stage. So Yala, very, very happy to see you up there with strong results.
To emphasize actually what you're saying, look at the top right of your screen, currently the top players. Ida is currently the top player with 1,133 damage, I believe it was right there, with 7 kills total coming his way. So not only are they doing good on a team-wide scale, they're also doing good on an individual level, especially with Ida getting that clutch play in the first game on Erangel and able to make things a lot easier for his team on that game of Sanhok. But I like it actually, all the top players, I don't know if you saw there, top players, they all from different teams, all from different countries, which is great. Normally you would see tournaments like this, it would be, you know, 3 players of Zeus or 3 players of BTR. No, it's all different, and I love to see that. I also love to see this. They're playing bump him cards right now. Team Reject Scarlet also going to have a little bit of a chase arena with, I believe that was Myth. It is Myth. And they're just going to go their separate ways. It's good old fun over here in the World Invitational. We're having fun, Imperium. It's great.
Well, with this phase 1 that has popped up and it's gone towards a typical southwestern side of the map, it makes sense that maybe Reject want to go a little bit more west of their normal drop spot, so they're already well positioned inside this phase 1 circle. Myth are going to go down to Primorsk, loot up, and then probably rotate up the coastal line of the western side of the map and situate themselves probably to the west of Gatka area. Zeus are going to have South George lootable to themselves, and they'll probably go to Everest is what I would guess they would go, because it's a great starting point to get a lot of information towards Gatka from
Zeus.
Everest for Zeus. And coming into phase 2, they have a lot of space to reposition for themselves. So Zeus, I recommend, will go to Everest.
I think that would be a great play to go for, especially if you want to try and get information of what's happening inside of Gatka itself.
Yeah.
That would be one of the best course of action to do if you want to do so. I would say even stay there until you see phase 2, because you see a lot of circles like this where it is around the position of Gatka fields, and then you have, boom, big hard shift up to the northern side, and then the most important position in that entire circle becomes Everest. So if you want to stay there for the long period of time and wait for phase 2 or even phase 3 before you start moving away with the information you gathered, I think that would be an okay course of action for Zeus to take. There are other teams that are got good position in the circle is Geek Fam, widespread inside of Gatka. That is something that we see happen a lot in Imperium. That is, I think, so one of the most famous strats you do when you drop in Gatka fields. As long as he has a car, and if a team tries to contest you, you regroup.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you do. So Geek Fam, it's a pretty easy early stage, and hopefully they don't have too many troubles coming their way.
Obviously, it's more clustered on the east with this kind of phase 1 circle. Nasser, Yala, BTR, DS, all kind of somewhat either edge or outside the circle. And that's where the Xavier, who dropped in Pachinki, need to be a little bit aware that if they don't disengage away from that city early enough, they could have 2, 3, 4 teams around them. So I would like to see them, even if they send one player up to Pachinki Hill to be a scout, to be some form of an anchor point to a better position coming in towards the end of phase 1. Either way, they do have to move out sooner rather than later.
Eventually they're going to have to make things work out for themselves. Going to be seeing I8 trying to cross over that bridge. Just like game 1, there was no one going to be gatekeeping it. There was not Reject, there was not A1. So, and yeah, it's a lot earlier too, as you said, and then the circle 2. There's no inherent rush this time around. You're safe, and they're just going to be going forward, getting out, peeking, looking for information. If no one's defending, they're going to push. That's how you do it, and it's been working out fine for them so far.
I worry that they're stopping midway. Maybe they're just getting information, now they're all crossing forward. A1 are a little bit familiar, being a South Asian team as well, might be a little bit familiar with how I8 like to kind of pathfind their way through from the military island. But I8, I worry because they're going quite deep into this phase 1 circle without any information at all. They could get caught out by Reject. But because they're doing it early enough, teams like Reject aren't in any way solidified positionally in this circle. So it's working out for IA for the time being.
Working okay. Got to be careful. Duello still inside of Ferry Pier. And seem like UZM is going to be the one to actually have the first contact with a playoff reject. UZM, how are you going to play this one? You're way too far away from the rest of your team. You've got players currently up north and even to the west of his current location. And seem like Duello maybe wants to go and chase him down. He's not interested in taking the fight. Very clearly, he wants to be able to find a compound or a good spot, clear up that position, and have a team roll into that position. That's the game plan that UZM is currently doing, but it's serving also as a sacrificial lamb because you are going into the unknown, right, Imperium? And because of that, it could go against you, but seems like despite being spotted away by Reject, you will make it over to this warehouse and will be able to create maybe an opportunity for this team. And they're going to be zooming forward. Okay, they're going in one by one, but they're not losing anyone. As long as it's working, I'm not going to complain.
Now, it's worked out for I8, and in the end, they've kind of found their feet and found their bones, but I do think there is a level of uncertainty on their rotation, which worries me about them, because when they're committing to a rotation, you realistically got to have a plan A, plan B, plan C in terms of where you are going to go, right? And it felt like there was a little bit of, oh no, there's a team here, where do we go now? For about 10 or 15 seconds. Luckily, they didn't get caught out, but it could have been a lot worse for them. They found their spot. It's to the east of Quarry. But moving on over, Valdis, they're still in Roshawk, but they do have GUI that's starting to loop more by Watertown, so thinking forward, coming into the end of phase 1. The Xavier did do what I suggested, which is move out of Pachinki very early, and they've gone quite deep into phase 1 by the Chopsticks area. And interestingly enough, Geek Fam have not stayed in Gaka. They've actually opted for more of a hillside area near the Observer Tower to the south of Observatory Tower down the south of Gaka. So I find that a little bit interesting.
Actually, that was exactly what I was going to talk about. You just read my thoughts, Imperium. I was going to mention... Oh, actually, you got to be careful. That's an expensive car sport, bro. You've got to be careful how you use it. But exactly, this is actually a really good position for Geek Fan because I think they're trying to read and look into the future a little bit and thinking, you got a lot of water over to the western side and also the south. So he's potentially, well, the entire team are expecting maybe the circle to center up, go up north, or maybe even to the east away from some kind of landscape of water. And if you go to the west of Gatka Fields, you've got those little hilltops, those little high ground positions. From that spot, you can very easily scout to the east into the center circle as to what's happening. So if you have to go from west to east, it's a lot easier than going from east to west because you've got to go uphill.
Yep.
So because of that, the information game and further rotation potential, I think that's a big brain play from Geek Fam. Of course, if they execute it properly, right?
Exactly. It's all about the execution. You can have the nicest recipes in the world, right? You can have the most expensive, luxurious recipes in the world, but if you don't know how to cook those ingredients, you're not really going to have good food, right?
Why are you talking about me like that? Why you got to put me on the spot like that? Like, was it that bad when I cooked you some pancakes, man? Was it? Come on, it's not cool. Not cool, man.
Man, the horror. Oh God. Anyway, just have to clear my throat a little bit. But phase 2 has popped up. It's centered quite nicely, gone up north, and that puts Geek Fam's position. It's not as centered a circle, but I think because it's high ground, it's still incredibly valuable for them.
Exactly. Now, if you have to rotate up north, you see Zeus, you know where also the Xavier are going to be, and you can even spot which team is moving forward. It's going to be I8. They're actually moving down southeast of where they are. So information gain for them is going to be huge, but Zeus has already started moving away from Everest, keeping Zeol still on a somewhat high ground position to gather more intel, but it seemed like they did not want to stay there for an extra phase. Phase 2 was their limit, and then they instantly start moving forward. They're talking about moving. A few teams are going for a little bit of a edge circle rotation, especially A1. They're not going straight for the circle, Imperium. They're wrapping around the southern side into reject and trying to avoid the fights as much as possible. And seeing A1 do that, you know, I'm okay with it. Teams play edge, and it works great if you play around it properly, of course.
It was also a little bit similar for Yala on the east along with Nasser. But that was more of a product of the fact that they were already on the east, so that they were threatened with caution. So A1's edge of circle rotation, a little bit more surprising, but I do like it indeed. Fight is going to break out between these two teams, though. Damus is looking to reposition. Going up with the rest of his team as Loka is knocked down, so Yala will be most likely down to 3 players. They have one inside that compound that's outside of Headshot Hills, but Valdis are already there, and they could be putting Yellow under even more pressure, Max.
Of derbies happening on this game of Wrangle, interestingly so. Everyone trying to move forward. Concept will just go and squeeze right in between NASA and also Yala. And there you go. That's one first casualty in this derby race. Bandar will be sent to the afterlife. And NASA's seeing this compound down below. Do they intend to go for the crash onto Yala? Seem like they're just going to be going further. Not interested in going for the breach just yet. But now it seems like teams have somewhat solidified decent positions. Valdez looking to play from Headshot Valley and maybe get himself a few opportunities onto Yala. But so far, nothing of value has really happened so for now, just now.
Is it? Are you sure now?
I think so. I think I got it at the end. I think I'm fine.
Okay, good. Proud of you, man.
Cheers, man.
Proud of you, man. Really good clap for Max for getting his words out. Well, Zeus have a really solid 2-1-1 split. Like, this is the epitome of what Zeus do, right? They have such confidence in their ability to control areas as one player alone that they create such a huge bubble around them. Sometimes it can go away from them, right? It kind of didn't last game when Crypto got an initial kill onto Zeus, right? And that really didn't help them come into late stages of the game. And that can be the hit and miss factor that Blair brought up at the start of the broadcast. But for the most part, the fact that they carry themselves with such confidence in the end should pay off in the long run for Zeus.
Hopefully it will be the case for them. But Blacklist International, another team that we were hoping to see some good things coming out from them, and they have impressed us so far, especially in that first game. They are going for Everest as of right now. They saw Zeus potentially moving out, or maybe not. They just went for the position because they understand the value of such a spot, and they instantly taking control. That's a lot of information coming their way. Navi already moving down from Northern George Pole. They're going to have the clash happening maybe with Zeus, but the circle's going to shift, and when you have a circle like this, in Gatka Fields, wherever it goes, you can have a big migration of teams. And if you're not in a good spot and you have to fight for a compound, it could get tricky. And it goes right on top of the fight currently unfolding between Na'Vi and Zeus. As Na'Vi, they're taking control. They're decimating one by one the entirety of Zeus. As now only Godless is going to be up and ready to go. IC could still give some information as he's down on the side, but there's nothing you can do. There is no escape. And Na'Vi, as Blank said, is or they die early and get 0 point, or they win the game and it's 35. This is looking so far like a 35-pointer.
Oh man, it's the same with Zeus, right? It's like, and I feel bad because I beat them up with that position, but when they lost a player on that radio tower square, they shouldn't have pushed that, right? Because Navi were already closer to them. They already had much better control of that position. And they have the body advantage. You are literally putting yourself in a position, if you full send it in that area, where you are going to be squad up. And it's exactly what happened to Zeus. They should have just cut their losses at that point in the game. But at the end of the day, it opens up control for Navi to hold on inside this phase 3. Geek Fam are going to be down south, while Fnatic Zombies does wipe out one of the BTR players.
Yeah, not going to have to come back to life this time as no one goes down, so they'll be able to take themselves one extra kill into the likes of BTR. Still have to move forward, though, got to be careful. A1 are pushing down south, and they might have a little bit of a skirmish happening between these two teams. And Reject also complete. I love this rotation from Reject. If we could see the minimap at some point later on, you'll see what I'm talking about. They went for the wide rotate around Fairy Pier all over to the western coastline. They avoided every single fight they could have ever imagined, and then circle. I mean, that's great. If it works, man, I have no issues. This is a great rotation, rotate from Reject.
Very clever, quite calculated. Benefited by the fact that Myth have been somewhat slow on their rotations coming away from Primorsk. So open up more of a door. DRS though, the team that won the last game in Sanhok with some fantastic rotations up in the north, they're doing something similar. They're on towards that northwestern side of the circle. Yala, outside of Everest. Blacklist still hold on to Everest, but IA taking a couple of shots in their directions. They are trying to settle themselves into a strong position coming into phase 4.
Yeah, it's not going to be too easy if we have a big northern shift, so if they can already start setting themselves up for rotate, I think that would be really strong. But Myth, and you talked about Myth being a little bit too slow on their rotation, of course, Team Myth from Algeria, they are going to struggle the most. I think they're going to suffer the most in this lobby if the circle goes any further away from where they currently are. They're currently in the southwest. They got to move away. Up north is Reject. Up northeast is going to be IA. It's going to be also A1 over to the southeast, and over to the east you also have Zombies. So they are completely surrounded by teams, and they need to try and set themselves up now, which they're trying to do with Roki, trying to actually find himself a good spot. But then it's still not, that is such a hard rotate, and I cannot imagine Myth actually pulling it off without losing 1 or 2 players minimum. Oh, wow, okay.
That's centralization in phase 4 around the field that Navi holds onto. You either crash or you stay on the edge. A lot of these teams are going to be playing on the edge of the circle, Max. That's going to create an absolute cluster truck of madness by the side of the road. Last player, BTR, is going to have DS, should I say, Yala. Just a hell of a lot of damage going on through as BTR are indeed wiped out.
Out in 15 for them, and now they're going to have another clash onto the northern east. Blacklist International versus Valdos. Valdos got the high ground. Apparently, they snuck behind Blacklist International, and now they are losing everything. That's one player out. They're still up as a 3-man, but even then, this is not easy for them to hold on. Actually, no, down to a 2-man now, as they're in the compound down below. But Valdos, you saw exactly where they went. If you want to crash in a 4v2, all the strength to you. I would personally do that myself. I advocate for it. It's only a 20-game tournament. Every kill will count, and it might make the difference at the very end after the 20 games are done and dusted.
Yeah, but it also makes me think, why didn't Blacklist stay on Everest, realizing that a team might have been wrapping around them, right? The circle shifts away from you. It's phase 4, edge of circle situation. You're better off actually being outside the circle, which means there's a higher chance you can pick a team off, and you're avoiding all the commotion on your entryway in up until the next phase hits up. DS have really gotten a stranglehold over the Xavier and Yala inside this eastern side of the circle. Really good play from the South Korean side.
Oh, luckily enough, not going to be spotted by Mafia Ninja just yet, but Mafia Ninja is going to be spotted away. Nima with a DP28. Actually, this is a great weapon. Oh, he's just, there you go. That's done. That was, what, 5 seconds, and boom, the entirety of A1 Esports get completely obliterated and destroyed by the entirety of DRS. So really good play. Unfortunately, A1 delayed that rotation. They tried to go for a sneaky rotate just like Reject, but unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. As there we go, we said it, we want to see Valdos go for the aggressive play and take down Blacklist International. That's exactly what they do, as they still remain as a 4-man crew with 6 kills to their name. They are absolutely popping off on this 3rd game of the day.
Like, Valdos have gotten 14 kills between 2 games so far, and they're already on 6. That's 20 kills in 3 games. That average is insane at the start of the PMWI. Really strong aggression and control from Valdos Esports. They have absolutely no fear on any kind of breach coming on through, but we are getting into the latter part of phase 4, and you can see most of the teams, they are covering the edge. The only team that's in any way in the center of the circle is Navi to hold onto that radio tower square.
And they show no intentions of moving away from this spot anytime soon. The only time that you're going to be able to move them away is or if the circle moves out, or if you try and go for the full-on push onto them, and that is not an easy feat to achieve. Reject, going farm wide in the open fields. DRS is going to be nearby them, so you've got to be careful how you sneak your way forward, and it seems like DRS are alert of what's happening, as that's going to be Nima instantly put down on his knees by a great shot from Sara on the M4. The circle's about to move, so they might have to actually put an end to this fight prematurely. You do not want to push this any further, because if you have to move into the circle, you cannot take that fight between each another. So we'll see where it's going to pop for this next phase. This fight might not go any longer, depending on where it goes.
Fortunately, bad timing, I feel, on the engagement from Sarah, as the circle has shifted up north in favor of DRS and Reject. But whoever comes out on top of this one could be in the top 3 of the whole game. It gives a lot of open area for Valdos to wrap around and hold on and control the northern side of the circle, which has been the case. But it's all the teams down south that have it all to play for, right? You're talking about IA, DS, Yala, Fnatic Zombies, Nasser, Mythic. There's very little cover inside the south side for all of these teams to control.
Put this into perspective, we currently have only 4 teams out of 12 inside the circle. That's a 3rd ratio. All the other teams all gonna have to fight for a good position, or we'll lose a lot of players in the process of that rotation actually unfolding.
Exactly.
This is not an easy one. This is the tipping point of where things are going to go bad for a lot of the teams that are unfortunately not already into the circle itself, and we'll have to see how things could work out. Geek Fam could be one of the team, and we said it, right? They went for the high ground position very early. It could create a big advantage as Reject go for the engage onto DRS. They clear out 1 hay bale. There's 1 more to go, and if you do so, you're literally going to be fully uncontested onto the northern western side of this circle. You will be the king of the fields as AJ trying to think a little bit wider and gets mowed down by the opposition. The Japanese team of Reject on absolute fire this game, Imperium.
Really good from Reject. They had to create a controlling start. Sarah got the first knock earlier on. They had to take advantage of that. They breach it in. Mythic now on towards the western side. Fnatic Zombies driving in. IA running and gunning as Navi are getting breached inside the radio tower.
This is the YOLO moment we were talking about. This is the tipping point. You have to take the fight, or otherwise you will get nothing out of this one. Na'Vi, though, still with the high ground position, they are trying to make sure you do not get any closer to their spot. And now IA going for that play. They're getting actually backstabbed by the zombies right behind them, struggling a fair bit. And Fnatic Zombies, they're looking at an opportunity to get as many kills as possible, but they're also possibly going to be mowed down by Na'Vi on the high ground spot. And we're talking about that IA losing almost everyone except Revers, I believe it is, and they are just getting naded down like it's absolute nothing. This is looking like a mini red zone concentrated on their current location, but Na'Vi's got to be careful. This is a hilltop position. You're still opportunistically going to be taken down by teams around you, and so far Myth and Geek Fam are taking that chance to ruin the opportunity of Na'Vi of being on top this game.
Xavier and DS still fighting. Once again, Rabiz is stepping up. Lapis does get Kitsune on the sidelines as Frankie and the ZZP really good from the Xavier. I thought DS Gaming had the better of them, but it seems like the Xavier are going to come out on top. Very nice job by the Xavier.
Okay, that circle is huge for Reject. You've got to be careful. Still got widespread duello, especially being really close to Myth. It could work out for them. But man, this fight is so confusing. You have 4 teams literally right on top of each another almost, and they are all in nade range, but I think that so many came out already. There's no more nades to go for. There's no more nades to use, so you have to go for the shots yourself. Na'Vi, though, despite having so many players knocked, they got back up as a 4-man crew, and that will be enough to take down the opposition of IA, as they are the first team to go down in this 4-way skirmish.
Oh my
but Na'Vi, they'll get into the cars. They want to move away, but another mini red zone drops right on top of their head. That's 3 down. Kitsune is going to be having to take that 5 versus Xavier as they get completely shut down, and Na'Vi will be out in 7th. Xavier, out of nowhere, picked up 9 kills. That's huge.
Good morning, Vietnam. Insane from the Xavier. Opportunistically pulled out. The fact that they were able to take out DS Gaming meant that they were able to then focus on Navi. And Navi weren't aware. They tried to disengage and they paid the price for it. Fnatic Zombies go down. Finally, 5 teams, 18 players left in the open field finish of a wrangle.
Lamborghini sees a car of another brand and he's not happy, so he's going to mow that one down. And slow down the attempt of Geek Fam to actually get into the circle itself, but they got to get through that field. They're going to do that with the smokes right now, and they're pushing very close to Myth. And Myth has been a relatively passive team this game, I would say, Imperium. So in terms of nades, they must have an insane amount to deal with, and that would make that fight so easy versus Geek Fam that has been somewhat struggling to get in that spot in the first place.
Valdez, though. Martin staying on the outside of the circle. Shots are being fired up. The Xavier has 1 knockdown, but 2 are now starting to breach in. Lamborghini and Frankie together. If they can squeeze out Martin and get that knock and a kill onto Martin, that will at least give an opening for a revive onto Rabis. But until that happens, Martin is just going to continue to pressurize and allow the rest of the team to push maybe a little bit more heavily onto the Xavier.
How are Valdez doing it? This is another top 5 game. Back to back to back. And they are maybe going to be turning it into another top 3. And if they can, I mean, you said it earlier, right? Can we see them actually find closer to a game and get themselves a win? If they do so, they'll be creating such a huge lead in the very first day that it'll be really hard to surpass it in day 2, 3, or 4. So other teams around them got to be careful and pay attention that if this team starts running with the lead now, it's really hard to close off that gap afterwards. That's a great shot coming out from QB, but be careful, you're also in range of Myth. He's going to trace some utility back and forth, but the circle's about to shift, and that's going to be the deciding factor of this game, as Snipes has the perfect angle underneath that car, and he gets himself Rio down on his knees, and he's trying to shut down the entirety of Myth. Goes for the spray here, switches over to the M4, taking a lot of damage in the process in the Bloom shot. He's got to switch weapon, but the rest of Geek Fam is there to assist him, and Myth again completely overwhelmed, as only Farok is going to be up and ready to go, but unfortunately has no good spot to fight from.
Like, that was beautiful from Geek Fam, right? Snipes led the way, and then when he started to take a bit of damage, he stepped back, and the rest of the team followed suit, right? Trading the damage and just suppressing your opponents beautifully. Farouk can go nowhere as the circle shifts towards Valdez. This is incredible.
Still have a player that's currently a little bit further out. Not sure who it is exactly, but he's trying to make sure he gets rid of
Martin,
the Xavier. I think it might be Martin, yeah, trying to get rid of the Xavier. They're trying to sneak forward. Luckily, they got a rock to play from, so that could create a little bit of an advantage, but great use of utility. And as you said, Martin is indeed going to be the one trying to be the thorn in the side of the Xavier. Team Myth will be eliminated of this one, so now only 4 teams remain. The Xavier, 10 kills out of nowhere after that last fight with Na'Vi. Now they're looking to try and take more and more control. Lamborghini on the forefront, Frankie ready to join up too, while leaving Rabbids on the more back end of things to maybe be that insurance for the team. The smokes dissipate, and now it's anybody's game.
Reject. The Japanese team got 1 kill in game 1. Game 2, they did pick it up, grabbing 3 kills. And in this game, they're looking good in the top 4 with 6 kills. Have been very strong on their rotations on the west. But now can they deal with the might of the Malaysian geek? As their shots are being fired up
so
by
close.
snipes.
Oh, that was such a close spray. A little bit more to the left, and that would have been a knocked on Duello. Does some utility. They connects. Duello down to 50%. GeekFam still has a 4-man, and they are trying to take 2 fights at the exact same time versus Reject and also Xavier. But it's actually working out significantly well. Frankie's knocked down first. Duello will be the next one to follow up. GeekFam are doing God's work on this game, Imperium.
Controlling the south.
Smoke.
Controlling the north.
Oh, that's the run up. That's the bind. Go for it with UMP. Not off Bellets, though. You've got to pre-fire, but you've got to be careful when you pre-fire with such a weapon. And he's going to be taken out instantly. Reject out in now 4. 3 teams yet remain. And Valdez is once again get a top 3 back to back to back, making the unthinkable possible in this World Invitational.
They have a full squad. It's all theirs. It's theirs to lose.
Perfect game. There's no escape. Literally nothing you can do unless you get one clutch nade or molly to push them out of a hay bale, then maybe things could work out. Gilly's going to be spotted away. Great spray from Snipes. And he's instantly going for the kill. He has the eyes on the prize, Imperium. He wants to get as many points as possible. Now down to 3. Will that be enough for Valdez to get the win? We'll have to see.
And the revive was played out onto QB. So now Geek have a full squad. Valdez are down to 3. Xavier is left to 1. And look at Frankie. He's crawling around. He's looking for information. Let's see if Rabbids can do something with that info.
Yeah, that's a good thing when you're playing in these field finishes. That nade way too close for comfort. I think they just redone his hair for a quick second. But Frankie will be confirmed out by QB. 8 kills over to GeekFam 2. Seemed like that reposition we talked about, getting the information on the high ground, was so important for them to get in this spot in the first place. And now they're sneaking. And you've got to keep in mind, Imperium, there's a little bit of an overhang that is going in favor of GeekFam. That's extra information that split-second difference could make the difference indeed in those gunfights versus Valdez and GeekFam.
Second they breach over that hill, they have no cover. That makes it harder.
Yeah, that's the Xavier out in 3rd. Nice game, still a lot of kills, and especially being in 3rd, that's 10 position points coming your way, so still a banger for them. Now the fights are going to be happening. GeekFam still getting pushed away. Concept going to be spotted out. Maybe I caught it a little bit too soon. I thought they were going to be the game coming their way, but no, Valdez are struggling to hold on to the edge, and they are getting completely surrounded by foes. GeekFam are taking the most control. 6 is going to be still up and ready to go, but he's the last player remaining, and he loses his life in a process, as that's going to be the game lost for Valdez the Murder, and that will be GeekFam taking himself the game over here on game number 3 on Orangle. What a game indeed, and the information game, Imperium, is the name of the game for them, and that is what rewarding them with the win at the very end.
So well controlled from GeekFam. They did really deserve that chicken dinner. That is one thing to be said. They did deserve that chicken dinner on how they played on the south, and dealing with Reject, dealing with Myth, dealing with somewhat the Xavier. And to still survive as a full squad, it speaks highly of how they set themselves up throughout the whole game. But also, to be fair, Valdez did throw that end game. They did. I hate to sound bad, but they threw that end game for all the strength I give them. It was a bit of an F.
There was a little bit of an F coming out from them. It was a really good attempt, but it seemed like the one little shot that GeekFam were able to find created that huge man advantage, and that man advantage is what allowed them to take more control. They wrapped around, they wanted to suffocate the opposing team, and it worked out great at the end. So, good execution from GeekFam. I think they were one of the teams that were seen from a lot of the viewers, and I think I saw people on social media especially say that they think GeekFam could surprise a lot of people, and that's exactly what they did on this performance. Though, we want to see this more. We didn't see something like this on Game 1. We didn't see something like this on Game 2. Hoping to see something, a little bit more consistency on that side of things, as now we have a little bit of a highlight package ready for all you guys at home to break down a few of the plays, because this was a very action-packed, and a lot of smart rotations did come out from a lot of the teams in this game.
Some really smart rotations, but let's be fair though, circle shifts weren't kind in the sense of it forced so many teams to play an edge of circle strategy, and not a lot of teams I feel are really set up for that in a massively controlling way. And that was just one of the unfortunate things. Navi really had the ability to, I think, get a much better result, but after taking down I8, they really should have made sure that they had their backs covered. They clearly would have heard the shots between the Xavier and DS. Why didn't they look behind them before they looked to disengage, right? You can see it on your screens. The Xavier just absolutely wiped them out. That shouldn't have happened.
I think that they were expecting to have very little nades remaining for the enemy team, so they regrouped and they were trying to get into a card to start moving forward, and that one nade just ruined everything. One nade, I think it was double, potentially even a triple knock at that one nade, and they could not do anything against it. So Xavier actually holding on to that grenade or holding on to that utility a little while longer actually was the difference maker in the grand scheme of things, and it worked great. As we'll see them moving on forward, as now we're looking at the replay at the end of that game, and this is what I loved of GeekFam. One by one, they find one player, focus him down, eliminate him, create an even bigger lead and advantage for yourself. And once you do that, and you know you've got such a big lead that you cannot lose the game, you go for the push. And the execution was so clean yet simple. This is what you love to see coming out from a team like GeekFam.
Yeah, really good. They have a lot of support and just really, really beautiful to see. I know Valdez kind of throw the game, but we do have to recognize that at the end of the day, in every single game so far, they have secured a top 3. And that in itself is pretty damn pog.
I was about to say, we can't argue with a 3 top 3s back-to-back happening, so we'll see. But man, great game coming from GeekFam, and I think there's a lot of intricacies that need to be broken down. So you know what? Who better to do that than the Desk Boys themselves, as we'll head on over to there right after this break.
COVID-19 vaccines are already helping millions of us get back to normality. But for many more, they are still out of reach. The vast majority of vaccines are going to wealthier countries, leaving the world's most vulnerable people behind. The COVAX initiative is working to right this wrong and ensure access to vaccines worldwide. This is not only the right thing to do, it is one of our best routes out of this global pandemic. As new variants continue to evolve, we know that as long as the virus is circulating somewhere, nowhere is safe. Gavi, through COVAX, is helping to provide vaccines at no cost to 92 lower-income countries. It has already delivered over 80 million vaccines worldwide. With your help, we can protect millions more people, ensure no one is left behind, and help bring an end to this pandemic.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers, and it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
cold-blooded and light. In the fine print that tell me what's wrong and what's right. And it comes in black and it comes in white, and I'm frightened by those who don't see it. There was a dream, and one day I could see it. Like a bird in a cage, I broke in and demanded that somebody free it. And there was a kid with a head full of doubt. So I'll scream till I die, or the last of those bad thoughts will finally out.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 games into our very first day here at the PMWI, and we still have many more matches to come up, not only in just East, but we also have an entirely other division, other conference to go to with West a little bit later on today once this show finishes up. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host. I haven't been fired just yet, but that can change. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. And I have our 2 fantastic analysts, Blake and Blair, as well, joining me here in a virtual world. Though we're not here together in person, we'll always be together in our hearts. So guys, Match 3 done. Geek Fam taking home the chicken dinner. Fantastic start by them. They had a little bit of a rough start overall in the event, but we'll get straight into our match results so we can kind of see how many points all the teams did get, though, in this last game.
Yeah, I feel like Geek Fam, sure, they had a kind of a rough game number 2 there, but the way they played this one, just like absolute perfection, right? They were playing the zone pretty well. Again, not afraid to take the fights, which is fantastic. And I gotta say, all the names who are coming out on top, you know, Valdez, you have Reject, DX, Geek Fam, and it's been the story for me personally, these past 3 games. They have been toppling some of the big names here. I especially enjoyed how Reject completely dismantled DRS as well. Navi, a little unfortunate there, Blank. Like, they were looking really good, completely wiping out Zeus and I8, but then inevitably not able to do much more after that.
Yeah, I mean, you actually see those kind of circles come through where it's like totally central on Na'Vi with the fields all around them. And you might think to yourself that's a really good thing. But looking back on it now, I can pretty much say it wasn't the best shift for them because it centralized so much attention on them that they had literally about 8 teams come from the southeast to challenge their location. And I think there's only so much you can do in that situation. Tixie made a bold play where he moves out, tries to take some shots, but unfortunately goes down. And I think that was kind of the best that could have happened in that situation, realistically. I think he did a great stall job, but it was just a matter of time before they got dismounted there, Blair.
Yeah, and then, Zeus, Bigatron, A1, Blacklist, I guess they just want to probably forget what happened there. That was rough. That was just a rough outing for all these names in particular.
Yeah, I think this is unfortunately becoming a common occurrence for Zeus after we talked about in match 1, the fantastic showing up for the event, again, continuing their performance from PMGC. But I think this is 2 games back-to-back where they've had themselves 0 points. Bigatron as well, not sporting too well, but we're not really seeing the level of consistency out of Bigatron that we got to see back in Malaysia in 2018. But either way, we are starting to see some new contenders rise up through the ranks. And the first team we do want to talk about, we'll actually touch on that in a few seconds here when we take a look at overall standings so you guys get an idea of where all the teams currently do stand in our overall leaderboard. But Valdez, this team, we knew them in different incarnations previously as different names, but they've definitely shown up here, Blank, and they definitely become a team that everyone has to watch out for as you're seeing in our overalls.
Yeah, 13 points ahead of Geek Fam, who are currently set at 37. But honestly, for Valdez, in that game, what I saw was a team that, sure, they came second, but they had a lot of confidence on side. Martin took a very aggressive angle. They'd actually pushed out the majority of the circle, so about 50% of it was completely barren, with Valdez taking the majority of it. And I think some of those off angles were maybe less ideal than others. I think Martin had a really good one. Gui, unfortunately, pushing up into the grass where he's actually looking uphill means that the player towards those hay bales looking down can easily spot that body in the hay itself. So I think that was maybe a bit of a misplay, but the main thing is that they're playing with confidence, and coming into the first day with that kind of confidence just flows into the rest of this elite competition. So you know that Valdez is getting off to a really good start. Malaysian team and Geek Fam though in second place. Honestly, I'm really proud of these guys. I'm really proud of Malaysia overall because they have just been pumping out talent. I think they've had a couple of players been taken over to Team Secret now, but Geek Fam, they still stand tall here.
Yeah, I'll say this, and Blair, it's amazing to me and great to see, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, South Korea, Nepal, in our top 5 right now. These are 5 countries that I wouldn't necessarily expect to be up this high. Not necessarily this high. I'm not trying to talk about it in a negative way, but more of I was expecting Na'Vi, from Russia to do better than what they're currently doing. Bigatron from Indonesia able to do better. I'm happy to see Reject here from Japan actually be 6th place because of how big PUBG Mobile is in Japan and how much money they have coming into the scene for their events.
Yeah, and I think this is something we alluded to in the pre-game segments as well, where we're talking about how if you look at the format of this tournament, it's not that many games. So if you start off with a bang, it could really work out in your favor. And as you said, all these SCA teams, you have Thailand, you have Malaysia, you have Vietnam, DS Gaming as well from South Korea. DRS Gaming, I know they're not the big favorites, but they're a team for me I always knew could deliver. So I'm not too surprised to see them here in 5th position after 3 games. But yeah, everyone here has been doing a fantastic job. And it's pretty much almost the entirety of Southeast Asia being represented in that top 8 position. And on the other half, it's been a little rough here. I think one team, I know Na'Vi have had some hits. It's been struggling a little bit for Na'Vi, but the one name which for me is it's looking a little grim has to be A1 and I8. After 3 games, still languishing in the bottom 4. It's not something I personally expected to see from the Bangladeshi and the Pakistani team.
I think when you look at competitions like this, I feel like it's really easy to go into the mindset of, Nazar, not a great team, A1, not a great team, Fnatic Zombies, not a great team. But I think we all need to keep in mind is you're playing against, the best teams in the world right now, right? There has to be teams that are in 16th, 15th, 14th place. And you put Nazar Esports into a different event, and they could easily, and have been, #1 within their own region, right? So I feel like we need to give a little bit of slack to all these teams, and we know the potential they all have as well. But I agree with you, definitely A1, after seeing what they can do back at PMGC in the league stage, we know that potential. They're just not able to hit that kind of stride just yet. But one team that has hit the stride that at Blank you want to touch on in particular, it's Valdez Esports. We want to dive into their player stats so far because they have been performing on all cylinders. Martin in particular has definitely been someone you've been keeping your eye on.
100%. I mean, this team is very, very damn good. And I mean, just look at these average placement points. I mean, 16.67, you're basically looking at 17 points a game. And you know, we would really ideally say a team towards the top of a competition like this would be hitting around about 14, 15 points per game. So they're already above and beyond what is pretty much a first place team's position here. So really, really good stuff from Bordes so far. Honestly, I want to see these guys succeed from Thailand. I think they've been having a lot of rough events where they've come so close to glory and it's just been pulled back from them. But right now they are laying out the carpet for success.
Yeah, and honestly, I love to see teams that are taking advantage of the situation to play against other teams of such high caliber to improve themselves and really make themselves stand out. And one team we always talk about when we're discussing playing against teams of the utmost caliber, it's going to be Bigatron, and we want to dive into their player stats actually and see one thing in particular, if I'm not mistaken, the survival time and how it's been affecting their team, because we have seen, I think, 2 matches right now in a row where they've had a bit of a struggle.
For sure. And I think Liquid there, obviously, with 19 minutes survival time, Zuxi with the 18, but Luxy down there in 14 minutes. It's a little bit unfortunate. A lot of the players do go out quite early, Blair.
Oh yeah, and that's just rough, and that's something you don't expect to see from a team like Bigatron. I could even throw in names like DRS as well, where I feel like they tend to lose players very, very early in the game, which is not exactly something which would be part of the game plan. These are the sort of teams who want to take it slow. Yep.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're going to lose ourselves right now because the game is ready to go. So you two, get out of here. The blue sun is taking you away from me. And it's time to drop in with our casters yet again with Max Man and Imperium. So let's bring them in here in just a second and get things going here with match number 4.
I feel bad for you guys on the desk. Hey, you guys speeding up. But we've got snappy games happening right now, Imperium.
Come on.
You know what? On the desk, stop talk, start game, okay? That's what we want at the end of the
day. Absolutely terrible. What, do they want to cast as well? No,
no, stop talk, just game.
Stop talk, just game. Okay, well, we have this game, game 4 of the day in Miramar. It's our first Miramar of the PMWI, Max, and that playing path, it's a little bit tricky for any teams that like to go towards the southwest, but because it's diagonal, I do think it allows, for the most part, pretty much all these teams to get to their respective drop spots.
Yeah, the most important thing when you drop in Miramar is knowing also the car spawn. So if you want to drop in, I don't know, Valdemar, Chumacera, it is still easily possible for you to get to that spot purely by just knowing a drop location where there are cars, get into it and take one of the high roads and get into that spot. There we go. So I'm not really expecting too much to happen in this game, though one thing I do want to mention, and that's going to be about BTR. They have been having a real rough time on these games. They talked about a few of the stats, especially Luxy having a real hard time himself. I think an average survival time, I believe it was of 14 minutes, which is extremely low for BTR ratio. Miramar is I would say one of their best maps. I think they perform the best on it, and they are really strong when it comes to their rotation. So this could be the one to put them back on the saddle, put them back into the running. But it's going to require a lot because now you're a little bit behind. And as Blair said multiple times on the desk, there's not that many games. So now is the point in time where we need to look at BTR and be like, okay, now you get serious and now you get into the game.
But we also know that BTR are easily the kind of team that can just turn the heat up at the
like PMGC,
dime, right? Yeah, at a dime they can just turn the heat up and they'll go from like 0 to 100 in a matter of minutes, so to speak. So I know that they'll pull that out. Looking at where teams are dropping, be a little bit of a cluster Los Leones with I8 going for a split drop outside the Los Leones. A1 are already there. The Xavier are going to be on that western side. And when I was talking to Crypto and he's saying about dropping Los Leones, said it should be okay because it's a very big area. And you can shift down to the south, to the west, to the east, to the north, and even if you have 2 or 3 teams dropping there, it should be okay, and it seems like it's the case for them. However, that circle is on towards the northeastern side of the map, so they are going to have a little bit of a trickier time rotating in, depending on the timing. If they rotate in at the same time as A1 or the Xavier, it could be in a little bit of a hassle. One thing I noticed as well is that nobody has dropped in Picado, Max. Nobody at all. It's free.
BTR typically drop there, and they changed it. So interesting to know what the game plan is for them at least this time. Though I want to touch upon what you said of maybe being a little bit hard to move away from Los Leones. I think it's actually relatively easy for them because we see the playing path. Okay. And one thing that I think a lot of these teams, literally all these teams are the best team of their country. That is straight up facts. That is how things work out. That is why you're at this tournament. That is why you're at this level of play. And they know how to read circles and also plane path when they work together. And you know you can have very easy entry points. Here you're looking at the southern western side of the circle. It's a very easy entry point. So I'm expecting very easy things to come out. Though, this is not going to be an easy fight, as we're going to have DS Gaming taking that assault onto Yalla Esports. And Yalla being extremely spread away from each other, actually doing a 4-man spread. DS Gaming pushing as a 4-man, there's nothing you can do, and Yalla Esport just give away and just, okay, take one player, but we are not fighting this time versus DS Gaming.
And it's also even worse because the top damage player from their team, Ida, is the one that has gone down, so that kind of takes a lot of strength away from their potential coming into later stages of the game. But DS reacting really well, you know, in this game, and it's a pattern we've seen and a trait that we've seen from them in the game so far, right? They react very well to anything that happens around them, whether it's a circle shift, whether it's a team around them. Their ability to just make that decision, and that comes down to strong IGLing and good communication to the team with the team, shows that they are more than able to compete with the best across the world.
Oh, very clearly, I think so. So, Jamal, okay, just going to jump on over. He's going to be making it out of the range of DS Gaming. But I find this very interesting, and that's something that Jason talked about on the desk, is normally when you talk about South Korean gaming, especially on FPS, they are really strong. And when I've watched a few of the Korean tournaments happen for PUBG Mobile, it seems like the meta over there is very orientated towards strong rotations. Like, I mean, 10,000 IQ rotations. You're like, wow, I didn't even think of that. I didn't think it was even possible. And I think that the gunplay was missing, should I say? Especially when I'm thinking back on the PMGC League stage, we had Archer, right? And I had actually quite a few. I had a lot of issues with Archer back in the day. But the rotations were pretty strong, but how they took fights was very weak. And it seemed like things have evolved, and now they have improved. Not only just this team, but the entire South Korean ecosystem of PUBG Mobile has improved, and now they are ready to take these fights. And that is definitely something you need when you are, taking fights versus the best teams of their own respective countries.
Totally agree with you. Sarah from Reject goes down. Yes, pick another kill off. That's 2. Keep them coming, guys. That's what DS are saying. Keep them coming. Come on. Come on. Feed me more. Feed me more. I'll take it all day, every day. Fantastic start for them. Reject's rotation with Scout fortunately doesn't work out. Valdez are still in San Martin, which I worry about a little bit. Now, it's more on the western edge of San Martin, which I think is okay. But again, the timing of their disengagement away from the city is going to be incredibly important. DRS dropped in Power Grid. They moved a little bit more heavily up north now into a centralized position, quite high up, overlooking Craterfields Hill, the hill outside El Pozo, outside of San Martin and Hacienda. DRS are in a fantastic position right now, but they're also looking to even go deeper in by going up onto that hill outside El Pozo.
And every time we talk about DRS and them playing onto this map of Miramar, I think back on PMGC League stage when we had one of the most insane finishes. It was Nepal versus Nepal, Abrupt Slayers versus DRS. And it was one of the most interesting and hyped up matches that I've seen in a long time. And it's great to see that the Nepali region in general seems to be really strong on Miramar. They are some of the best, I would say, on there very clearly when you're looking at the international stage. And DRS just encapsulates that kind of mindset, and their rotations show it, especially in this game, right? You just mentioned that Nepal and Miramar is just like a cocktail and a great recipe for success. And hopefully that could now reward them with, I was going to say a win, but actually that would be another win. They got himself a win on Sanhok, so we'll see if they can get himself a double whammy coming their way.
Maybe GeekFam will be the first team to get a back-to-back.
Also, yeah.
Dropped in El Pozo. They've gone a little bit up north, more towards the Craterfields Hill. Close to Navi, though. Navi dropped in Le Cobre area, and they're going down south. So a lot of teams kind of thinking a little bit similarly in terms of path lines to head into a strong area of this phase 1. The only problem about being on the kind of western side of Craterfields is you get very little information more towards the eastern side of the map, and if phase 2 shifts down to southeast, that will of course make it a little bit trickier for the likes of Navi, GeekFam, and hell, even Blacklist, who are on the very, very northeastern edge of the circle.
I'm having a hard time Dean, what's going on with Myth?
You're just having a hard time? Or okay, do you need to talk about it?
Every time I'm casting with you, I think I'm having a hard time.
Bro, that was just a bit harsh, man.
Hey, bro, you dissed my pancakes earlier, okay? That was not okay. It was completely out of the realm of things you should be allowed to say against me, so I just had to fight back. No, I love casting with you, man, you know it. But Team Myth, they tend to really want to play edge, like a little bit too much, I would say, from time to time. This is great. On the circle like this, I think that's great, but now, and especially with the phase 2 like that, maybe you got to start thinking of trying to actually get into the circle. Maybe not center, but actually get in there. They play in the blue quite a bit, and I think especially on that Sandhawk game we had earlier, it did hurt them a bit, and they actually lost their life. I believe it was versus Blacklist International. So playing edge is fine, and playing in the blue is fine if you want to delay that rotation, but when you have to push into the circle, you can't delay it. The more you delay it, the slimmer the chances are that you're actually going to be in a good spot with 4 players remaining.
I agree. The fact that they've got 3 kills in 3 games speaks for itself. Sinister nearly getting called out. Nasser looking to finally start off their day 1 of PMWI. Disappointing performances so far from Nasser, representing Jordan. Strong country when they're given the opportunity. Dante playing a forward, though. A1 are not to be messed about this, though, let's be fair. They lit up the scene back in PMGC. They stole so many hearts, and since then, they have been realistically the best team and the biggest representatives of Bangladesh and PUBG Mobile Esports, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon.
I wonder if Dante's still mad about the nade on Sandhawk. he's gonna get Sinister back at some point, I can tell you, man. He's gonna get him. But there's a little bit of back and forth, just mostly around information gathering. Sinister was able to heal up back to 75 to 80% HP, so he's gonna be ready to take this fight. And he's got to be careful. He's got that gun peeking over the hill, so that's something A1 could capitalize on. It's Dante trying to move on down. I think they understand that HMDA is just completely spread, and they are slowly going his way. They have no idea. Sinister instantly bites the bullet. Not going to be able to go for the flush just yet, though. He has to peek on over, and he will put himself at risk of 6ix9ine from the other side, actually taking himself down. And this, exactly as I said, you should not go for the flush, otherwise you're going to get instantly punished. And Jax and also 6ix9ine are going to go for the full-on push. And yeah, that is the flush to cost them too much.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's low-key gone against him now as Dante's being knocked down inside the blue. Hassan is going to be pushing forward. Confirmed that kill 6ix9ine. Happy days, and now push in. I don't know if Dante is going to be able to get revived up. I would argue it's not even worth it because he's already in the blue. Phase 2 is closing in. You're not that far away from the edge of the circle. Cut your losses, A1, and continue on as a 3-man team. Don't stay there.
Not bad for Dante, man. He's having a rough day, but I'll be able to make it back throughout the next 3 days. I'm sure about it. Though, moving on forward, going to start moving out. Said the blue zone going to be on top of it. It's only phase 2, so we're going to be fine. But you want to try and hold on to those resources. You might have a few standoffs later on down the line, so you want to have as much you can potentially hold on to yourself. As they're going to be moving out. Though, interesting thing, we saw M249. For all you guys out there that maybe just watch esports from time to time and maybe don't play the game too much and you just enjoy the esports side of things, the most recent update of PUBG Mobile allowed the M249 to actually spawn not in crates, but anywhere around the map. Sure, it's a little bit rarer than, for example, your M4s and such, but now instead of having the M249 being this special weapon that you see very rarely and that destroys everyone, now it's a normal weapon. So that is something to keep in mind, that you could very easily get squad wiped if you have an M249 against you.
It was nerfed a little bit, as far as I know.
Of course, yes, it had
to. But it is still powerful in its own way. Myth, I believe, have gotten a kill onto one of the reject players who are now down to 2, Divine and Lapis. So that's good by Myth to recognize an opportunity to get a kill. Phase 3, though, shifting down south into the Picado Hills along with San Martin in play. And Valdez's position is absolutely spot on. It's that kind of massive, I suppose, kind of like a Titanic level kind of front row seat information position that Valdez hold on to. They overlook San Martin. They're able to get an eye on teams that are on the southern side of the circle as well as the north and the west. So Valdez are in the perfect position unless they, of course, get breached.
We'll see as here we go. That's the fight happening. A1 going to get marched upon, tipping on their toes. That's going to be Fnatic Zombie. Salam had no idea what's about to hit him on the head, and he instantly gets bonked out of the lobby. Fnatic Zombies now have the intel that A1 is in fact in a position right up north of where they are, so they're going to try and go for the long way around, wrap around, avoid the fight. We're talking about avoiding the fight. DRS trying their best to avoid it, but they just can't. They have to crash inside the compound. Nima, Math, and Ninja are going to be pinned down in this location. The nades are going to be flying on by. Galzin could be knocked on down. The nade a little bit too short on the throw, unfortunately, as Galzin able to actually make it over, but they're even getting shot from high above. Zeus has seen this unfold from a distance, like, what's happening here? We're just going to take all the kills and snatch it for ourselves.
Of course, opportunity to third party. It's something that Zeus are very open to. And look, I get with DRS. They kind of committed to that more western side of the circle on phase 1, phase 2. But the hill that Zeus holds on to, DRS should have been there, to be honest, from phase 1. That's the hill that I was really looking at DRS going to, but because they didn't, they're paying the price for it. They're not out of the game just yet. They've only lost one player. And because Zeus is kind of overlooking from the other side of the hill, GeekFam are a little bit distracted by Zeus more than DRS. So that allows DRS to at least stay out of sight, out of mind.
God. We got on nice little bot action coming out actually from down below with the car 98. Got to be careful. Don't pick your head out too much. Oh, I thought that was going to be a connection for a second onto Zyol, but you'll be able to hold on to it. Gotta say, we opened our PMGC cards right recently, and I got like, I think I got 30 or 40 Zyols. It's a cool card, but it's got a lot of the lads.
Also, I have a signature Ably. Just putting that out there.
Oh, true.
I have Ably's signature, and I have Tixie's.
Man of culture, I see. Man of culture.
You know, so I'm their
trade.
number 1 fans.
We'll have a few trades going out as Digizavia now going to be pushing their way forward. Also, they're looking to enter from the northern edge. Though if the circle goes down south, so many teams are going to be forced to take these fights, especially, for example, Na'Vi and Digizavia. So this shift is going to mean a lot. But actually, this is amazing for Zeus. The entirety of their hill on which they are currently in the position, is currently inside the circle. They don't have to move, while they can still keep pressure down on DRS and GeekFam down below. This is huge for them. That could result in a lot of kills coming their way.
But they also can't get tunnel vision, right? Because now there's a free opportunity for IA to breach on top of the hill and maybe pick Zeus from the side. And I think Icy is going a little bit more towards the south to try and be aware of that. So Zeus, good thinking. But again, don't get tunnel vision. Looking at Na'Vi, though, they have a 2-2 split inside this circle. Very interesting. I don't agree with it, to be honest, because we're in phase 4 already. It's that time of the game where you really need to stick as a full squad or 3-1, so you're ready to protect the stranglehold of your position inside the circle, while Myth starting to wake up, put on a little bit of makeup, and get a little bit crazy up inside this Miramar map.
Or Divine. He's hoping, but they know this was only a knock, and they're now to go for the flash. They should be aware that there's a chance the player's going to be here. Divine goes for the shot. AK in hand, goes for the bloom shot, but only one bullet is all you need, and that's it for Reject. Unfortunately for them, the Japanese team is going to be out of the game in 16th. First team to be eliminated on this Miramar game, and the only Miramar game of the day, actually, so you need to try and have the impact while you still can. But now all the teams actually moving in, and actually not many squad wipes. Seeing how big this circle is and how little amount of teams actually inside the circle, I was expecting us to be maybe down to, maybe 13 or 14 by now, but it's a lot slower than expected.
It's just that teams have kind of lost a player or two and then disengaged away. So we still have the high volume of teams, but we are down to 50 players, with 6 being taken out from Valdez. Gives an opening for Blacklist International to push up this hill towards this compound, but Yala are somewhat around them. Nasser are as well, despite those two teams being down to a sliver of players. Well, Zeus, they've created a little bit of a gap for possibly GeekFam and DRS to breach in onto the edge of the circle, but it realistically makes sense because they have to worry about I8 on the other side, like I pointed out earlier on.
Not gonna lie, this is the first time I'm casting GeekFam, and I'm already a fan of their rotations. I mentioned the rotation they did early game, last game in Gatka Fields to get the high ground, get the intel, and to facilitate further rotations. It resulted in them taking the game, and now they actually extracted themselves away from this fight between DRS, Zeus, and themselves, and now they are controlling the northern side. Not only are they in circle, but they can also snap and grab a few kills onto Zeus or even DRS in the process. Yeah. It's so simple yet so effective. I'm loving how GeekFam is playing, and their take on PUBG Mobile is so out there, and I think it's just rewarding them with such consistency that if they can do this all the time, we might see them be first at the end.
Hope that comes to fruition. Till that happens, there's a lot of teams around them that are ready to challenge, contest pushing to their limits. For Geek Fam, I would love to see them actually wrap around this side of that building and go to the compound. I feel like that's a little bit of a safer option, as well as preparing for a potential phase 5 shift in that direction. I understand if they don't have vehicles, they might be afraid to head towards that area as Fnatic Zombies and I8 are engaging. Icy comes in to get a backstab from behind, puts even more pressure on I8, and they lose a player.
Fnatic Zombies from United Arab Emirates must give it a fair shot, but seem like it will not go any further, apparently. So that's going to be the end of their story on this Miramar game, as they're going to have to now leave the other teams around them, move their way forward. Yellow Esports also getting picked away. There you go. This is the tipping point. This is the moment where I thought there's not enough space to fight from. But now the teams are slowly but surely getting decimated one by one. Fnatic Zombies, NASA, Reject, and Yellow Esports will be the first 4 teams to be taken out. Now only 12 shall remain and prevail. But Na'Vi still for a relatively big spread in this circle. Just now phase 5. Is this too much? Are they biting down more than they can shoot?
No. Sorry, never mind that. We've got BTR breaching upon A1. The PMGC battle.
We'll see.
Comes back up. Who's going to come out on top? It seems like BTR are in a much better position because A1 are closer to the high ground, although that's working out.
Nice.
They have Zeus from behind, and a lovely grenade puts the end to Jax.
I see that. We're going to get vengeance for the PMGC. Man, that's a double, Zoxy. You're smurfing it with those nades. What are you doing? Gonna get a third, a little bit short. We'll get some tick damage down onto Jax, and now with the M249, he picked it up in a building earlier, and he's ready to mow down the competition. Sinister has nothing to do. He is just a slither of HP remaining, and he is taken down. BTR get vengeance for the PMGC, and has 4 kills coming their way.
Man, has the Kryptonite turned around? Are BTR now A1's Kryptonite? Well, look, for the time being, that has been the case, but we switch on over to DS Gaming being put under so much pressure as Myths. What has happened to them in this 4th game? Doing so much better, but Sporta catching them off guard.
Oh, they didn't expect it to actually push out that building. Rio trying to get the intel. Maybe just nade. Do they not have nades? What nade do you need to put on top of Sporta? I think they did go for the molly inside. Yeah, they put the molly inside of it. There you go. He had to jump out. Gonna go for the spray once again.
No!
Sporta, you're just ruining all for Myth. Down to once again a few HP with the AKM. Gonna have to reload. Get himself his nade, ready to go. But ZZP from DS Gaming is going for the wraparound. Myth still able to hold on to just a 2 HP, and they do get it done. That's the South Korean team out of the game. Broly holding his life by a thread. Can he get his team back on the saddle and back in a game, or are they about to get taken down by their teams around them?
Oh, Myth got a gift from Blacklist. Believe it or not, that was a third party from Blacklist, who are even ignoring now Myth and allowing those full revives to be played out. BTR push in onto that compound. CS, Zeus have gone there as well. Geek Fam are there as well. It makes sense. We're in the late stages of the game. You kind of got to take what you can get in terms of hard cover, because the open high ground is not easy to deal with.
I can certainly see also on the minimap on the top right of your screen, no one wants to go dead center. It is not great terrain. You have literally nothing to fight from. So they're trying to avoid it like the plague. And the circle actually goes on top of it. There's no avoiding it, apparently, Imperial. You're going to have to go smack that center. I know. Hey, I said I'm the evil caster, right? I love to see. I press a button, boom. Worst circle you could ever ask for goes right there. Zeus have yet to move forward, though. And unfortunately, not unfortunately, that's an amazing shot. Concept going to be like, where did that come from? I have no idea. Zeus still has a 4-man. They need to start thinking of pushing their way forward. If they get a few knocks, that's going to make that shift so much easier for themselves.
The Xavier putting the push onto Navi, just Kitsune left on their own, but he's in amongst BTR, right? So, it's not looking good for Navi. Yeah.
BTR, I'm new IGL now.
I'm not yellow. I'm red. You know.
Oh, there you go. Oh no, it's treason. Then he jumps on out. Can he get the double? No, he only gets one. Liquid was so low, almost able to pick himself up a 1v2. It's still a better game than what we saw in their 2 first performances. Last game was also a really good increase for Na'Vi, but this one did end a little bit shortly for them, and it did not go their way. But still, Na'Vi normally will be able to get the res, and they will be back up as a 2-man. But Liquid, he's just surviving so much. He has the high survival time for BTR, and it goes to show the newest addition is a great addition for BTR.
Oh, yes, indeed. Can we really call him a new addition anymore? As Concept gets a beautiful nade onto Brody. Man, Myth, can you stop getting naded, please? Come on, guys. You're better than that. As Valis continue to put the pressure on towards the other side. Myth once again down to just 1.
They can't see where they're shooting, but they're just keeping the pressure down, and Myth can't do anything about it. They are getting absolutely taken down one by one. There are a lot of teams currently going to be suffering big casualties, and Valdez, are they going to make it happen again? They are currently the most central team in the circle. They got the highest ground position other than Hosem for Myth. Currently, they get rid of him. They got the tippity top of the mountain under their control, and all the information coming their way. Are they going to do 4 top 3s, 4 games back-to-back? The dream is about to become reality for Valdez, and we'll even see if they can actually turn it and convert it into a win this time.
I'm 99% sure it's going to be 4 top 3s in a row, but I don't know if they're going to take this chicken dinner. Yeah. The reason why is because look at the spread from Xavier on the northeast. The top 5 comes through. Valdez are already looking good on 9 kills max. 9 kills for Valdez in this game.
Before this game, they had an average of 7 kills out of 3 games.
Yeah.
This is, like we said it, right? Beforehand, on the desk, I think they mentioned it too. This was a team that was very up and down. Back in the PMWL, looking at this, they turned a new leaf. This is consistency at its finest. Zeus trying to push out. The smokes will make it a little bit easier for them, but the blue zone is ticking down heavily, making a heal off even harder for them to really deal with. Zor, I think, going for another first aid. But Martin, he's just pinning everyone down. You cannot escape this compound. I think the Zeus have come to terms with the fact that they are not going to go any further in this game. Abilene runs on out. He didn't get spotted by Martin. He doesn't know. He didn't see him. He's on the right. Oh no, that could ruin everything. He's in a bush. He's pulling the Ryzen. Let's go.
And because that's only a knock, it's not confirmed. Squad-wide, Valdez might be too distracted by Zeus, and Xavier are breaching in on towards the north. Look at the control from Xavier. Still up as a full squad. Only 3 kills, but they're looking to seal this game 4.
Xavier and also Valdez. Look how he meets a game after last time on the Gatka Fields finish on a Rank Wolf Game 3. Have a little bit of back and forth. Let's see if Valdez can try and get a little bit of a better score this time around and push it the extra limit. Still going to be one player of Blacklist International right behind them. Gui inside that minibus, or a party bus you might call it. Maybe trying to use that as a little bit of a protection for his team, create a little bit of a mini wall. I think that will be a great usage of that van, especially when you have the high ground. That could make a significant difference in that fight versus Xavier just waiting to happen.
Xavier are in the perfect position.
Tira spotted out, trying to run away back into a dip. Hopefully not going to be in mode down, but that's not going to go any further. Still big heads up. Tira, one of the top players in terms of frags in this tournament, so congratulations to him. But we'll see now where Valdez can go with this one, as got to be careful. Xavier all on top of each other. One nade, and that's a lot of HP instantly gone for them.
That's true. The spread that they had has been somewhat contained. Phase 7 blue zone is closing in. Abilene is still alive. I have his signature. Let's see if he can pull off some signature plays.
Put it out behind the palm tree. Continuous spray, and now going to go for the Uzi. You know he hit a lot of damage, and Abilene going to go straight back into the blue zone. Deny the kill away. There you go. You're not getting that one, Naughty Valdez. That's not going to be for you. Zeus out in third, still a way better performance than what we saw in the last 2 games. Hopefully they can continue that launch in Game 5 to close off day 1 of the World Invitational. Now Xavier, they saw that kill come on through. They, I think, very aware, Imperium, this is the last team, so they're putting everything they have remaining on top of Valdez.
Oh,
big, there you go.
A beautiful grenade.
Ui's out. Now you've got to go for the full-on push. You need to get every single player down. Valdez going to be using another one potentially, and now they're down to one. It's only Martin. He gets flashed up. He has no idea where he currently stands. And Martin, you have to fight your way tooth and nail through. The car explodes, gets an extra knock, gets another one. No way. Martin, are you going to make the clutch play happen? He makes it come through, and that is going to be the game finally coming on through from none other than Valdez Esports. Martin, you absolute beast. What was that?
Oh my god, we witnessed absolute destruction at the end, Max.
A heat stroke.
You try and break it down. I believe what happened was vehicles blew up and the Xavier, I don't want to say throw, but basically Lamborghini knocked himself out by the vehicle blowing up. Martin was like, yeah, I'm avoiding all of this. But then when a push came to shove and he had to step up, he peeked up, he got the final kill, and he got the chicken dinner for his side. Let's be fair, it was goddamn deserved, man. It was so heavily deserved for Valdez.
I'm going to say it again, I think I'm having a heat stroke, man. It's too hot outside, but these games are even more powerful. I got to tell you that. The temperature is rising to an unsustainable amount right now. I'm loving it. It was great. And there was one thing that we got to keep in mind. We don't see it happen too often. The flashbangs were used in the finishing moment, and I think the flashbangs were what made the difference, because sure, Martin did get flashbanged, and he had no idea where he was going, but he knew he had a ridge line right behind him, right, Imperium? So he went down, stayed hidden, waited for the effect of the flashbang to dissipate, and actually then there was another flash, and I think it was maybe a self-flash. I think that by mistake...
Oh.
Was it his?
I think it was Martin's onto.
No, doesn't matter, because the fact is Xavier got flashed, and then they had no idea where Martin went, and that little split second of difference where you don't know where to spray over that ridgeline made the difference and allowed Martin to take the clutch and pick up that win at the very end. That is huge. Not only then did they get now 4 top 3s, one of those actually being a win, and they are running away with the lead. Can anyone stop Valdus in their tracks? From what I've seen right now, nobody can.
Like, they came into this game with a 13-point difference over Geek Fam. And Geek Fam didn't have a bad game, but Valdus, with the amount of kills they got on that chicken dinner, that cushion is going to be even heavier. The good thing is that the Xavier finished second, and they got a pretty decent... I think they got 4 or 5 kills with that one, so that should at least boost them up into second place. But man... like, looking at these highlights, this game was absolutely amazing. Like, easily the best game we've had at PMWI so far. I think Zeus did a good job of kind of at least clutching up a good performance with Abilene, getting into the top 4. We saw the BTR and A1 battle come through, which BTR came out on top of. Navi nearly got a 1v2 against BTR, but got caught out with a sliver of health, then with Liquid left standing. But this is the end. Like, this is incredible. Like, so good for Xavier.
Yeah, I'm surprised Martin actually spotted that one player down below. That is actually very surprising. And then they just pushed. They had a really hard time guessing exactly where he was, and that little moment of indecision is actually what caused the game to the Xavier. Well, it didn't cost them the game. It was not really a mistake. It was just extremely well played by Martin himself to put himself in a position where information has been lost and actually make the most out of it. But you know what? As I said, I'm having a heat stroke right now. I need a little bit of a break, and I think you need yourself too, Imperium. So we're going to go to a break, and after that, we'll be back on the desk to break down this game, because that was an absolute banger.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
Emergencies always cause shortages because you have this immediate spike in demand, and the supply chain, the distribution, the roads, the warehousing, the trucks, and the information that drives it all gets broken. In a way, every emergency is a logistics and distribution problem. You have to reallocate resources rapidly, and you're doing it with very poor information because it's unfolding. Direct Relief's been around 72 years. I don't think anyone's seen where you have a simultaneous emergency everywhere. So the demand spike for medical material, PPE and ventilators and masks and gloves and gowns and goggles expands overnight. At Direct Relief, we've said the best thing we can do is put these philanthropic resources towards those frontline health workers that rely heavily on the support of groups like ours, while also backstopping the hospitals because they're in a crisis of kind of historic proportions. We do work in 100 countries a year. We work in all 50 states on an ongoing basis. You want to save everyone you can and prevent as many people from falling sick and needing severe help. So that's how Direct Relief has approached it. This is one that is an equal opportunity threat to everybody. So we're trying to do our best in a fair, equitable, thoughtful way, doing whatever we can to get help to people where they need it, when they need it, as fast and efficiently as it can be done.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. All my fears are buried down tonight, and I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. There is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. All my fears are buried down tonight, and I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. Won't ever back down 'cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, no, I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider. Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now 4 games done and dusted here with our first day here at Gamers Without Borders, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. And I'm so excited to see what's all going to happen at the very end of the day, because we still have the entire West Conference to go, which will be happening after our final match does finish off today. But before we get to that, we obviously need to break down what's happened in our 4th match. So guys, Blank and Bled joining me yet again here in our virtual world, our virtual studio, our virtual city, we'll call it, since technically the city is ours, since they're the only one inhabiting it, at least people that are real. I think we're real, right? Yeah,
we are real. Yeah,
we are real. But again, we come out with another fantastic match, and what a crazy finish. I mean, you saw Max and Imperium's face after that one, and there was almost no words to be said.
I mean, all I'll say there is Martin is a brolic Thai man who just pulled the bed sheets over to Xavier and proceeded to obliterate them during that one. What a flashbang that was to move back around the smoke and set himself up for success. I don't know if anyone could have played it better in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well just call him Doc Martin, right? Because that was clinical as hell. I have to apologize for that as well. But yeah, he played that so very well, and I really felt like DX had that one in the bag, but I am kind of happy Valus were able to get a chicken dinner in the end, because they've had top 4 placing in these 4 games. 4th place in the first game, 4th place in the second game, and coming in the third one, they came in second, if I'm not mistaken, and then, sorry, they came in third, and then to finally get a very well-deserved chicken dinner. And for me, especially Blank, it's the fact that it's not just about them getting the placement points and being consistently top 4, top 3, whatever, but also they have 9 average kills per game. That is ridiculous, especially when you look at the other teams they're playing in this competition.
Well, now we know why their old alias used to be what it was, living up to that name. But let's take a look at the match rankings, Blank, while you continue the point.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just looking at this very quickly, Xavier, they deserve a little bit of credit here, Jason, because they're doing fantastically well. But looking at the average placement going through, Valdez Esports currently sat at a 3rd average placement, Xavier at a 4th, and the next best to that is a 7th. Like, these 2 teams have absolutely been killing it out on the field today, Jason.
Yeah, Xavier coming in from Vietnam. I mean, again, I can't really think of a Vietnamese team that really has stood out over the last couple of years when it comes to PUBG Mobile on a global scale, but they're definitely putting their foot here on the pedal, or the pedal to the metal. The metal to the pedal, as Max Man would say. But we see the 29 points for Valdez coming through. Zeus, you know, we had some back-to-back.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, right? I'm just so good. I get it right every time, which is the wrong way.
What can you say?
But Zeus, you know, they've had a rough couple of games. They come back with 13 points. Blacklist International, we haven't really seen them since the first game of the day where they took themselves home a chicken dinner. But Geek Fan coming back in, Bigatron, we are starting to see some names that we expect to get back towards the top of the page here. Blah.
Oh yeah, like A1 Esports, they kind of struggled a little bit. I think it was Bigatron who took them down, but I feel it's been a story of these Southeast Asian teams, right? Apart from Bigatron, obviously everyone knows about them. But yeah, like I said, look at Valdez and how dominant they've been. And I love the fact that it's not just been a flash in the pan for the Xavier as well, and these Vietnamese Thai teams really stepping up to the plate. For Zeus Esports though, yeah, sure. I mean, they have been kind of quite a couple of games, but that's the way they kind of play, right? That you have games where they just pop off and just take over the entire server, or they just kind of quietly go out in a whimper in the bottommost position. So I'm still gonna wait and figure out how they're gonna be performing later on in the event. But Blacklist International and Geek Fam as well, again, right? They were able to get some really high placements earlier, and even here a 5th position is very, very respectable.
I think for Zeus Esports as well here, Jason, I think we have to commend them getting a 3rd place during this game, because Ably was able to do so well, slipping undetected during those moments. I think the scary thing for me at the moment is Bigatron, the superpower from Indonesia. These guys, although not putting up the expected performance we know from them because they're just always on top, they are still creeping up behind. And we know that Bigatron can have the most explosive days possible. So as long as they stay towards the front of that peloton, they don't fall too far behind, there is still a chance. And that's got to scare some of the guys towards the top.
Well, to be fair, there's still a chance for all these teams. I mean, at the end of this next match, we'll only be a 4th of the way through our total matches being played throughout the East Conference. And we see the likes of Navi there. We know how powerful they can be, I guess, once they get adjusted to the lobby. A couple of other names, DRS, we saw take a chicken dinner earlier on today. They also come out with only 1 point. Reject, unfortunately, the team from Japan we were talking about, as, you know, really surprised us and really showing us that Japanese strength. Unfortunately had a rough game, I guess we could say here. But to move on from this, I mean, you already talked about it before, Blank, you touched on it. Average placing 3rd for Valdez, average placing 4th for Xavier. I want to look at these teams' average stats to see how similar or maybe dissimilar they might be in certain aspects, because these are, well, at least one of the teams I didn't really expect to be putting on quite a performance today.
100%, Jason. I mean, just looking at the stats as we will see them come on our screens very shortly, it is a little bit of a difference here. And I mean, to be honest with you, Valdez are so far ahead at this point, almost 30 points ahead of Xavier, 50 points to 79. Sorry. I'm just throwing that out there right now. I've got to let the guys know. But look at the average survival time. I think the average survival time is probably the most important here. Xavier's very close to Valdez Esports. However, Valdez are just currently being massive in the damage category. Literally everything is better on this side, which obviously is going to come through. But looking at this, you wouldn't expect, Blair, for Valdez Esports and Xavier to be first and second place in the overall rankings.
Absolutely not. I'm not going to even pretend that I would expect these two teams to be on top. Maybe, at the end of the first couple of games, but now that everyone's kind of warmed up, everyone's feeling pretty comfortable here, the fact that Valdez and the Xavier are able to maintain this consistency and showing that the Southeast Asian region is not something to be trifled with is very impressive. Now, we talk about these two teams, but I got to give a shout out to Geek Fam as well. From Malaysia, sure, they have the 7th average placement, but they're right now placed 3rd as well on the leaderboard. They're looking very, very good. Excuse me, I almost choked there, but...
oh, dear.
Excuse me. But then again...
Xavier choked as well, so I mean, you're just doing the part, right?
Oh, you said it, not me. But I feel like it's just the fact that the Southeast Asian countries, regions where we don't really expect them to, I wouldn't say not do good, obviously they're good enough to be here, but not really dominate the way they have so far. I think that is what's impressed me a lot. And if this is the trend that's going to continue going into day 2 tomorrow, I know we still have one more game remaining here, I think we're in for a very, very interesting event.
Yeah, it's a very interesting event. I feel like we're going to see teams adapt as we get through the next coming days. We'll touch on that a little bit later on once we do finish off the show. But before we get to that, obviously the match is coming up in just a few minutes' time. We wanted to dive further into the two teams we were just looking at in terms of who are the standout players and their kind of head-to-head between each other when we look at the radar. And you can see it's going to be Martin and Frankie coming through here for the respective teams. And funny enough, I mean, you're seeing with Martin, he's going to be over on the blue side. He is putting up some big numbers yet again. Number 1, I believe, in damage, kills, and knockouts.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, this leads back to my earlier point where, I look at these two teams and I look at their stats, and if I'm looking at it objectively, I'm like, Valdez is in first, but Xavier's probably around about a 6th or a 7th placing. But no, they're second. In the same place here, Frankie versus Martin. Frankie being the best player on Xavier so far in terms of stats percentages, but Martin makes him look terrible by comparison. It is ridiculous.
Damage numbers, man, that's just ludicrous, isn't it?
Well,
go on.
But I think we have to keep in mind is that maybe it's one of those cases, Blink and Blah, where Martin is just playing that well for his team, but maybe he's going to be the standout player that if they're going to do well, he's the one to make it happen. Whereas aside for Xavier, maybe it's not just Frankie, maybe it's just multiple members that are all firing all cylinders, allowing them to play like this. So the question comes: is this just maybe a one-off day here for Valdez as he's been able to play so well? Can other people step up to his level? What if he doesn't play well? Will we see Valdez fall off on day 2?
I think that we're going to continue to see Valdez do very well here, Jason, purely because I've been taking note of their rotations and they've been playing really well as a team. There's a lot of times where they'll take a central spot or a place that has a lot of flow through of teams, where there's a lot of traffic there, and they'll hold them down. We've seen them multiple times playing on those ridge sides and really being able to control space. And I think that's one of the major things during these tournaments, especially with Southeast Asian teams and the East being so oppressive in their rotations as well. Being able to do that so effectively and confidently speaks volumes to Valdez Esports.
Well, on the note of speaking volumes, I think we need to take a look at our top 10 killers, because I think that's going to really show which teams and which players individual are speaking volumes about what they can bring to the table so far in today. And we actually are going to see Concept come through out of Valdez as well at 12 kills. So we see 2 players from Valdez make it into the top 10. But Bleh, is there anything else that surprises you in our top 10 kills overall?
Yeah, I mean, 4 games down, and I have to touch upon, like you just said, Martin, Concept, and Tyra has won a 6th position, right? So it's not just a Doc Martin show. Everyone is delivering in when they have to. But where's Yol? Where's Crypto? Like, where's Zuxi, for example? The fact that they're not there, it's kind of crazy. I do not expect to see this at the end of Game 4.
The thing is, for me, and Blank, you already touched on this, right? If we want to talk about Bigatron a bit, which we obviously do have to talk about Bigatron, they have such a big legacy behind them. They have so many eyes watching them, whether it's Indonesian fans or fans all around the world, that it amounts to a lot of pressure. But one thing this team showed us when it came to PMGC is they could have a bad day or two. Thinking back to the league stage, we had like a terrible day one for them in week one. Day two, they come out, knocking out 93 points and get themselves into the Super Weekend. So we know that potential. But I do wonder, have other teams just surpassed Bigatron? Are Bigatron not as good as we used to see them?
I think that, Bigatron is one of those teams where we have seen them being, fairly consistent today. It's one of those cases where they're not falling behind, which is great. This is really good news for any Indonesian fans out there of the team of Bigatron. But I do think that it just feels a little bit off to me at times where they're not really adapting. It's the same playstyle we've seen a lot of times. What I'm really excited about, though, is the fact that Liquid is in these top fraggers. And if you're a Liquid, you're feeling pretty happy because the pressure's on there. You're feeling some big boots in Micro Boy, and honestly, continue to do well. The pressure's off him now.
All right, well, the game is ready. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis of that last match. We'll check with you guys when our fifth and final one is done for the day. It's time to bring our commentators back in as we're going to head to our fifth and final match here with Maxman and Imperium.
We're getting back into it. Thank you so much, Jason, as always. And one more game to go. And I'm not going to lie, Imperium.
Oh, yes.
These games have been going by so fast. Like, that's what they say, right? You're having a good time, don't see the time go by. And it really feels like that today. We're already 4 games done, 1 more game remaining. Doesn't feel that way. It seemed like we've done 2 games, man.
Time flies when you're having fun, Max. And I'll tell you what, we've had a hell of a lot of fun. And we've one more game to have even more fun, I suppose, as the plane path has shown up. And he's going from the south. Well, yeah, we're southeast-ish.
It's staying south. There's a helicopter now.
Sorry, southwest. Sorry, to the northwest. So it's going to be obviously quite tricky for Yala, BTR, Myth as well, who all like to drop on the eastern side of the map. So I'm curious if they have secondary drop spots that they're looking to utilize in this Erangel map.
I'll see how this one's going to be closing off, though. You see how Jason on the desk, when I'm not there, he's attacking me even more. I'm making fun of my medal to the pedal, how I say consistency a lot.
Yeah.
Like, not gonna lie, I'm not there to defend myself. Jason, I'm...
But here's the thing.
Not nice.
Here's the thing, Max. Would you realistically be able to defend yourself, though?
That's a completely different matter. The thing is I'm not there. Probably not. Let's be clear. He's very tall, right? When we meet him in LAN, hopefully we'll have LANs at the end of the year. Yeah, I'm scared. And he stares at me when I'm eating a banana too, man. I don't know. The guy.
Yeah, but that's for different reasons, mate. That's
probably something off topic completely. Though what's going to be also off playing path is going to be the circuits completely off of that one. So not a lot of teams are going to be into that one. So early rotations are going to be important. I'm expecting a few to try and pull them off. BTR, we're talking about them on a desk, hoping to see them get themselves a good result up and through. They're going to be already inside the circuit itself, so no big issues. Though, Primorsk, having a team in there doesn't happen all the time, and now having 3 on top of that, now that's something really out of the realm of possibilities we usually see in PUBG Mobile Esports.
We have Yala from Saudi Arabia, we have Myths from Algeria, and we have Fnatic Zombies from UAE, and Hamco has started things off in a nice way with the M16. Just want to say, that is a wholly underrated weapon in my eyes. The burst fire can be a little bit tricky to handle, but when you do, it can do a lot of damage, and in this case, it certainly has on the Broly, but most likely inside the cafe, the revive will come out because I just don't think Fnatic Zombies as a team are ready to at least fight. However, it will slow down the Myths inside their Primorsk position.
Nah, I don't like the M16. I don't like it.
Really?
Nah, because I can't use it.
Okay, fair enough then.
That's why I'm here talking about the game instead of playing, man. I can't use anything. The only thing I can use is a DP28, man, and that's great. Same as Uzi.
Fair enough.
But I only get like a bit of damage, which is great. I'm still happy with myself. I'm still proud. Still get killed by bots every once in a while.
I'm proud of you too.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know what? We'll see if we're going to be proud of Hamco Fires. He's going to try and fire up this game. Spotted out with a DP28 to Hosem of Myth. He's going far wide, but you should hear the footsteps. You should be... Oh, hits one, hits the second, and Hosem will be the one to get things done with the Vector. And they're going to go and instantly confirm that kill.
One thing I've got to ask, though, is...
Yeah?
Hamco got the first kill onto a Myth player. Where the hell is the rest of the Fnatic Zombies team, right? Again, I'm not saying they are able to push it as a team, but the best thing you can do in that situation is at least join up with your teammate that has done a wonderful job of getting an initial knock. So if there's any kind of attempt for Myth to fight back, that Fnatic Zombies are there as a team. That wasn't the case. Myth did fight back. Hamco got taken out. Just poor team play from Fnatic Zombies in that moment.
I guess to put it in as words is you have one player taking a fight, gets the kill. You know he alerted his position and given that information over to other teams. So because of that, you should back him up. Actually, I fully agree with that. I think there was definitely something to do with Hamco Fire's position. Unfortunately, it seemed like that was not meant to be in this one. Myth trying to move around the place a little bit. Fnatic Zombies. I'm happy for Fnatic Zombies to have found a secondary drop location. I thought that they were going to be a one-hit wonder team where they're always dropping Novo, even if the plane path was not going to be good. I'm happy to see that that is not the case, but now you're actually forced into a very early fight. And because of where they are currently in the circle, especially you have two players that are very far over to the west of Primos, I would say if you can pick up a car that spawns over there, get into it and leave. The more you delay this one, the harder it will get because you're not in the circle. Actually, you're nowhere near the circle.
I know this is going to sound silly, and the timing of it is incredibly... Thank you. Is incredibly risky, but a boat Tate down the south of military base and come in through Milta Power. It would be, timing would be, of course, important, but that could work out. However, Mexico from Fnatic Zombies has at least been able to get a kill for his team onto Yala Esports. And right now, Myths are looking the better team out of all three because they still have a full squad up.
Feel kind of sage for Ida, not going to lie. He has died twice. Very early on in the game, 2 games back-to-back now. And you mentioned it earlier, especially last game on Miramar, where Ida did lose his life early on. He is one of the top fraggers of the entire tournament at the start, at least for the first 3 games, and I don't think that's the case anymore, purely off the back of those 2 last games. Spray will be coming out from Jamaz. Unfortunately, not enough ammo to really dent the side of Myth. So they're going to be moving on out and make it far into the distance and make it to the compound. Get out now.
Smoking?
Thank you. I was like, you're pushing your luck a bit, man.
Yeah. Whew, that was, especially with all 4 in one vehicle, right? We constantly harp on about that. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, we focused quite a lot of attention on, obviously, 3 teams in one city. We really need to bring it back to where teams are currently rotating as we get through the blue zone of Phase 1. Yeah. DRS had an easy rotation from Yasnaya. It's where they drop, and they've sent Mafia Ninja to scout a little bit further down to the east of Yasnaya. The Xavier have rotated extremely nicely in towards the north center area of this Phase 1, and A1 Esports is right on top of this center part of Phase 1. It's the kind of logging cabin hills overlooking prison. They're going to be able to get a decent bit of a control if they spread out a tiny bit on this Phase 1. I understand why they aren't, because they've literally just rotated there, but now that they've got there, they need to at least send one player a little bit to either the east or the west to start getting information, because they can't be bunched up together, otherwise too many teams are going to get close to them.
I mean, right now, this is a blessing for A1. They got a strong position. The amount of information they could gather is really strong. But it could turn into a curse if the circle does not go their way and they do not execute their rotation out of that position effectively. Yeah. So that's something. A1 is a good position, but it also has, just like for Spider-Man, you also have a lot of responsibilities when you're in such a position, right? And you must be careful of how you try and leave that location. If you're just going out on the whim without trying to pay attention to what's happening around you, things aren't going to go too well. So, talking about things that are not going too well, this could not go too well for the likes of DS Gaming or even from Na'Vi, as they're both rotating around from the northern side of George Pole. I think that DS Gaming started picking up enough speed where Na'Vi can't really catch up, so hopefully that's not going to go back and forth. And I don't think they really want to take the fight because it's in the blue, it makes no sense. If these teams could have like an unwritten agreement of, let's not fight, let's start fighting inside the circle, I think that would be the best course of action for them.
Zeus are going quite direct into the circle from that west. I'm relatively early. Well, they started relatively early, but now they're into the circle as Phase 2 is about to pop up. Geek Fam are showing great trigger discipline, right? Why take shots on a team that are holding good momentum on their rotation, you're better off just staying quiet for the time being and then catch them out later on as phase 2 pops up. That's the way I would look at it, at least. But they're going quite deep. They've avoided Nasser, they've avoided GeekFam, they've avoided Valdez. So really good from Zeus. Again, that kind of what seems like a bit risky, but is the opposite to an unorthodox play, is freedom for Zeus to move in.
Yeah, Zeus can just play around the position of shelter, so we'll see. Circle going to be taking a lot of the water. I wanted to actually talk about the water. A lot of water in play kind of made this a phase 2, and you can see it. Literally all of the mainland, at least most of it, will actually fit in that phase 2 circle. So nothing will change. We're not expecting any teams to go out unless a big throw of a play happens, then potentially. But otherwise, this is going to be a very laid-back phase 2, even phase 3 potentially, I would say. And Valdez going straight for central position, and Blank mentioned it, right? He's paying attention to the rotations, and I've been checking out too. They are so quick to react to any kind of shift.
Yeah.
And that is what's rewarding them with being on top of their games every time. And I think that that is the recipe to success that they found. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I loved I8's rotation from Military Island and the military base. I thought it was very quick. It was clean because they wrapped around the south of Milta. But one thing that worries me about them is that they often spend too much time rotating and not enough time actually being in one position and becoming settled in that position, ready to take a team fight. It's where they've gotten caught out in the first game, etc., by not necessarily leaving it too late, but for rotating for too long and then being caught off guard for that. Right now, they're on the western edge of Prison Hillside, which isn't a bad place to be, but is very risky. Again, they got to be aware that Prison Hill is a kind of hill where there's always a higher ground. A1 are there at the very top of that higher ground. Zeus are to the west of I8. Let's see how they deal with it coming into phase 3.
As long as you're aware of your surroundings and you're not trying to take an uphill battle, then you should be fine playing around Prison. That's the only thing you've got to keep in mind. Though, the Xavier trying to move out. They're going to go... Wait, I heard you call this position so many different names. What is it now? What
museum.
Museum now, okay. A museum, because what was it called before? We used to call it...
it was called Walmart before.
Walmart, that's it, yeah. From Walmart to museum. I'm not gonna lie, hey, culture's pog, okay? I prefer this. Museum good, keep it up.
I'm glad it gets your approval, Max.
Yeah.
I
went
know
to a museum
that,
like a week ago. It's so fun, man.
You
I
did?
I like fossil, like dinosaurs and everything.
Fossils?
Fossil. Hey, I said it in French, okay? It's fine. Let me...
But no. I'm struggling to say you
like big dinosaur boys,
Zeus,
okay?
never mind dinosaurs, okay? So don't worry, you're good there, man. You're good there. Reject Scarlet, they have kind of Potato Hill area under control. But what I like about it is because Potato Hill is now on the southwestern edge of the circle, it's much easier for them to spread out a little bit and get information into a more central area of the circle, and there's a much higher chance they're not really going to get backstabbed from behind. So I really like that awareness from Reject and just reacting to that circle shift on phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2, we're talking about that one, is about to close up and head into the next phase. So that could be a big exciting one, especially if it's a hard shift over to the east or down south. That's where a lot of teams are currently missing. No one's ready in farm. No one's ready in the position around Mansion and Prison, especially on the east. That could be a big hard shift that could go against a lot of the teams. But Reject, they're going to go up against Fnatic Zombies as they are just struggling. There's one player on the roof, though, and I don't think they're fully aware of that right now. A boot could actually completely surprise the side of Reject, but now Sarah has to have the information, going to mow him down, and that's it. They lost the eyes that they had on top of that roof, and now Fnatic Zombies are just getting picked up one by one, and they only have a few players currently remaining. Salam, that was so clean. That has to be one of the quickest and snappiest bridges I've seen. They lose literally no one, and the zombies will not come to life this time around, and they are out of the lobby in 16th.
Remember what I said about spreading wings, getting information? They got the information and they pushed it perfectly. But also what I love, the reason why that worked out is, one, because the risk of having somebody in the roof, I saw what they were going for, but it didn't work out. But Reject automatically stopped Fnatic Zombies from holding the edge of that hill. The edge of the hill could have been the reason why Reject lost that fight, but because they pushed in deep and stopped the edge of the hill being held onto by Fnatic Zombies, it was an easy reject win.
Or maybe biting down a bit more than they can actually chew. That's another big fight Reject are taking. There's a little bit more resistance, I would say, versus Bigatron. Now Luxy and Rising still up and ready to go. Luxy needs to make up for the few weaker performances at the start of the day. Oh, his twin is going to be entering the building, going for the res potentially. The Molly goes a little bit higher up. The nades, the utility still getting traded back and forth. Now the rest of the team of Reject joining up, and Zeus, they go for a third party, man. This is a party, and they got the invitation. And Zeus gonna go actually just into the building, just more over to the northern side. Not gonna get fully involved with this fight. They want to wait for it to end before capitalizing and joining the party. So things are slow now, but they're gonna ramp up pretty quickly.
I love that the first game of the day was quite passive, quite chill, but now we're in the last game of the day. All hell is breaking loose.
We're going for it, man. They're throwing everything they have. Throw the spaghetti to the wall, see if it sticks. If it does, you're doing good. This trying to actually reduce the effectiveness of the two other teams against them by using that utility, finding some knocks and damage. It is making that so much easier. Zeus is currently the knife going through some butter and is looking so easy how they're playing around it. BTR still got currently 3 players. Nades, they have the idea. They know where BTR currently playing in this location. Godless is right down below, definitely in nade range. But Bigatron, how are you going to play this one? You're all catered in one building. Maybe it will be good to jump out, send a player to actually get the information around the side of the buildings, but they want to stay catted inside, and you're going to get naded eventually. It was just a question of time. Ziol gets the first one. BTR now down to 2. Is Luxy and Zuxy. Let's see how the twins can make things work out. As Luxy actually inside the smoke, they do not know. He could try and backstab it coming out from behind. Godless pushes up, gets an extra knock. Now it's just one that's going to be remaining, and they spot him out instantly inside the smoke. And what a push from Zeus, rising up to the occasion. And now 5 kills coming their way with still 3 players. That was a push that was a little bit slow, but the execution was on point. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, and I get why they were a little bit slow in it, because it's a tricky building. As much as it's one building, it's actually a tricky building to breach, and a lot of smokes were utilized by BTR, so Zeus didn't really have the vision. So relying on the nade that eventually did secure a knock was the opening for Zeus to push in, and BTR got wiped out. Circle does shift over to the west. It could be a school/apartment finish. Great for Blacklist International. Yalar committed to school. Nasser at the moment committed to apartments, but I'm not really a big fan of that one. I8 though are looking for a bit of an engagement. No, they're disengaging away from this one and opting to play for the circle. Not a bad idea. DS, will they be able to catch one of them off guard? I don't think that's the case. Good eye gelling from I8.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call coming out from them. They can easily cross over the bridge just right up north of Rosok, or the one a little bit further up northeast. It works out great, though. You've got to be careful. Navi and even the likes of Blacklist International could be there. But we're talking about the circle that could go into apartment/school. We saw one actually in the PMPL Western Europe, right, with Black Spark, I believe it was. And it's very intriguing. If it does come to that point, we'll explain a little bit what the stakes are and how things should work out for a lot of these teams. But if it does go there, a lot of teams are going to have to be very cautious of their next move, because it's not an easy compound to fight in at the end.
What I liked about I8 just there and then is that they stopped across the river first before they swept over the bridge. Getting that tiny bit of information was so valuable. I think they have an idea that Blacklists are there. They're breaching in, but they didn't see Navi. And Navi heard the vehicles, and they do third party to get a knock on the bosom.
Well, but Xavier lose everyone except for one player's going to be actually Frankie. Stays up. Oh, there you go. Brody gets himself the knock at the end onto Lamborghini also. So a lot of kills currently are happening on the kill feed. I8, UZM, and also Crypto might be losing their life, and they are spread away. Currently the 2-2 split. 2 players taken down. Makes it really hard to really pull on assistance. And Navi, they're going to be pulling up and going for the assault onto I8.
Oh my God.
Every single kill they can, up to 4 so far. Navi, can they get himself another banger game just like last one on Erangel? But can they this time convert it in a win or a top 3? That's the focus. They see Valdus moving in the distance, trying to shut them down, move them out of the way. But seem like Valdus are not ready for this fight, so they're just going to ignore it entirely.
Well, Navi kept Kitsune a little bit further back. Now Kitsune is going to look to join up with them, get closer, so they're all committed to that one area, because they got deep in that fight against I8 that they really felt like they had to commit it. If Valdus hadn't repositioned onto Rosal Hill, Kitsune probably would have stayed there, but great awareness by Kitsune to join back up closer to his team. But other teams are looking for a mix into this northern side of the circle. Right, Zeus heading in this direction.
I was just going to third party again. I mean, they could. They definitely could. The fight's going to be roaring up between between IA and Na'Vi. Oh, I think, yeah, okay, the molly did connect for a few seconds then. Not going to get the knock on the play of Na'Vi, I believe, just yet. I think I was slowing down, but we're seeing Geek Fam a lot in the kill feed, Imperium. Like, an insane... Oh, okay, Blade, no, you can't do that, molly, man. Ah, that hurts him a lot. Now he's down to 1 Rebers, and he's indeed going to go in and take a little quick nap and dream it up as he's going to be out of the game. And Na'Vi will still be up as a 3-man. Losing Tixi in the process, unfortunately, but still, now you've got to be careful as Zeus are creeping their way closer.
Also, just gonna love the fact that in all of that, Blacklist are just like, yeah, we're minding our own business. You guys fight amongst ourselves. We have a position inside the circle. We'll let you do your own thing over there. So really good kind of intentions from Blacklist. I would like to have seen them potentially third party, but I also appreciate the fact that they didn't. And it might not be a school finish, but it's certainly looking like a hell of a finish in Rozhok.
Oh, let's see who's going to be the first one to take Rozhok Hill under control. There's only one team that can really make it there. All the other ones will have to take an uphill battle to get there, and that is not what you want. Seem like Yala Esports taking things a little bit slow, but they're starting to get in cars, so they're showing an intent to move away from school. Jamaz is going there first, but Concept also going to be moving into Rozhok itself, so things get a little bit dicey as time moves on. That's going to be the uphill fight. Geek Fam as they're trying to clear out the entirety of apartment. Sanis will be the next one to follow up. They're going in one by one, and up the staircase is making it really hard for them. NASA also going to full send it through the apartment, through school, and trying to get into the circle itself. But that's it. Geek Fam actually able to win that fight, surprisingly enough. Damn rude. That was damn good coming out from him.
All those classics hot drops in apartments has paid off for the side of Geek Fam. They do clear out DS Gaming. A1, by the way, avoided all of that and wrapped around and gone into the edge of the circle by school. Yala, because they shifted up onto Rozhok Hill, like you said, who's going to be the first to take it? That's going to work out, but yo, he gets a kill onto Kitsune. Navi being tickled down one by one, and Zeus, they're not ready to give up just yet.
Yeah, Zol can't go on the roof. He knows there's going to be someone on Rozhok Hill. If he goes up there, he's instantly going to lose his life. And now Blacklist International, their focus is going to be shifting away from Zol towards Na'Vi. And not even Na'Vi, NASA too. Everyone is just trying to take down a few buildings under their control. And Na'Vi also going to be caught in between a rock and a hard place. This is an absolute wrecking of a game, Imperial. Everyone is having such a hard time to hold on to it. Zol, no way. He gets so much damage done. He's going to try and jump away. But as I said, you get on the roof, you're done instantly. Valdes see the opportunity, snatch away the kill away from the grasp of Blacklist International. Now Blacklist got another thing to focus on, and that is to get into the next phase circle once it shifts.
Oh my god.
This is game.
All 4 members of Valdes are in a line on the south side of Rozhok. They have every single building covered. Now,
back to back,
Yala are doing a fantastic job of holding down Rozhok Hill, the high ground area, but they can't actually engage on the Valdes because of that dip. If they go too far forward, they have too much of their body exposed, so Valdes are actually in cover right now.
I think that's good. Get himself some extra damage. Hassan might not be able to get rezzed up. Oh, seems like he makes it into another building. I think they know the res is happening onto the back end of the building, so he's going to try and get the second nade. But unfortunately, that's another room, so NASA will be safe to go for the res onto Hassan. There you go. He's good to go. If the circle goes round top of Yala, and we talked about it, and you mentioned it, especially in Imperial, this team has been, impressive for a team that hasn't got that much experience at this level of play. And they're looking great. But you know what's looking great? Valdes' position in the circle. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, look at Blacklist. They have the north side. Now, they do need to travel down through the Rozhok buildings, but they have a full squad, right? So they can send 2 at a time, send 1 scout forward, sweep in through. Navi aren't confident about moving forward onto Nasser. The initial knock they got, they were so afraid to push that because of potential stab from Blacklist or from another team like Valdes. They are not moving.
This is going to be the sacrificial lamb trying to create a little bit of an anchor point for the rest of his team to rotate from. But they got thick and thin to go through Imperium, and they need to really take good fight after good fight. Otherwise, there's no way they're going to make it happen. Sinister does make it to another little bit of a ridge line. Sanes is going to be really close for Geek Fam, so he could play spoilers for Sinister, but it seemed like that will not be the case. But Yala also spawned out from another side. Sinister gets confirmed and stolen away by Geek Fam, actually. He's going to get that. And there you go. Man, 2 teams instantly got wiped off the surface of the earth down south. That creates a lot of breathing space for not only Yala Esports, but especially Geek Fam. But Geek Fam, you need to push onto Yala if you want to even have the slightest of chance to get a top 3 finish in this game.
Easier said than done. Andar gets revived up. Jamis is on a tiny bit of health in the sniper tower, but he pulls off the first aid. Yala are actually committing to the buildings. They're just going, nah, screw Rozhok Hill. We're out of here. We're going into the safety of the buildings. That I can respect as DRS going up against the side of Nasser.
Yeah, all cornered up in one extra position. That's making the spray really easy to deal with for Na'Vi's side. And final player, Nima, going to try and clutch it up. Let's see if he can pull on a similar situation to what happened earlier on Sanhok versus DS Gaming. Another slowing down the Tad. Nasser going to try and confirm a few of those kills. While Na'Vi up, taking a relatively big beating. Matic is still there, could go for the res onto Meku. I think he knows Nima's right behind.
Oh, that's a lovely nade.
Properly. That's a lot of damage actually exploded mid-air. Great nade from Hassan.
And for a team that are at the bottom of the standings, have failed to really show up today. Nasser at least looking to end on a high note inside this final game of the day. Still 17 left. 17 players. Valdez have a full squad, still sweeping on the south side of Rozhok.
I have one main issue here for Valdez, and as I was about to say that, is because they're so spread, if one player gets knocked, that's going to take a lot of time for you to go for the res, and you're losing more free real estate. This is what happened.
Fair.
One player getting knocked, instantly you're going to have Gui coming out to the side, trying to go for the res onto Martin. And because of that, that creates a lot more space. And the weaker sides of a position like this is going to be on the two sides which you're not facing. Because of that, Yala have a very clear chance of ruining this game for Valdez if they play their cards correctly.
Oh, but look at that circle shift. The road is in the middle.
Don't want to look anymore.
You have a tiny bit of the north of Rozhok can play, and the south side of Rozhok, which Valdez are in, is still inside the circle. Plus that building that Nasser holds onto, as far as I know, that's still in the circle. Navi, do you have the cojones to push on it? Navi have been underperforming today. Let's be fair. They're the CIS champions. They are the EMEA champions. And where are they so far in the standings? They're down in 12th.
Nima?
Gotta do better in this final game.
I don't think Nima realized, and Nima actually crawled a little bit too close to the fire and burn the tips, and that's going to be done as they get eliminated out in 7th. 16 now remain. The thing is, with a circle like this, you're going to have two teams remaining potentially. The King of the North and the King of the South. That is how things are going to work out, and then they're going to have to fight over that road. That's how things should be finding closure this time around. But as you said, the team that hasn't been having a great amount of success, just like Na'Vi, they're going to have to take that fight 2v2, and only one of those will be able to actually come out on top. And from the likes, from what I'm seeing currently, Na'Vi are the one that have to push onto the side of Nasser. Great nade coming out from Concept onto Bandar, slowing down that approach from Yala Esport, and Jaman just able to barely survive on a slither of HP. Everything is going down south for Geek Fam as they get picked up and eliminated in 6.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Geek Fan might have been able to do something to stab Valdez in the back some way, shape, or form. That hasn't come to fruition. Jamis is very low in health, so is Loka. Reluctant to try and go for the revive, knowing that another nade inside that building could be the death of Yala Esports.
Yeah.
5 teams left, 15 players.
Almost got the kill confirmed onto Bandar for a second there. This is great response for Valdez again. I know we're saying that Valdez has been doing great all the time, but because it's true. See how we said they were in a line. The weakest side was going to be where Yala are pushing from. Now you have Concept, Gui, and also Martin putting full focus onto Yala because they know no one's going to push over the road. It's so clean. I have literally nothing to say. I have no criticism to give because there's no criticism to be given in the first place.
Now Navi starting to move. They've Blacklist on one side, Nasser on the other though. So difficult to deal with as a Blue Zone face. Never mind the fact
Bye-bye.
that a nade knocks down Matic.
And Nasser's nades are gamers second to none. They are absolutely shredding it, but now Blacklist, they know there's only one team that can survive in this current landscape of the game. We need to take down the two other teams that are sharing the buildings and the compound with us up north. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. Hassan behind the wall, got to be careful. Meku holding the staircase with UMPs, got to reload. Not a lot of ammo on that weapon. It's not great to clutch it up. That's one down. Nasser, see you later. Same for Na'Vi. Two teams instantly picked up. And they shall be the King of the North. That is going to be Blacklist International, securing a top 3 bare minimum. But now, who is going to be the King of the South? Is it going to be Yala, or is it going to be Valdez Esports?
Oh my lord, I feel like it's going to be Valdez for the back-to-back as they take down Yala. We're left with our final 2 teams. A knock onto Tyra creates a tiny bit of an opening. 6 is on the top floor of that building. Just keep an eye on 6. Because if 6 can get a couple of shots and suppress Blacklist even more, that could allow Valdez to sweep across the road and just go full ham on the Blacklist side.
You must be kidding me. This is absolute insanity to see that every single game today Valdes has ended up top 3. One of those actually resulting in a win. And they might get himself a back-to-back to close off day 1 here for the Eastern PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This has to be some of the most dominant performances I've ever seen. Chucks the pan, he's like, hey, you never know, man, I might just get one. And it's a proper 4v4. But the circle, I can't even see it. They're all on top of each other. I don't even know where the circle went.
It's on the road, baby. It's on the road.
For sure, back on the road again, that's for sure. Nice nade, that's huge. That's what Aeon's wanted. Now they got the man advantage. But normally, they might just have enough time to actually go for the res if they're inside the circle itself, which it seems like they are. They're going to smoke it up. But because of that, Valdes are going to also lose a lot of information onto Blacklist International, and now they're creating that smoke road. They're going to be sending Alas first to actually create that distance and to actually close off that gap, should I even say. Alas going to be the first one to go on down. 4 players now up. They got the res onto 6, and now they got themselves 1 knock. Do they want to push? What is the game plan that Valdes wants to pull off?
More smoke's being thrown out. Try and create a little bit of space. The movement comes in. The revive has not been pulled out. Blacklist are down to 3 players. Martin is knocked down. 6 was revived up. Valdes, they're pushing forward.
Yeah, I like it. They're sending Martin a little bit wide onto the side to get information, to see exactly how they're pushing. Claire is going to be able to get himself the kill confirm onto Martin, so no more information coming away of Blacklist International. Everything is going to the wall. I have no idea what's happening right now, but I can tell you as a fact that there's still 3 players remaining for Valdes. They are taking him down 1 by 1. There's an extra player. There's only Claire that's going to be up and ready to go, and they pick it up, Imperium. Again, in one of the most bizarre finishes I've seen in Rostock, they make the back-to-back dream become reality in the World Invitational, and the team from Thailand of Valdes Esport get themselves 5 top 3s out of 5 games. What is happening?
My God. Either way, whatever happened at the end of the game, we were going to have 1 team with 2 chicken dinners in day 1 of the PMWI. Safe to say, the best bet came through. It was Valdes Esports with a fantastic finish. And that's the thing. Pushing on the road, being aggressive on that roadside, believe it or not, was the most important factor of winning that game. Blacklist were the first to do, which was brilliant. But then Concept slowed Blacklist down by getting an initial knock as they pushed across the road. I felt like Blacklist slowed down after that. Whereas if they hadn't of, Blacklist could easily have taken out Valdes. So just that tiny bit of domino effect allowed Valdes to then push across the road and get the win through the smoke. It was wild.
I gotta accumulate my thoughts a little bit here, man. This is one of the most insane starts to a tournament I've seen. Like, we've seen teams start off well, right? I think that every tournament you see that happen. But a team that starts off this well, I've never seen that. 5 top 3s out of 5 games on the very first day of an event like this is huge. But now the question is, because today is done, that was the last game of the day, can they follow up those kind of results into day 2, into day 3, into day 4? They do that just a bit more, and they are almost impossible to catch up with.
So, on one hand, the obvious answer is I don't think it will continue, because we always see this, right? In terms of a team starts off well, but then other teams start to adapt, counter them, etc., etc. But with the way Valdes played every single game, every single time, despite a little bit of luck here or there, has been near perfect. To the point where I'm going, I don't think they can be stopped. Genuinely, I don't think they can be stopped. They might get slowed down. They might have a little bit more of a hit or a little bit more of a miss, but insane from Valdes.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop. But with that said, that's going to be it for myself and Imperium for today. There's a lot to break down, so I'll head on over to the boys of Blank, Blair, and Jason on the desk.
Well, Max, I feel like there was some line in there you could have said that would have definitely closed it out well for me, of you saying, well, that's just illegal. I mean, Valdes somehow are just coming out so well today. I mean, like you guys said, top 5 finishes. This team from Thailand is proving to be the team to beat, and a team we definitely had our eye on coming into this event. But I would say confidently, at least for me, I never expected them to do this well. I don't think really anyone expected them to do this well, where they should be over 100 points now. But Blank and Bleh, what a play. I mean, I think you guys were talking about before, Valdes, they just don't make mistakes.
Yeah, like we were talking about the green room as well, right? And the fact is, sure, you can talk about certain teams having a great start to the tournament and how day 2, day 3 onwards might kind of trail off a little bit. Other teams might be able to come back up, but like Black and I were discussing, they haven't made any unforced errors. Like sometimes, sure, like the circle might not favor them. There's nothing you can do about that. But apart from that, when they have the information they do have, they don't make a singular misstep. Even that final fight coming in, the way they were aggressive, they weren't waiting for the fight to come to them. They took the fight to their opposition as well. I'm just looking at the stats, man. Like they have 47 kills. 47 kills in 5 games. The second highest is Geek Fam on 27. That is ludicrous.
Blaine, get this guy out of here. He's spoiling stuff for us. But that is ridiculous. That is insane stuff. Let's take a look at the results, though, from the last match so we can obviously get to the overalls in a little bit of time here. And the amount of points these guys are building up, 26 points. And like you were saying, Blair, like 11 kills in this game. They are just putting up the numbers constantly.
I mean, it is ridiculous so far, and it feels like this mark where they're hitting these high kill strides games and just high placement points. When they started the day without a top 8, they start the day of fourth again, then they hit a third, then they hit a first and a first. So it's just a case that they've just been leaping up the standings all day to the point where they really hit, I'd say they really hit their stride, but by stride I mean that they were leaping about 50 meters at a time towards the end of this competition at the end of the day. So really, really crazy stuff. And I think that, you know, me and Blair were breaking down that last fight, and I think that again it comes down to that idea that I mentioned earlier on the death segment, which is control from Valdez, and they are the masters of it. That fight there, they dropped 6 into the top building. He's watching the window. He knows Blacklist want to cross this road with the ridge side there. He's going to have first entry, so he can just like jiggle peek the window there for a little bit. Rest of the team, they clear out the team off to their east. As they come over, 6 gets a lovely knock, and I think that knock was crucial because it plays stall them from then. Even when the nade comes through from Blacklist, it doesn't matter anymore because the guys are ready for it, because Blacklist can't push with the 3 they only have alive. So just great stuff overall. This leaderboard though, one particular team stands out. It is Na'Vi with 15 points. Finally, some numbers on the board.
Yeah, Na'Vi, even Yala getting up there, Nazar as well. We're starting to see a couple of other teams that typically weren't towards the top of the results here, Bliff, finally have a breakthrough game, and a pretty decent time to have it happen. You didn't want to end the last match of the first day on a low note.
Yeah, you didn't. And Yala especially, when they dropped into its Primorsk, they had Myths as well as Fnatic Zombies right next to them. So the Middle Eastern teams, all 3 teams dropping into the same town. But they were able to kind of win their duels, win the fights they had to, able to make a top 4 finish. It's definitely good. And look, we can keep talking about, like, you know, Na'Vi, for example, able to kind of bounce back a little bit. Blacklist as well. These SCA teams, Geek Fam, again, 6th position. You can't count them out. They have been consistently very, very good so far in the tournament. It's just the way that the guys in the form of Valdez have made everyone else look so pedestrian. It just kind of runs over all the other storylines. Looking at the second half, though, Bigatron, not a good end to the day, right? We still know what these guys can do, but so far, after 5 games, Jason, really haven't seen much from them.
Yeah, and I think we were kind of discussing as well while watching the match. It seems like Bigatron just kind of kept the status quo from over 2 years ago, where they're just playing out the same style and not really adapting things. But if we look at a couple other teams that are willing to adapt, we see A1 and Reject able to get a couple points in there. I think we were looking at Sara earlier on in that fight, Blank, or earlier on in the match, and just some of the mechanical skill out of him to just swap around and basically a 180 and take 2 players down. Like, Reject are definitely an extremely strong team.
I think that Reject for sure can make it very far. This is what I continue wanting to see, because every time I watch Japanese PUBG Mobile, all I'm astounded by is the mechanical ability of these guys, and they're really, really good. And I think if they can kind of mesh that strategy as well as that mechanical ability, they could have something really good on their hands. And I think that Reject in the moment, I think the one thing they lack is confidence, because you see these players from Sara come out, but they don't come out all the time. And when they do, it's a case where it's like, you know, it's a do or die moment. And it shouldn't really be a case you're forced into those moments. And Valdez is a team that isn't. They will make these plays off the back of nothing. And really, Reject, they could learn a lot from that.
Always got to bring it back to Valdez.
Of course,
don't
man,
worry.
of course.
We have to.
We'll get into them more, though, in a little bit of time, because it's time to take a look at our daily report and see what teams did win in which of the matches. And we do have our first team to come through with 2 wins. You can see Valdez Esports taking the last 2 matches of the day, but Geek Fam, they were the ones to pick up the biggest numbers when it came to damage, knockouts, and healing in our 3rd match.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam were really, really good. Impressed me quite a bit, these Malaysian boys, right? And I got to touch on DRS as well. Yeah, they had a very quiet game, and they kind of tapered off as well after that second game, after that second win they had there. For Blacklist, though, even though, yeah, they came in second, but they've been consistently good throughout this entire day, right? Sure, they opened up with a chicken dinner. The next couple of games, they were kind of non-existent, but then it will bounce back. I think getting a top 4 in the 4th game on Miramar, and then, of course, we saw that final fight against Valus as well. So I feel like it's been a tale of these SCA teams throughout the entire day, apart from DRS obviously coming in from Nepal. But yeah, the Southeast Asian teams, and not the usual suspects, really popping off in every department.
I think, I mean, Southeast Asia, they're just really showing like the dominance in PUBG Mobile. Like at first it was Bigatron to really lead the way, but we're starting to see other teams really step up quite heavily. And gentlemen, I mean, we haven't seen it yet today. We did get to see a little bit of an inkling of it when it came to being in the match of our overall standings. But we need to dive a little bit deeper into this one. Blay, you mentioned the kills between Valdez and I think Geek Fam, who was in second place with kills. But let's take a look at how many points they have, and I guess more importantly, how far ahead Valdez is from every other team out there, because it is becoming outstanding. I think they have over 100 points today, and you can see here, yes, 105 in 5 matches. That's over 20 points a game.
That's... Blank, I want to take this because I know I've been sprouting too much about Valdez, but look at that. That's ludicrous. 58 points, almost double of Geek Fam's, or rather everyone else. Even Blacklist at 35 having the highest placement points. And what do you even say about this? I mean, what a way to start day one.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those cases where I saw them come out swinging towards the beginning of this competition for those 2 first matches. But it's a case where you look at this and you think, is this going to be a flash in the dark? And so far, it feels like Valdez has just unleashed the sun during the night. I don't know how this has happened, because 105 points. Let's look down towards 8th place, Yala with 36. There are 70 points ahead of 8th place. It is unbelievable to look at. Like, those are the types of numbers that you would expect to see between 1st and 16th place. But yeah, this is some crazy stuff that we're looking at the moment. Again, though, Blacklist International really able to bring it back there. And to Xavier, I will 100% go out on a whim right now and say that I have not seen too much of this team before, and I am genuinely impressed.
Yeah, and I mean, considering it's really hard to make yourself stand out when the rest of the teams here in the competition are so close in points, minus Valdez, obviously. But yeah, they definitely have. They've really shown like what Vietnam can bring to the table, and I think that's what's so great about this event is you get to see teams from countries or representing their countries competing against the best in the world and really try to make a name for themselves, and that's definitely... makes me want to keep my eye on them into the future as well, with PMGC happening later on in the year. But last thing for you, Bled, before I move on to the second page, any other teams really stand out to you here?
I'm just going to put this out there for Zeus Esports. They've had, it's not been a bad day, right? Like getting to a 5th position is still not shabby. It's still not shabby at all for these guys. But they do tend to have these. They do tend to have kind of slower starts. They usually have way more kill than placement points. And in this case, they've had the same number of kills as placement points. I'm expecting Zeus to really pop off starting tomorrow. They're a team who has quite day one, quite first half of day two, and then they just started to dominate things. Although the way Valus are playing right now, it's not going to be easy, but Zeus Esports is a team you need to keep an eye out starting day two.
And I think we need to keep an eye out in particular when it comes to the total points right now, right? 5th place is 38, 9th place is 35. 11th place is 30. Like, there really is this tight grouping of points between these teams that honestly, Na'Vi, with just like one chicken dinner, could easily bounce into, what, 2nd, 3rd place? Like, that's how close it is right now, Blake.
Yeah, with I can 100% say this right now, with the huge point sponge at the top in Valdez, there is so much volatility towards the rest of this leaderboard where anyone can get anywhere at this point in time. So it's very easy to catch up at this point in time. Maybe not to Valdez, but maybe to 2nd place, which would be beautiful here. But Na'Vi, again, these are a lot of teams that they haven't played before. Obviously, these guys are from Russia, so they're playing with a lot of Southeast Asian teams. They're maybe not used to them. So honestly, being able to spring back towards the end of the day, I'm pleased with it, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot of adaptation that has to be made, whereas these guys are used to being the big dogs over in Europe. They're coming over here and they're having to make some changes.
Yeah, it's something I think Na'Vi definitely can do, and I think this is where it comes into the time for teams of, do you have a coach? Do you have an analyst? Do you have time now that the matches are finished to review what went right and what went wrong for you to hopefully improve going into the future days? Because after this day is finished, Valdez took home $80,000 for charity already just the first day. So obviously looking to repeat the performance going into the next day. But going into this, I believe we need to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's the daily MVP. You know what? You guys probably want to see the MVP first. So we'll look at that, and then we'll look at the schedule thereafter, and let's see who actually is the top player. And I'm just going to go on a whim here. Just a quick guess. Probably Martin. Hey, you know, wasn't that hard?
Hey.
Wow, so surprising, so shocking.
No idea. Yeah, like who would have thought? That's so impressive though, right? Like I think they ended the day on like 9-ish average kills across the 5 games, and the fact that he's almost in 4 just goes to show how much he's been. I wouldn't say carrying the team though. He just seems to be the kind of the outlier for the team. But it's not that no one else can frag. I do believe we have 2 of their members as well in the top 8 fraggers. I'm not sure how it stands now at the end of the day, but considering they still got 11 kills in the final game, I'm sure nothing would have changed too much. And his average survival time right there, like Blank pointed out, 24 minutes, 41 seconds average survival time. That's insane.
So let me just throw some numbers at you real quick while we keep this up, right? His average survival time is 24 minutes, but his total survival time is 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 27 seconds. Concept has 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 34 seconds, and GUI has 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 2 seconds. Like, the grouping between their top 3 players is like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, or 2.5 minutes. Like, that's pretty insane, showing that then we make it to late game. They make it with a majority of the players left alive. And obviously Martin is a big stand-up player for the team, but Concept, he has 16 kills. Martin has 19 in total. So it's not just Martin. It's not just the Martin show, right? That we were kind of maybe alluding to earlier on when we were looking at the top players from them versus Xavier. There's multiple people on this team that are helping step up and helping them perform.
What I will say, Jason, and what I find the most amusing, is this is probably a team of 4 players that I've ever seen play the most amount of time on PUBG Mobile in one day. Usually most people go out in a game, you get 20 minutes, so almost a little break to do some analysis on these other teams, but these guys have been playing non-stop. So honestly, guys, if you're Val's at home, if you're watching, go take a bath, go rest those fingers. You know, you've absolutely earned it.
I bet Thailand's going crazy right now for this team, who is really putting out the work against some of the best teams in the world. But that is going to do it here for our first day. So we're going to take a look at the schedule, what's coming up tomorrow. To remind you guys, what's the map order, and of course, what's the times that we're going to be starting. This is all in CEST, so you'll have to hopefully work it out for yourself. It's going to be at 1 p.m. over here in Europe, over in Poland, where I'm currently at. We're starting off with Erangel, but it's the same map order every single day. So we're going to have the 3 Erangels, the 1 Sandhawk, and the 1 Miramar. What do you mean, wow, Blink? What's wrong?
You should be able to know all the time zones.
Yeah.
For everyone.
If I ask you what's the time zone
tournament
over in the Philippines, what time would that be?
It would be...
Let me see your hands.
Look, I'm showing you my hands right now. Wait, this is just one hand, but I promise the other one isn't moving.
It's 7 p.m.
Wow.
7 p.m. Jason. 7 p.m. There we go.
I'm getting 10:42 right now. But
well, Google's wrong.
Google's wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys.
Well, you know what? Besides telling you the exact times, why not just join us at the exact same time you joined us today? Because that's when the matches are happening. Nothing is going to be changing. But what I can tell you right now, there will be a little bit of a change up. We're going to be changing our analysts and our casters around because it's time to head over to our West Conference. We'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our first day here of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This is the West Conference now. If you joined us earlier on, you might have gotten a glimpse into the East Conference and all the teams. And Valda is just completely smashing everyone out there. But we are transitioning and switching our mindset over to the West Conference, where we have just as great teams, all going head-to-head to win their share of the $3 million for charity. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm still your host. I'm still here from these broadcasts because you know what? I was like, forget anyone else. I want to stay here the entire time. And I'm joined by two extremely fun men to hang out and chat with. We got Frost and we got Seven Worlds Gaming to help break down all the action happening over these next 4 days. Seven looks like a deer caught in headlights there all of a sudden. I don't know what that was. But how you doing, Seven? It's been a long time since we worked together.
I'm doing great, man. It's good to hear your voice on the headphone. This is so nice. And also, Frost, first time I think we're working together. Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, same. It's going to be great. I mean, we got 4 great days ahead of us with a lot of money for charity and some of the best teams in the world. And PUBG Mobile, I mean, can it be a better weekend than this?
Ice cream. It is hot everywhere in the world. Maybe get some ice cream brought in. It would make things even tastier and more delicious to go with all the chicken dinners that will be handed out today. But this is a 6-week-long competition. If you haven't seen what Gamers Without Borders is about, it's all about charity. It's all about COVID-19 and helping get those vaccinations rolled out. And this is the final game, the final elite competition to happen before we close out the entire 6-week-long event. But what a better way to do it than with PUBG Mobile as well. But to move on from this, we talked about money that can be won. It's $3 million on the line for all the teams across both conferences, and we're going to take a dive into how much you can win by coming out on top at the very end. $250,000 for our #1 place team, all going to the charity of their choice. And speaking of charities, we need to mention the charities that are affiliated with this entire event. You got UNICEF, you got Gavi, you got Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, and you have King Salman for the humanitarian aid and relief as well. All of them partnered with this amazing cause that we're having for you here today. But to go back to the money, Frost, $250,000, first place to the charity of their choice. That's amazing.
That's a lot of money, and it's all going to charity. So it's for a good cause as well, and nothing better than that, right? You want to be able to help out with everything that's going on right now. Everybody needs the vaccine and so on. So a good cause, a lot of money. Everyone's doing their best to get as much money as possible for their charity of choice.
Yeah, I mean, $250,000. That's like a half day rate for you, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Stop it. Just stop it. That's yours.
I wish it was. And if it was, I would definitely donate a large portion of that over to charity as well. But points, right? We got to talk about how teams even get into the position to be first place, or obviously in the other places that we do have. And honestly, Seven, I think most people out there are very familiar with the entire format we've been running with for over a year and a half now. That standard 1 point per kill.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big one, right? The meta has changed a lot. We've seen teams prioritizing more on kills than anything else. And something to keep in mind as well is 13 and 16 players are going to be getting 0 points. So they are going to be looking to at least get 1 kill. Every point counts. I mean, you don't want to be that team that's just missing out on a couple $1,000 by just one point.
I mean, you're fighting for your charity, right? You don't want to let them down by being 1 point short of doubling up to 30K or something like that. But, you know, for us, I mean, again, we teams are so familiar with this. We still see these adaptations happen within PUBG Mobile. And over in the East broadcast, we had teams out for blood. I'm expecting the same thing to happen here.
It's definitely going to happen here as well. For me, I'm looking forward to see all the top 5s because I think that's the most important part. That's where you're going to gather a lot of points. If you get to the top 5, not only are you going to get the placement points, but also a lot of kill points on top of that. Hopefully, at least. Hopefully, you're not just snaking in.
Yeah, and I think what's really important for me is the fact that you have a lot of these teams that might not have been heard of. Like, if you're not watching all the regions, it's really hard to get an idea of like who some of these teams are. But as we saw in the East Conference, it's a chance to really step up and show what you're about, show what your country's about as well, right? That country pride on your side. And a lot of teams will have that pressure of not only competing against the best, but the pressure of all their fans out there watching them.
And I'm so glad you actually mentioned that. This is something Frost and I were talking about before the show started. We actually saw the Filipino team. I believe their name is Blacklist. We saw them get the first chicken dinner, which we really haven't seen Philippines anywhere when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So I'm really looking for teams like that and countries like that to kind of start popping out, and maybe we can start building some fan bases behind them. I know there's a couple teams that we're going to be looking at very closely, Frost. I am going to be sticking a little bit to my America side. You know, we got A7, we got Team Queso. Team Queso usually doesn't perform that well in short-term tournaments like 4-day tournaments. They did better last time they played in America's Finals. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they start off today.
I'm just going to say it's going to be clean slates. We're starting over from zero here for every team. So, I mean, everybody can step up right now. Now's your chance to prove yourself against some of the best teams in the world. If you haven't done that before, now's your chance. And, you know, you can dominate them now and just show them next time you're in a league with them, you know, they got to watch out for you.
Yeah, it's a nice taste into what's coming up later in the year with PMGC as well at the very end, where we have the big competition from the best teams in the world going head-to-head. But let's see how the teams actually go about getting the points on which battlegrounds they'll be doing it on. And pretty similar to what we've had recent times as well. It's going to be starting things off on Erangel with a Sandhawk, another Erangel, Miramar, and then a final Erangel. So, Seven, I'm pretty happy with 3 Erangels. I know you are.
I am. I'm enjoying. Listen, I love Erangel, but you know me. You know I prefer Sandhawk. I prefer the madness of that and what that brings out. And also Miramar. I mean, we have seen Miramar become a bit of a Sandhawk in regards to just action. And you said it. In the East, all the teams were looking out for blood. I wonder if some of the teams in the West are going to be doing the same in matches like Miramar.
We do know that everyone likes Erangel, and it's going to be the home turf for everyone. So having 3 games of that, it's going to be the most important map to make sure that you are actually performing to your maximum of those maps. And then you have, of course, Sandhawk and Miramar, more of a little bit of a wild card, I'd say, throwing in there every day.
I mean, it's a chance to pick up a lot of points if you're definitely strong on a map like that. I know Scrim Farm over in PMPL Western EU was one of those teams who looked like to use that to their advantage, though we're not going to talk about what happened with them because we're going to talk about the teams that are relevant to this event. Before we do get into our first match, because it's coming up in just a few minutes, though, we're going to head to a short break, but we're going to entertain you with a quick little speed session from some teams from the West. When we come back, we'll be kicking off match 1.
I think the most difficult part is to play with the fingers, and it's different to play in a mobile phone from the computer. So you have to train and practice to get better with the fingers and the gyroscope in the phone. So I think that's the hardest part.
The most difficult part of this game is how to play against other professional teams and still try to achieve good goals and show off your country and your team organization name.
I would say since it's a FPS game, the shooting is the most difficult part of this game.
The most difficult part of this game is by the competition, like some tournament. We had so many tournament in the past, like we won a lot of tournament and we lost. Then we have to learn from our past, like we want to become a champion, but many become pro player from the new, I don't know from where, like they're better from us, like we have to beat them and we have to compete.
The most part of like the difficult of this game is it's new and everyone knows, so we have to practice more and get and take the detail of the game.
The map is very big and every game is unique, and you have to like think about all the things happening on the map so that you can take the best spot and win the game.
Most difficult part of this game is no same situation, no same blue dome, same teams, how we rotate. So we need more flexible and quick judgment. We need quick judgment.
Most difficult part is competing against top other teams from other regions. Like when you don't know their game style, it's hard for you to compete against them.
The most difficult part of this game is it's on mobile and things are small, so you need more focus.
Most difficult part of this game is need to have a strong teammates, potential teammates to play with strong strategies to survive until the end of the circle.
The most difficult part of this game is probably communication, because a lot of us getting tunnel vision. We can't shoot and talk, so this is the hardest thing to practice.
All right, it's time. It's great to hear from some of the teams, but you know what? You can talk all you want, but as long as you don't put up in the server, in the lobby, it's not going to matter what you say outside of it. We need to see teams put up some big numbers here off the bat if they want to win the $250,000 for the charity of their choice. But before we can even do that, we got to remind you guys about what teams are even playing, who's on these teams. Let's take a look at the rosters, though, and start to dive into some of these teams in particular, the ones we expect to do well. Though with that expectation comes extra pressure because no team wants 7 rooting for you, because if you fail, he's not going to let you forget about it. Let's take, I don't know, I'm being so mean, I swear. Let's take a look.
You're absolutely right, though. I mean, you're not wrong. And in this, I mean, we have quite a first page here. I think the first team I'm going to be looking at is going to be Alpha 7 Esports representing Brazil. We know that they're capable of putting up good performances. They didn't actually do so well in the Americas final. And guess what? They're going to be going up against their arch nemesis, Argentina and Team Queso. And that's another team that's been improving in this, as I was saying earlier, in this short-term tournament. But can they keep that up? And that's something we just haven't seen out of them, Frost. And I'm hoping that they kind of show it here on this tournament.
You did want to mention Ghost Gaming? I thought you wanted to mention them as well. You know, curse them a little bit. No, but Ghost Gaming, of course, we know that they did great as well, both in the PMPL and in the America's Championship. So I'm looking forward to see what they can bring here. But I know that they've had a little bit of a struggle in the scrim, so we'll have to see what's going to happen. A lot of strong teams on this side, as you're saying. So a lot of the teams that has been playing against each other as well. I mean, A7, Ghost Gaming, Team K, so they all know about each other. They've been playing so much against each other. That's going to be interesting to see if they're going to utilize that kind of information against them.
Yeah, and how they're going to be able to adapt, right, to the other teams, because we don't only just have these teams. We do have other teams that we're going to be showing you very shortly. And then we have Chivas Esports representing Mexico. I'm pretty sure Juancho, that's a player that's been in the game for a long time, that he's been able to be in big tournaments like this one. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to do a great performance. And I know there's one team here that you really wanted to talk about, Frost.
Oh, yeah.
Tell him.
Guns Esports. I mean,
I knew it.
I mean, they're my favorites. You gotta love them. They're so good, but they had a slow start in EMEA Championship, but we saw them coming back strong, and they got themselves a second place there. And they played against a team like Destiny there as well, so they know about Destiny. They know how to defeat Destiny, and Destiny, they want revenge on Guns Esports for that. So, I mean, it's time for them to step it up now.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad you mentioned Destiny. Destiny, in the previous tournaments, hasn't really put up the best performances possible there for Germany, and I'm really hoping they're able to at least secure a top 3. I think that will be massive for a country like Germany to be able to secure that too. And then we have La Nostra MVP. Hopefully I said that name right, because I was kind of thinking about it in Spanish. We have some good players there, and then we have Q Lash there from France as well, Frost.
Yeah, I gotta jump in, because like 3 of these teams I just covered in PMPL Western Europe as well. I have to say this, Destiny, I mean, they looked phenomenal when it came to the league stage of PMPL. And even in the finals, they looked pretty decent as well. But when they got to the EMEA Championship, they just kind of didn't really perform. They finished 10th place overall, which was very disappointing. You have Clash as well with MZ, which Maxman was always talking to him, since they're both French. And they had a very tough time in the beginning of PMPL, because they just really underestimated a lot of the teams and were lacking that confidence, even though in the scrims they had before the event, they were #1 by a mile. And La Nostra MVP, they have such a strong lineup, and we're starting to see them grow as a team. Alicio was always the player to watch when it came to their fragging power. But again, this is their toughest competition now. They didn't make it through into the finals for EMEA, into the regional championships. Now here playing in West, it's going to be tough for them to adapt. But we need to move on now into our next set of teams, because honestly, there's just so many great ones to talk about. And all of them have played in these like league stages for PMPLs and in that kind of same level of tournaments. So everyone generally is on the same level of skill. But I will say this.
Which one do you think I'm going to talk about on this one, huh?
I mean, I don't know who you're going to talk about, but I know who I want to talk about.
All right, you go first.
We'll go to you. Okay, I mean, Nextria Gaming, like in Turkey. Frozen, like 15 years old. He was the MVP of the entire event. They completely demolished every other Turkish team. And Footballs was always the team from the region we talked about. You had Classic Athletics come into play when we saw PMGC, but Nextria Gaming, I think this is going to be the Turkish team we're going to see throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about Kanina Power. They have the EMEA Championship MVP in Nomi, and they've now been playing without one of their previous MVPs in Tixi. I feel like this team, they've been able to get it down. They've been able to get 4th place in the championship. They were able to get 4th place in previous tournaments as well. They're continuing to be that top 5 team. I just want to see if they're going to be able to push it to that top 3, or maybe the top 2, or who knows, maybe that #1 place.
Look, I'm just going to say Team Onyx, though, from Georgia, they just barely missed out to get to the EMA Championship. They got himself a 6th place in the PMPL CIS, just below Konina there, that got himself a 4th place, as you mentioned, 7. So I think that they're going to be going on strong here. And you can see you're in the bottom there of Team Onyx as well, 7. I see your name down there. And of course, you have UDR Killers from Spain as well. They also just barely missed out on the EMA Championship, ending on a 4th place in the Western PMPL EU there. So basically, they're a strong contender to being in here as well. They play a lot against a lot of the other teams that we saw on the previous slide, like Lacro Nostra, MVP, Destiny, Clash. So they know a lot of the teams as well. A lot of the teams here from the EMEA region. And I mean, basically, them going up against all the other teams here, it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring against the NA and SA teams.
UDR Killers and PMPL Western Europe, they didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend. Going into the second Super Weekend where they did qualify, they took home 3 chicken dinners in one day. This team has that potential, but the problem is you can't have these high highs and low lows that they've had in the past. They need to have that level of consistency across the entire event. And now we're going to see our last teams here. Now you're going to recognize some of the names, but the rosters have changed a little bit, as you can look at Godsent and 19 Esports from me in my eyes. But 7, who do you want to talk about first?
I'm so glad you mentioned consistency there, because when it comes to consistency and not being consistent, you know which team actually pops out to mind? 19 Esports. They're the most inconsistent team out there. They can do really, really well one day and then they're completely disappear the next day. So I'm hoping with some of the additions there, like Shifan to that team, are you kidding me? I'm really interested to see what kind of action we're going to be seeing out of them and who's going to be playing, because if Carnage plays, we do tend to know that they tend to force things a little bit more. But let's say Shifan now is going to be playing instead of Carnage. That's going to be a different dynamic there. What were you going to say, Jason?
I swear, you're like the biggest hater, but also biggest lover and like supporter of like the North America when it comes to PUBG Mobile. You will break a team down and trash talk them, but you will defend them to your death at the same time.
As I always tell people, if you do good, I'll make sure I tell everybody. But if you do bad, oh boy, I'm gonna grab that megaphone and tell the whole world.
Oh gosh, you don't want to be on the wrong side of 7. But Frost, what about you? Which team are you looking at?
Look, I'm looking at Road to Glory here. RTG Esports here, coming in from Morocco. They got a pretty strong lineup, even though they haven't really proved themselves. They were playing in the PMPL Arabia, and they got themselves a 15th place. Not too good of a result, but now's the time for redemption, right? They have some of the teams that they know. They've been playing against another team like Rad Esports there from Egypt, and also Guns Esports that we saw earlier from Iraq. So some of the teams they're already familiar with, but there's still a few of them that they need to look out for here. But I think they can be sort of a wildcard for this one.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? There's a lot of dark horses when it comes to events like this. There's a lot of tape on certain teams, but not a lot of tape to watch when it comes to the others, because you just don't really have the ability to see them playing to know their style. But gentlemen, PUBG Mobile, over at Esports PUBG Mobile on Instagram, did post who do you think's going to win the first chicken dinner? And we saw a plethora of people supporting their own countries and supporting their own teams. But I want to throw it to you two, because on the East show, the East Conference, none of us were right. Who do you two think should take the first chicken dinner? Frost, let's start with you.
I'm going to go with Guns Esports. That's my boys, and I believe in them. They had a rough start in the EMEA Championship, but now's the time for them to get the first win.
Okay.
A7.
7. Oh, wow. Is it because they have a 7 in their name? That's a little cheap.
Oh. Hey, don't give up my secret.
I feel like if you ever did like the Powerballs, you would do like 7, 17, 27, 37. Anyways, guys, we gotta let you two go for a quick little break because we gotta bring in our commentators. The first match is upon us here for the West Conference. So you two, get out of here for now. We're gonna bring in our commentators for the very first time for today. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Viram and Mustache Dave here to the virtual studio.
Oh, thank you so much, Jason. We're excited to be here. Mustache Dave back at it again, this time on the international stage. I'm excited to see these teams going out here raising some money for charity. Because let's be honest, we all love playing video games, and when you can do it for a good cause, there's nothing really better than that.
Yeah, $3 million are on the line here this weekend alone. $250 for each West and East. It's going to be exciting, high-level gameplay. By the way, I just want to say, 7, you're going to have to change your password. I think Jason just exposed you out there with those numbers. But, Paul, game 1, it's already on, my man.
Let's go. Let's not wait any longer. We got a nice little intro. We got to set the stage. We got to let you know what's at stake. And now we get to get into the gameplay, get into the action. This is what you all came to see. Some of the best teams from the West here battling it out to put some money in their charities' pockets.
Well, this one's going to be interesting. Erangel making up 60% of the 20 games here. Ghost, Guns, they both like to drop Pachinki. RTG, UDR, they go School. Team Queso and Onyx, they go Fairy Pier. So we got 3 main areas on the map, pretty centralized here, that 2 squads are going to be fighting it out. And I had a chance to watch the scrims. I'm just going to say, Ghost Gaming in the scrims, they got mopped. They got mopped from Ghost Gaming time and time again. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see what actually unfolds now that everything's on the line.
Yeah, we'll see if teams will continue to stick to their guns here or if they make the call to say, all right, we need to shift. And I've casted the players on Ghost Gaming for like 3 years now almost, and I've never seen anyone ever basically bully them out of Pachinki. And this might be the first time that that's ever happened. Oh my goodness. Like, where are they even going? What's even happening right now?
And it goes back to what you said. You know, you've been watching Ghost for the longest, and they always get dropped on. Not once have they pushed out. And I spoke to a couple members from Guns. They said the same thing. We're not leaving. So it's going to be a bloodbath here. Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, they're right on top of each other. I couldn't believe my eyes because, to your point, Dave, I didn't think they'd continue to do it. I thought one team would have to bow out going into this first match when it matters here in game number 1, but that's not going to be the case. A very friendly circle, so we're going to ignore it for now. It's going to give these teams lots of time to fight, as we're already seeing Revo doing in the kill feed, bringing the big guns to bear. We're taking a look. Ghost Gaming trying to get themselves together, trying to take an angle, take over one side of the city here to give them a better base of fire.
And just thinking, you know, Big Brain. What if Big Brain, Ghost, they were kind of throwing their Pachinki fights during those scrims? They're like, yeah, let them think that they can take us out. And now, when it matters, they're going to pull out those strategies. So it's going to be interesting. I already saw a double barrel shotgun on one of the players from Guns. And looks like Guns playing a little grouped up together. A soft 3-1 split right now. And it's going to come down to who can get that first trade, that first knock, and catch their opponents off guard.
The key next step to that, of course, is seeing if you can confirm it, chain it into something else without giving up that down in return. We're seeing Godsend here taking a little bit of damage over towards crates. And going to be able to keep themselves alive, reset here a little bit. The Pachinki fight is definitely what we're keeping our eyes on as a whole. But like you mentioned before in the plane, Dave, lots of potential for hot drops, at least to start this off. I would be a little bit surprised if Ghost was throwing it, because like scrims are only useful if you go the whole way, you know what I mean, or more useful. So just dying early every single time is maybe less useful. But no, I'm definitely curious to see how that ends up playing out here, because we never know when push comes to shove on the day of. It's anybody's game.
I definitely agree with your point, but then again,
but I want to see secret. I hear you. I want
talking
secret strats.
Scrims here. We're talking practice ball, all right? So we'll see. As you know, it's just going to be one of those main storylines that we follow every single Erangel map. Both those squads talking to the players will gain some potential action, but I'm actually surprised because just looking at the mini map, looks like Ghost already finding some vehicles and repositioning, maybe pushing out.
I wouldn't honestly be surprised. And I laugh at after all this, the net result is they just split it and they don't end up taking that crazy fight. Like that would be, I think, the one result none of us really expected. But to your point, Dave, this isn't practice. You don't want to give up a dumb death early. The chances of you making it to the end, securing the chicken dinner, increase exponentially if you're able to keep all 4 players alive. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on where these teams are rotating here. As I said before, a very friendly circle. Teams are already on the ski crossings in the late game. This has been honestly one of the most relaxed loot phases we've seen in a while, because looking towards the end of the last PMPL here in the Americas, it was getting spicy in some of these.
Beyond in tournaments, a lot of teams, they play it really cautious, really slow, like to put out those feelers and see exactly where their opponents might end up going. Be extra careful.
Yeah, don't want a clown car situation to happen there where everybody gets in and nobody gets out. As we're seeing them position them up on top of this hill here, and they're in an okay spot. This isn't a bad position to be, especially looking at this next circle. But the issue here is that, like we just saw, they're going to be very exposed with this next rotation. So they're going to have to do a very good job of scouting, of gathering intel, because UDR Killers here down towards Apps is in a great position to gatekeep them should this circle continue to go further north.
A solid spot right now. They have some pretty good sight lines and one pretty center. So UDR, they don't necessarily have to move anytime soon. They could pretty much, make sure to loot every single room, get that list out, that grocery shopping list, and check it all off. Get those scopes, those attachments, all those meds. Because honestly, I was watching earlier on, and I think with the short form tournament, 20 games, one of the key early and mid game. So I'm really going to be looking at teams and how they use their resources here.
Because resource management is so critical, making sure that you have some of those key smokes to build these good defensive barriers with your vehicles in those circles, 6, 7, 10 plus points for the win. That is going to be garnering you a lot more long-term success than the odd point here or there in the early game. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. We'll see how the teams are opting to play it here in the West. That's something we've been traditionally pretty good at, I would say, though often learning. Jitters, we'll say, definitely still into effect here. Teams aren't nervous, but they're cautious.
And just kind of back to that point, for sure, tomorrow East is going to be a lot more tight. I think today, both East and West, it's just game 1, game 2. That's one of the main reasons we saw a lot of that utility used early on. And Jason, predictions. Instagram, they had their predictions. Who do you see coming out top? It's a little unfair because we see the map right now, of course. But if you had to pick one team, first chicken dinner out here for the West, who would you say?
Well, I mean, I have to be biased because as like the token Canadian, we have a Canadian team. So I kind of have to go for 19 Esports. It's not based on any logic or reasoning. It's just based on the fact that I don't normally get to root for Canada. So I'm going to do that here. Let's go.
Okay, respect. Okay, we got one for Canada. I'm going to go with Canada. I was looking at the map. My bad. I'm going to go with guns, though. I'm agreeing with Frost. I'm a big believer in guns from Iraq. I think they're going to come in here and dominate. They're a good team when it comes to getting those kills, and they're consistent with getting high placement points. I think that's going to play a huge factor in these 20 games.
And they've got some seriously experienced players at this point. I mean, I remember the first time watching these guys competing on some of these more world stage environments, being really impressed with the individual fragging power. For me, if I can see this guns iteration playing more together as a squad, if we can see that team synergy ramping up, then I absolutely agree. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. As we did end up seeing Team Queso, I believe, getting the first pick up there on the Chivas Esports. So keeping an eye on this. UDR Killers still just continuing to chill out, Our team from Spain, maybe cooking up a paella or something, just relaxing. As a team who's not relaxing right now, it's Rad going to be going in here. Clash going to find the shots. Trazen doing a great job there, finding the off angle. More vehicles continue to stream in, as you can see it in the kill feed. Nice job there from Clash. What is Rad doing? They just went right into the meat grinder.
Yeah, our squad from Egypt just straight up YOLO sending it right now, and they got picked apart one after another. They did not even have the opportunity to fire back because I saw a couple members, they got sprayed on in that vehicle and they weren't able to pop out in time. So that's going to be some nice early game loot delivery right now. Hey, we're going to call it what it is, loot delivery out here. So not too bad for our squad from France.
I mean, you're not wrong. You spent all that time, first, 10 minutes of the game, casually looting up, getting nice and stocked, tier 3'd out the wazoo, and now you just give it over to your opponents who killed you for free, essentially there. Bit of an awkward rotation there. The second the first player went down, I think they probably should have reassessed to break off, cut their losses, but instead they just, I'm going to be honest, streamed in like lemmings, one after the other, right off the cliff, and it was not a great look in that game number 1. Got to look to shake that one off, though, as Clash all the way up there from the top. Bon voyage, they say. We'll see you in the next one.
For sure. Shake it off. Don't let it affect you at all. 19 more games to go. That's that one game. That's that one game that no one's going to talk about. All right? Just forget about it. It didn't happen. That's perfectly fine. So we'll see what they can do, what they can accomplish in that next game, because it's going to be Sandhawk. It's going to be a little spicy. And just kind of getting the bigger picture right now. Alpha 7 all the way up there on Stalber Hill, playing the edge, playing this one nice and slow. To me, it looks like they're going to be waiting to see where this next circle takes us. And 7 on Des was kind of hyping up Team Queso. Interesting squad. We've seen them. They've either been hot or cold, in my opinion. That hot, melted cheese or just a block of cheese. We'll see what they can do here in this tournament.
We'll see if there'll be some smoked cheese here, or if they'll be the ones doing the smoking, taking away their opponents here. Axel looking to hit some shots, not quite able to do it. The thing that always stands out to me about Team Queso is that they're a ramp team. They're a team that always starts off slow, but as days and weeks goes on in some of these extended tournaments, they just continue to get hotter and hotter, generally. They're not going to have time to do that here. We only have 4 days. Let's see what we can do as Extra Gaming taking a look over, starting things off with the nades. 1 kill already picked up. We'll see what Hamudi can do. Got to reposition, got to try and stick with the team here and find an angle to fight back.
Yeah, Frozen right there, the 3 times MVP, 3 weeks in a row. Trying to put some damage out here, trying to get some of these grenades. Ooh, in those smokes, Hamudi better run.
Good
intuition. With their squad mates, yeah, and you know what? Just in time as well, because the next zone does go up. Oh, but spotted in the process after all, so that's Guns losing 2. That's my squad that I picked. Oh, that's losing all 4. Oh, no. The Maxman curse, more like the Dave curse out here. Hey, we'll bring it back, boys. Don't worry about it. We'll bring it back, all right? Next game.
And they were getting shot at by multiple teams. That rotation was doomed. That one was not going to succeed no matter what happened there. They just got caught out. Bad position. Teams are punishing. The circle continuing to center up here just southeast of Razak, just around school. There's a lot of terrain to work with here, a lot of compounds, so it's going to be all about the fight to take over those compounds. I'm getting the Kendi vibes from this, Dave, and I like it.
A huge fight right here. Huge fight. Alpha 7, they're going to be strolling in, playing that edge from Stalber after that new shift, and they're going to be running into the roadblock. We saw Team Queso, they're setting up here on the roofs just a little earlier on. Blue Zone's going to apply some more pressure. Mitsu with the Scar, trying to get some shots, pop those tires, but Alpha 7, they're like, nah, we're not going to take this fight. Too risky this early on. They're going to look for that wide rotate, find a safer passageway.
And of course, Alpha 7 from Brazil, always looking to get aggressive. One of the hallmarks of these Brazilian teams, they like to take fights as 4. They like to go in, be the aggressors, set the pace. And that one, definitely identifying, this is not the fight we want to take. Let's reposition. Let's get something a little bit more advantageous. Potentially running into Onyx here, who've done this ridiculous wide wrap all the way around the circle as well. Keep an eye on that as Nextria Gaming's been able to take over these nice series of compounds, and these are some of the ones that I'm talking about here. If you can take control of these, if you can get control of these, you've got such a great vantage point to get intel on all the other teams rotating in. And speaking of rotations, this is what I was talking about, Dave. This might be some combat on the road.
Yeah, talk about a messy spaghetti bowl over here. Alpha 7, they left the squad of Team Queso to run into Onyx. Here comes the fight.
There's someone I'm running into in a dark alley or on the side of a hill. It's definitely not going to be Carrillo. That's not who I want to face up against. He does not lose those close 1v1 fights. And now with the full flank coming on the other side, Alpha 7's in a great position to just wipe Onyx from the face of the map, one after another. Like dominoes, they fall. As Alpha 7, a terror out here, looking to go for the revive. Master will be able to secure it, but it's a 2v4. They're in a rough spot, and here comes the parade. It's Alpha 7 going in for the throat. That's going to be the team wipe.
Ooh, right there. They're trying to close in on the shack. The pre-fire swapping to the DP. They're done. They're done. We're playing on patch 1.5, by the way. The new light machine gun. That thing is a shredder. It's a shredder. I think it has a faster fire rate than a Vector, and it packs a lot bigger of a punch. And right there, just watching Alpha 7 and talking about patch 1.5 real quick, we're seeing those AKMs. They're ahead of the curve. I was watching earlier at East. I'm going to talk about a little bit more. Everybody was running M4 still. With this new patch, everybody's on the same level playing field, but we'll get back to that because Canada versus USA.
Oh boy, a traditional rivalry here, and so far at least, G-Fan's going to help to put this one in Canada's favor. Bayo still in the corner, but multiple members from 19 are in rough position. Tetsu's going to drop though, but Bayo takes the positive trade. Xenox got to go in and try and make this one happen. The absolute shredder, the absolute killer that we know of Xenox is going in, looking to take Bayo down, and he will. 19 Esports able to take Ghost Gaming down in their first big fight, but the third party is coming in. This one's not done yet. It all comes down to Sam, the last one standing.
Yeah, they're getting shot from these windows. I believe one member from Team Queso all the way on the outskirts took a shot in there. Sam trying to get these pickups on their squad mate. It's only going to be a duo, but right there, Canada taking out USA.
Getting some revenge for the last World Juniors as it is. Taking a look also towards Konita Power, who have a great spot in this next circle and have eyes on their next potential rotation. Apps is still in play as well. Godsent looking up against UDR Killers, who've been in a great position this whole game, Dave. They played it slow, they played it steady. They've got all 4 players alive. And they're looking to try and take some shots. Both of these teams trying to find some leverage because they will not be in this next circle for long.
Yeah, right now, just count your lucky stars that you have this cover for the time being. 11 teams to go. They can do their best to try to gain some intel from their prone positions through these windows and kind of make up that game plan for what's next. And I want to say real quick, back to Alpha 7, how they're ahead of the curve. Patch 1.5, rate of fire compensation system. That's going to make UMPs a lot stronger up close and personal, and AKMs for that mid-range engagements, and that's what we're seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, that next level thinking is what is going to get you ahead when the field is this competitive and this close. We did just see Team Queso getting taken out as well, and that is so important for teams to make sure they're on the bleeding edge of what weapon you should be using. We've seen constant shifts in the meta with Uzis and DPs. M4s have always been a staple. That recoil control is the big thing, and maybe that's what I'm wondering. The AK is slightly different in terms of that control, and yes, things are going to be changing with the stabilization like you mentioned before, but maybe players are still not feeling quite as comfortable using that yet, which is why we're still seeing M4s being as prevalent. Keep an eye on that for sure, though, because Alpha 7, they're in a great position, Dave. They took down Onyx for that northernmost position. They sent Carrillo out in front in order to be their scout, 3-1, and now they're looking in a great spot here. But Konita Power on the high ground. Another squad who's looking to be in pretty good shape.
Hey, Alpha 7, they're playing patch 1.5. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, hey, we'll get back to that as we see. Oh, Santa Texa and the kill feed actually get a nice little knock right there onto one of the members of Konita Power. Things start to settle down just a little bit. Everybody able to catch their breath, heal up, make sure to get their HP bars topped out. Looking to see where this next circle goes. UDR, Godsent, you called it. They're going to have to move, and yep, this zone does not favor them no more, so we might have a little skirmish out here.
Yeah, this is the one I'm looking at, and as well as that Alpha 7 Konita Power fight. These are the big two that I'm keeping my eyes on, but there are other squads watching Godsent as well. They're basically pinched. When they decide to make this move here, they're going to have to be careful because they could be taking some shots over across the way as well. Definitely got to keep an eye on that, as that's the Alpha 7 fight I was talking about starting to pop up in the kill feed. Is Nomi, that MVP, getting dropped by a big frag. I'd like to take a look at that fight as well if we can, as we're seeing multiple fights breaking out here as Alpha 7's looking to push the high ground. Thank you, observers. Right on time. Dave, here we go.
Yeah, huge knock taking out Nomi, one of the stronger players on the squad right there, and immediately sending it. But Alpha 7, they got 2 down. They do have that smoke deployed. Send a Texa trying to crawl into there, trying to get that pickup, and both squads, they have a moment to get the reset.
Konita Power's going to find the first, but Gonzo is down. More nades coming in, and Alpha 7, this could be a rough spot for them. Nice damage going through. Smoke's trying to give them some cover, but behind that rock, it's pretty obvious where they're going to be posting up, and this is the opportunity that Konita Power needs. Uzi in hand. You can see the bottom right of your screen trying to find the angle to leverage, but they're still afraid because Carrillo is still a threat. You cannot ignore this. As Axer is trying to get the revive on the other side, Senatexa is down as well. It is a 2v3 with Konita Power in an advantageous position. Mafioso will need to go clutch to try and salvage this one for his team.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they do have this boulder to work with, but they're in a slight dip right here. So a couple grenades could roll right into that dip, and that could spell disaster.
Could indeed. Mafioso, though, needs to turn, needs to try and listen for them. Take the other footsteps coming in, multiple angles. Finds the shot. Nicely done. Konita Power now. It's down to a 2v2. Can they get this done? Both teams battered, bloody, bruised, trying to survive, trying to stabilize as best they can. But no! Mafioso finds another one at the angle because he's going to find the third. Absolutely insane. He lives with a scrap of HP. It all comes down to this last one. Here's Carrillo, full HP, running up over the top of the hill to try and secure this last fight here. Alpha 7, can they get it done? No!
Mafioso's still up, 1 HP. 1 HP, and to make matters worse, RTG, they're going to start the third part of this from behind. Oh, look who's showing up right here. RTG on that cleanup duty right here.
And just like that, mutually assured destruction. What an epic fight from both of these teams. And they both end up going out. Talking about loot delivery, Dave, it doesn't get much better than that. And just like that, we're down to only 6 teams left, as Nexria Gaming is also getting eliminated. Somehow Godsent's been able to survive into this as well. And we is still... Oh, never mind.
Nope. They did until they didn't. So
it was sick.
Yeah, it was nice. It was right there. You really had to have that aim on point right there. So RTG strolling up their third party. Look at all these crates. They're able to top off on ammo, meds, utility. They even got a couple Teslas in their pocket that they're going to need here to rotate into this next zone and kind of build their own cover. But first, they need to scout it out. We see Loca Nostra down there, a little split. They're going to be trying to gatekeep them.
RTG, I mean, they're on the road to glory, as they say. They've only got one single kill going into this. They have been able to play this really passively somehow. But they're in a good potential position here. They do have to rotate into this next circle, and they are exposed up on the high ground. They're going to need to leverage the smokes. Let's see how the utility management that you talked about earlier, Dave, is going to come into play here if they are going to have the util to be able to broach this next circle. They have the vehicles. We'll keep an eye on it as 19 Esports is in a precarious position. Sam is down. Xenox is trying to live. Xenox, the 1v4 fiend that we know from BMPL Americas. We'll keep an eye on how long they can survive, making it to the top 5, at least as Chivas Esports, despite the fact that they lost the first player in the server. Dave, they made it here to the top 5.
They're still up and at it. And RTG making the pull-up right now onto Loca Nostra. Savage taken out. I'm really curious, what can Daddy do? Daddy had that off angle. Daddy's job was to make sure to take out any crash, pop those tires, blow up that vehicle. But Daddy not able to do that.
No, not at all. And we check back in with RTG. They went from 1 kill to 5 in a matter of seconds. Or 3, I should say, in a matter of seconds. Able to pick this one up. Nicely done from them. 19 Esports trying to stabilize, but the nades keep raining in. I cannot believe they are still up and in this. UDR Killers, though, with 7 kills as well. But right now, Dave, it's all about RTG. Being able to keep all 4 players up and alive, massive.
Yeah, having all 4 members up late game, such a huge advantage. Daddy trying to get revenge right here, tossing out some grenades. Not able to get any damage on the board. Definitely giving away their position. Blue zone going to start to close here very shortly. Apply some additional pressure.
Oak's going out, I believe. No, it was a nade. Not able to connect onto Marshall there. Going to try and heal Strat through. Does have 3 first aids. Just wants to get into that top 4 if they can. 19 Esports has been just a punching bag as these nades have literally not stopped. They are just sitting in a 1-man red zone. Uh-oh, that one's going to do it though. How? They just keep getting... How many nades do you have, Nano? This is unfair. This is bullying.
See the bounce. Got him. Got the confirm, and Sam in the smokes. Jacob taking them down and out. Still, Canada, 4th place.
Top 4.
Solid.
Not too bad as all of this is happening. Loca Nostra is going down. Daddy was dropped. UDR Killers is in this, though. Chivas is up as well. It's a 2v2v4, so depending on how RTG decides to rotate this, they need to be careful. They need to take one of these fights, Dave. If they try and split themselves too thin, if they try and spread themselves too far, that's where they could get punished. That's what we have to keep an eye on.
And instead of just sending it into the zone, looks like they're going to try to wrap around, get some damage on the board with these grenades, maybe get a knock. They do see those smokes over there, so that is an indicator you might have some enemies on the other side of this hill. Oh, hit them in the head right there. That must have hurt. You saw that?
Yeah, I did. Chill out, guys. Chill out. All right, take it easy. But this is what we're talking about, Dave. These are the smokes. These are the smokes that I was looking for here in Circle 7. This is exactly the kind of util management we need. These teams have done a good job fighting, been able to take this from their opponents. You can continue to see the nades just raining in. But I like what RTG is doing here. They're moving up with the vehicles. They're going to create this mobile cover. We'll see if they opt to destroy the vehicles now rather than have them take that potential damage, or if they want to keep them alive. They've got a lot of different options here, but I love how they're doing this. This is so methodical.
You can't see nothing. Smokes are deployed everywhere. RTG, they have the numbers advantage, but they need to make sure not to overextend right now. Let UDR, let them do the heavy lifting for you there on the edge.
They have to move in, and they had to take the road. They've got the way this defilade works. They are going to have the advantage here if they continue to snake, but Jakub, oh my goodness.
Yeah, right there.
So close. We'll see if he realizes just how close they AK in hand. So that 1.5, Dave, you're calling it. Looking at what these teams are doing, breaking things wide open. But I love the position from Fran back here. Has the hard cover, has the tree, and is going to be able to offer so much support to their teammate. This is solid. However, may not be enough.
Yeah, Fran's still trying to look behind them, make sure that they can't get surprise from the back. Honestly, though, I mean, that's El Chapo right in front of your face right there. Fran trying to crawl up, trying to get those grenades. It could be big. RTG, they're kind of grouped right here.
They are indeed. One big nade could spell disasters. They're taking fights on multiple fronts. Sandro's trying to find one as well as UDR Killers looking to at least make the top two. As they're just sending it though, Dave. This is hyper aggressive, but they make it work. And just like that, UDR Killers is down. And somehow, despite losing the first player in the server, Chivas Esports is here into the top two. Takes one down with them. It's a 2v1. Hang on with the smoke. They're not out of this yet. There could be potential for Frey to try and make the absolute hero play. But El Chapo looking to shut that one right down. Keeping the pressure up. Spraying, praying, throwing the pan for good measure. Send it. Let's go.
Fran, MK14 though, that thing hurts. Fran does have another smoke. They're going to use it. They can make a play. It does look like Carry Boy is going to be holding that off angle. Looks like the pickups might be coming out. That is not what you want, Fran. You want to take advantage. The 2v1, now a 2v3, or a 1v3.
Taking a lot of damage. Hit markers. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? The nade gets it done though, but Fran almost goes clutched right there at the end. Still a top two finish as we're seeing RTG taking that first chicken dinner here. Road to Glory started things off slow, only had one kill going into, I think, Circle 6, but they turned it up, took smart fights, deployed their utility well, utilized the vehicles, and didn't overextend when it mattered most. Dave, I can't ask for anything more for a first chicken dinner.
Road to Glory. I'm surprised. I know they are good players. You know, I know they got those plays in their playbook, but with all the competition here, I'm going to be honest. I didn't expect them to come out on top in the first match, and they not only are named Road to Glory, but they're looking like with their play style and their communication that we saw that game, they just might have their road to that first place. I'm not calling it, all right? Still 19 more games to go. But that was some pretty solid gameplay for game one from a squad.
Because I got a little bit nervous. They did that wild send into UDR Killers. They got the first knock and just went all in. But in hindsight, looking at where Fran was positioned, the intel that they had, it was the right call. They needed to execute one of those teams. They couldn't continue to take these two really disparate fight. That's not the word I'm looking for. These two very varied fights on both fronts. They had to pick one, and they did. They went for the aggressive play. It paid off. And then at the end, when Fran could have made this absolutely insane, wild 1v4, they said, let's not have that highlight reel. Let's instead slow it down. We'll get our resets. We'll throw our nades, and they played it to perfection.
Hey, GG's. Let's play those highlights. I am predicting we're going to see that Alpha 7 versus Team Queso highlight here shortly. That was just a disgusting, in a good way, kind of team fight. Pretty exciting. And Alpha 7, they started very early on because remember, they were up there in Stalber. They were hoping that it did favor them. It did not. And that's kind of when they flipped the switch, and instead of playing passive, they knew they have to go to clean up the edge, get some kills, and that's exactly what they did.
It did indeed. A lot of really scrappy close-range fights in the mid-game as teams were just trying to vie for a compound, for something to try and dig their feet into the ground and say, no, this is where we make our stand. And it just resulted in a lot of crazy close-range scraps like this one here, as you can see Konina power the Alpha 7 fight. And I would have loved to see it resolved. The third party didn't end up coming in, but still, crazy stuff here in this first game. Destiny didn't get to see a lot of them on the main feed, unfortunately. Hopefully we get to see more of that squad going forward, hailing from Germany. Excited to see what they can do. Godsent from the apps were able to survive for so long, Dave. I cannot believe it. And this is the nade play that got me so hyped in the game.
That's what got you hyped. I was hyped just to see the MG3, that new light machine gun. That thing has 75 bullets in the clip, and it has a higher rate of fire than a Vector and does double the damage. And for Alpha 7 to prioritize crates to make sure to get that weapon, that puts a smile on my face here, especially in game number one.
Absolutely, putting these new guns to bear and making them look good. But this was the final moments of this game where, look at that turn, Fran, that was nutty. The big nade did come in at range, though, to shut it all down. But still, what a start there from Chivas Esports and RTG. Great first game here. So we're going to send it to a short break. When we come back, our analysts are going to break it down. We'll get into game number 2.
Has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines? How can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
There's a darkness on me that's flooded in light. In the fine print that tell me what's wrong and what's right. And it comes in black and it comes in white, and I'm frightened by those who don't see it. There was a dream, and one day I could see it. Like a bird in a cage, I broke in and demanded that somebody free it. And there was a kid with a head full of doubt. So I'll scream till I die, or the last
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had our first match of the West Conference finish-off, the PMWI. We've had our first victor. We've had Road to Glory, the team that I predicted. Right, guys? I predicted them?
Wait, no.
To win.
That's the other way around.
Dinner. It's fantastic. So I'm so happy to see that I was 100% on my predictions today, but two people who were not on their predictions, but at least look very handsome. It's Frost and Semerald's game as they're going to be helping break down everything that happened in that first match. But guys, we have to say, all seriousness, probably not a team we expect to take the first chicken dinner. I mean, it's definitely not a team we expect to take the first chicken dinner with such big hitters like, you know, Team Queso, like Alpha 7, like Ghost, but they're able to pull it off and do it in style.
I'm gonna tell you why they were able to pull that off, Frost. You want to know why? Because they were able to literally third party the biggest fight that happened that whole match. Kanina Power and A7, they were barely just clinging on for life, and then RTG just came in and said, "Goodbye, boys."
I mean, we were talking about that. Whoever wins this fight is gonna win the game, and we were looking at Kanina Power and A7, but. None of those teams actually won the fight because Road to Glory, as you were saying, did an amazing job third party coming in from the north there, just cleaning it up and, you know, just took out down the whole game after there. No problem at all. El Chapo, I mean, he did some great stuff as well, taking the flank there towards the end there on the north side. That was a great move, actually.
You know, Seven, I didn't realize it in the moment, but technically Frost did say whoever wins this fight wins the game, and Road to Glory did win the fight, and they won the game. Let's actually take a look at the results, though. In the last match, 70 points all the other teams did get in the course of our first match. Remember, we only have 5 today, but we'll have 4 days total of action, and 23 points. Not a bad amount of points for them, but also UDR Killers. You know, Seven, I know you were watching them, and they put on a pretty decent performance. Yeah, third place finish overall in placements, but they still got the 8 kills behind them.
Yeah, and I think the 8 kills is huge for that team. And this is something that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, right? Which of these teams are actually going to be able to put up kills? You don't want to be that team that puts up placement points but not kill points. Well, guess what? They were able to put up 18 points. Chivas Esports, I can definitely say this is one team I did not expect for them to come out and do this well. 17 points for them, 5 kills. For them to be able to get that second place was huge. 19 Esports, we saw a battle there. Canada versus USA. They went up against Ghost Gaming, and guess what? They were able to take on that battle. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see that a little bit more. I'm gonna go down even more. 6th place and 7th place. That was the big fight. That was the big turning point to this whole match when Kanina Power was fighting Alpha 7. We saw some flashes there, and we saw an actually super even fight with just one player left from each team until RTG came and just absolutely demolished everybody, Frost.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say though, Chivas Esports from
Mexico.
From Mexico, thank you. Fran there, in the end, he actually did some great stuff. He almost got down Road to Glory. We saw him time after time knocking the guys up there on the rock there, and they had to keep on reviving there. And it was just like, it wasn't far from him to actually clutch the game, but we saw a great nade coming in there, sadly. So that kind of took a stop to it. But looking at this, I really like that we're seeing some of the teams putting up high numbers of kills because I feel like that's important. Even if you go down early in the game here, you want to make sure that you're hot, you're ready, you're bound to just kill people in the upcoming games.
Well, Frost, that's my secret. I'm always hot. Let's take a look at the next 8 other teams, though, in our list. You can see Godson coming at 9th place. Guns. Now, there was a certain Swedish man on the show here that did predict them to win the first chicken dinner.
What's that?
15th place. Not a great start, but I will say this, right? We expect them to perform better as the day goes on. We still have 4 days. The thing is, it's all about that consistency, right? You can have a bad game here or there. For the other side, for RTG, now that you kind of set the bar high for yourself, you have to maintain that kind of level throughout the rest of the day, like we saw Valdez do earlier on. But a couple other teams in there. I know we talked about Destiny a little bit earlier on. Only 3 points for themselves.
But those 3 points, actually 2 of those 3 points came out from just one player, Fresh. He was the player with the most damage throughout the whole match. That man was able to put up 700 damage by himself, which is good to see, right? When we see teams here on the second page, we always talk about which player out of the whole team is going to be able to get hot, and the team is going to be able to back him up. Well, guess what? Fresh was definitely hot and fresh that last round with those 700 points in damage. Now he just needs his team to be able to back him up. Same with Ghost Gaming. I think they only ended up with 1 point. And then Team Queso, we saw them there on the second page. That is a team that I'm going to be looking at, and I'm going to keep on mentioning. They need to be able to just win some games, or at least just get within the top 5.
Yeah, I think we've seen over the course of like PUBG Mobile history, Queso is an extremely strong team, but to close out events and win them seems to be out of their grasp sometimes. But one team we're going to dive into now is the Road to Glory and how they got themselves that first map chicken dinner. We want to see kind of the stats across the players. Who was the real standout player within their roster? We're going to see on your screens now, El Chapo. I mean, you talked about before, Frost. Most damage, most kills, tied for knockouts, the all-around package.
Also, the great thing was time after time we saw El Chapo actually taking the flank while the rest of the three guys, they were sticking together, taking care of their other flank. So basically, El Chapo works as a unit himself and seems to be unstoppable so far, I'd say. Having almost 600 damage with 4 kills, that's a lot of, if you look at it, that's more damage than the rest of the team did together.
Yeah, and something with RTG that I wanted to point out, as we were mentioning from the Chivas player, is they did kind of struggle there at the end, just going up against one player. And if you look at the stats here, they did end up with 8 kills, but half of those kills were stolen from between that fight, Alpha 7 and Kanina Power. So I am going to be looking at this team later on the other matches to see if they're able to close out fights, and they don't really rely so much on third party.
You say stolen 7, I say secured, because you know what, if other people can't lock it down, then you might as well secure it yourself. We are going to jump, though, into a head-to-head between two teams. Now, it's two teams that, when coming to this event, you hear their name, you expect big things. Unfortunately, both of them didn't have the strongest start. We're going to take a quick look at Alpha 7 up against Ghost Gaming. And you can see Alpha 7, pretty good damage. The problem was, as we mentioned before, Frost, right? That fight against Kanina Power to the third party by RTG just really kind of screwed up their chance to close out the game.
I mean, it was a great fight for them to take there. They knew that they had to win that fight to be able to close down the game, and they came in there pretty strong. But once it got the knocks on Kanina Power, we didn't see them continue on the push itself. And basically, Kanina Power just managed to get up on their feet again and start putting up some defense against them. On the other hand, though, Ghost Gaming, we haven't really seen that much. It's only been one game, so
exactly.
There isn't much to say about it yet. There's still plenty of time for him to recover.
Yeah, I mean, 7, like Beowulf, I mean, we got to talk about him. It's basically the X-Tempo Storm plus Beowulf for the team, right? Beowulf is one of the best players in North America. He can get an insane amount of kills and damage done, and he can in-game lead at the same time. With how smart of a player he is, I would imagine this is going to be like a one-time thing, maybe a two-time thing over the course of 20 matches.
With Ghost Gaming, it usually takes them about a day to warm up, and then when they get hot, they get hot. So I'm looking for some teams to kind of just cool that off. If they do see them getting hot, just turn it off. You don't want Ghost Gaming to get hot.
Yeah, you don't want to see it at all, but you know who we do want to see? We want to see our casters come back, so you two got to get out of here so we can make that happen. And Veer, Mustache Dave, I'm summoning you back into our virtual reality studio as you take us underway here with our second match of the day.
Well, thank you so much, Jason. Oh, Dave, how you feeling?
Hey, thank you. You know who's getting a call right now? Coops, man. Ghost Gaming, they're calling up Coops. His phone is ringing off the hook. We'll see what these squads can pull off this game. I'm going to be looking at boot camp. We got 19 esports in Alpha 7. I know they like to drop here, so we might have some spicy action, Paul.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, why would we not? Ooh, we can see some player rankings as well. I'd like to level up our graphics. Heck yeah, shout out to the production team. No, I think so. I mean, this map is always about take your fights quick, be decisive, because if you don't, the blue will make your decisions for you. The amount of running players have to do in this map is just a lot. And a lot of fighting is going to get resolved by the blue zone, mid to late game, circle 4, circle 5. So take smart fights, be ahead of your opponents, because if you're not, you'll just be dead.
For sure. And you know who was smart? Game 1, El Chapo. 4 kills, 591 damage. But El Chapo, not in that first place spot when it comes to player rankings. We see Sandro from UDR. 5 kills, 681 damage. Pretty solid for game 1. Don't forget, there will be an MVP reward too by the end of this tournament, $5,000. So there is that to look forward to. And I mentioned the hot drop potential, 19 esports in Alpha 7. It looks like Alpha 7, they were able to claim that spot for themselves.
Yeah, 19E going for a bit more of a split drop. Given the G-fans on the roster, this is something that Nova Esports, that his team normally plays for, likes to do a lot on this map, so I'm not surprised to see 19E sort of adopting the strategy. Also, shoutouts to Fresh there, down there on Destiny. Actually, 700 damage. Number 5 only secured 2 kills, but did 700 damage in that last game. Again, I was sad that we didn't get to see really any of Destiny's play. They're a team, I am from Germany. I was excited to see what they could do. So hopefully we get to see some this time around. As Nextria Gaming, Udyr is potentially caught out a little bit here. Up on the high ground, I'm not sure Acer, actually, it may not be them who's caught out. It may be 19E. I don't think they have any idea that their opponents are there. Acer, absolute all-star veteran player. So many accolades this player has achieved, Dave, but they might just be dead if they're not careful.
Yeah, you could be an all-star player, but 2v1, yeah, especially an uphill battle, I don't care who you are. It's going to be a tough cookie to swallow, and it looks like Acer immediately spotted right there. And to me, this team, 19 Esports, though, watching scrims, they were doing really well with getting consistent placement points. And I think that's very important because the roster kind of new, you know, playing together, trying to feel each other out. And I think if you could make sure to get those consistent placement points every single game, that should set them up pretty well looking towards that last day. And we're going to be checking in. Looks like Sam pulling back to Sheafan over there. I'm assuming Sheafan is going to be the IGL here too because they were the IGL for their squad. So new IGL, just a new roster coming together to play here and represent Canada.
Are indeed, and that's the risk with the split drop there. Oh, right on by. Okay. Both teams do the split drop, but having Nextria Gaming being a little bit close together, playing more of a 2-2, I think worked out well for them. Gosh, that Cybertruck looks good. Anyway.
It does.
I want one in real life. Anyway, 19 Esports, yeah, they're going to have to try and play around with 3. We saw them being able to do a lot with 2 in that last game, but still losing Acer early like that. The reason I laughed was because it's just like, I don't think he knows they're there. He jumps out the most exposed position he could humanly be in. And uh-oh.
Look at this,
Street Game needs to be careful. They're going for a bit of an old school loop scout there, and hitting a tree on the way back is a great way to make sure you don't make it back to the team.
The thing is, though, as well, to kind of consider these electric vehicles. It's electric, baby. So they're kind of quiet. They're kind of quiet. And you might not necessarily hear that pull-up until it's too late. So Frozen, the 3-time MVP, doesn't even need a scope. No scope needed. Iron Sight trying to get some spray over there as Sheafan trying to group up with their squad mates.
I mean, he didn't hit a single bullet, so maybe a scope would have been nice.
Hey, I respect it.
Just throwing it up there. No, absolutely. This is a team that people really have their eyes on. They're a squad that I keep hearing get hyped up over and over again, and I love the fact that they know they have an advantage in a 4v3, so they're going to continue to try and push it, forcing 19E out. However, another fight potentially breaking out here. Onyx, Rahad, up on the high ground, trying to move their way in towards this next circle. As the nades start flying in, Rahad is well split though. Delhap is pretty far back, so let's see what 9 can do here if they can get this short-range lob. This opening knock would be massive for this team, and I don't know where you're throwing that grenade.
Trying to fish him out as Master doing the same thing, getting some nice damage, but that half wall able to secure some of that damage, and Master popping up, UMP in hand, the spray, taking down 1, and here comes the fight. Oh,
coming around the rock, dodging and weaving. Nice peek there. We're seeing it now, a 2v2 situation. But Mortar's going to go down. That's massive. And I mentioned Delhap's really back and far, split from the team. But hang on, Desha is going to drop for a second. I thought maybe able to clutch it out here. And now Team Onyx will have the ability to lick their wounds, try and reset. Master did end up getting confirmed through all of that, though. But it is going to be a 3v1 as Delhap finally makes it here. They're going to have to go beyond clutch, Dave.
Yeah, it looked like 7 did spot out that solo player trying to group up and provide that support. And honestly, that fight in general was sketch. I didn't know who was going to come out on top. It was. I was getting me nervous. Just the double peek from Rod right there, popping out that rock. Usually, you like to see if you have 2 players behind a rock, they go opposite directions. You know, try to keep them off guard. But this is good. Onyx, game 1, they were extremely passive. They played in the blue. They were all the way out there. They showed up maybe circle number 4. So for them to already be getting involved here, getting some kills underneath their belt, 3 kills, they only lost 1. That's a win for me.
100%. At this point, taking those trades when you're just trying to reset after that first game, I mean, to be fair, running into Alpha 7, not optimal, to say the least. Running into, Carrillo in a dark alley. Not the position you want to be in. But they're in a not bad spot going into this next circle. They do have a couple of options. Don't have to worry about Destiny on the other side of the river there, so keep an eye on that. Is jumping on board with Clash. Clash, quite quiet in that first game. They ended up securing a relatively decent placement, but they didn't do it with a ton of kills. So we'll see what they can do. Is Alpha 7 once again playing 3-1 with Carrillo as the scout, which I think is the right call. You've got such an aggressive, one of the best close-range fraggers. Why would you not put him in that position to play his style?
It is a one-man army, right? I mean, they can hit their shots. They could. We saw in the past, I believe, squad wipe. Yeah, okay. So we tend to see a lot of teams, at least the high-level teams, they like to play a 3-1, and usually that one player is that player that could clutch up in those moments. And the other three, they're on the hills and they're playing the Overwatch. They're playing the support. They're making sure that their star player, their star fragger, has the room to work with, has the room to navigate, has the room to reposition and really come out with those plays while their three squad mates in the back are making sure that they're covered and they have the time needed not to get caught off guard. And I think that's what Alpha 7 are kind of flexing here right now. They are grouping up, though, a little bit. They do have to swim across that water, of course. But that's just, me trying to analyze, comparing to other regions or whatnot, what we're seeing here today in game number 2.
And I think it's such a good thing to talk about because I think we saw it exemplified the absolute best here in North America with PK, the 3-1 with Coops, just unlocking the power of that fragger. Like, we know how impactful that can be when you play around these star players and really facilitate. I mean, they're all amazing. They're all fantastic. They can all hit their shots. But when you have that player who just has that star power, that extra factor, and you're able to unleash it by supporting them, the whole team gets better for it. So excited to see how Alpha 7 continues to play around that because they're a squad that I think wants to continue to step up, rep for their region because, of course, for Brazil, it's a hyper-competitive region. They want to do the work because we're seeing, Nomi has optics.
Tunnel vision right there. Just looking for that slight little pixel. And maybe get that head bop. And I love how you brought up, we got to get back to that one because, okay.
I don't think he's going to go for it. You give away your position. It's here on Sandhawk. I don't
Maybe
think
if they stood still. Maybe.
Oh, never mind. Oh, my goodness, he's doing it.
Cover fire from
the team
two
fire.
players.
The team
That's
fire.
Great. Communication right there.
Wow. 3, 2, 1, go. I mean, that's a buzzsaw at 200 meters. Like, you don't live through that. Wow. I mean, they're going to be able to get the reset. They do give their position away, but we'll see if they use it to try and make a break. Because if they don't do anything with that, if they just give away the position for nothing, that was objectively the wrong call.
It was beautiful to watch, though.
It was.
I'm going to promise. It was beautiful to watch. And if they can kind of implement that moving forward, well, they should be looking at some kills. As next zone, not too bad. A majority of the teams still going to be in it. We got Team Queso down there. Camp Charlie looking to move up. We got Guns also down to the south. They might clash here very shortly. UDR, Konina Power, once again, though, find themselves in the crosshairs of one another on the rotational paths.
Oh, my goodness. And somehow Konina Power was able to make it out alive, at least for now. Oh, Nomi just got a little lucky, Dave.
Got that McLaren. Ain't no one touching you, man. That thing is zooming. And it looks like they're going to be pulling up into Quarry here. Oh, Xenox. What was that? Xenox with the quick flick. UMP in hand, and there's 2 points on Xenox right there. Thank you very much. That's what you're saying.
And now they've got the wide wrap onto the two remaining players of Nextria Gaming, getting a little bit of revenge for how this game started. 19E looking to try and get back in here, but UDR Killers here's the fight, gonna roll up as Pocus is just completely, potentially unaware of what's going on. Well, they're aware of it now as they just ran once again into this squad. Nia doing a great job of finding those kills where they can. Big misplay there from UDR Killers, not appreciating the scout, not appreciating the angle as G-Fans looking to put Nihat into the dirt. As the Molotov is going to come out, 19E looking for the redemption run.
Ooh, got him. She-Fan getting that grenade, jumping on top of this boulder. Get those sight lines, and it looks like two teams, two enemy squads. Well, they rolled up in the wrong area, and it's going to be some nice points on the board. Not done yet, though. Frozen, the solo. Oh, She-Fan. She-Fan doesn't know. Look at this right there. Frozen. Oh, they got him. They got him. 3v1. That was a tough one to win, of course. But if there was going to be that player, Frozen was that player that can pull out that clutch in that situation.
And look, if you're a fan just watching this and you see that clip in a vacuum, you probably think to yourself, why didn't he shoot? Why didn't he pull the trigger? Why didn't he go for it? There is a chance in that situation that they don't know he's there, that they move on, they loot, and they move past, and he can live, and survive, and get those points for the team. At that point, when you're sitting in 16th place, you get 0. It is absolutely the right call to try and survive, potentially, in that 3v1, especially when you don't have the high ground, to try and live through it. So I don't dislike the call there. He was just hoping to get a little bit lucky, and luck just wasn't quite on his side.
Yeah, that's 100% the play, especially when you're not exactly sure where everybody is. You know, you hear footsteps all around you, you see the indicators, you might not be sure where all the enemies are. And possibly if you are sure, okay, there's 2 there, 1 there, and you're really confident, then maybe we see you go for that clutch moment. But in that situation, I agree. It's like, just clutch it out, you know, clench them cheeks and hope that they don't find you and get those placement points. But that wasn't the case here.
Was not meant to be. 19 Esports mad that they lost Acer so early. Wanted to avenge their fallen teammate, and were able to do so. They're taking a look at the game state now, taking a look at the map, how teams are lining themselves up. Most teams at this point doing a pretty good job of staying ahead of the blue. We're just converging on the Delta right now and towards boot camp. I mean, pretty good position for a lot of these teams. Loco Nostra in particular, just outside of boot camp. 19 Esports there, Alpha 7. But Destiny up on the high ground, keeping an eye on that, because this is one of those high risk, high reward kind of scenarios, Dave. We've seen teams thrive there, and we've seen teams get punished.
Yeah, if it favors those cliffs, what you just did right there, they're in a good spot to get intel on squads rotating and possibly even get a couple knocks and confirms. And if it continues to favor them, they're already on top of the mountain, so they're going to have the advantage when everybody else is trying to claw their way and just find any type of cover. So we'll see. They're really putting all their eggs in that basket out there to that northwest, and Destiny looking for some big points here this game.
They're not alone. So we're seeing Guns and Team Queso fighting it out. They got the downside of the hard shift. They are way on the outside, way down here towards the south. They've got a ways to go. As we're seeing Guns, they did lose Freak early on, throwing the nades in downhill. Team Queso need to take this fight quickly because I talked about the blue always being at your back. This is the opportunity for you to show it. Who's boss? As they're getting the opening knock there. Nicely done. As Nitsu's able to grab that one there. Good position here. Guns is in a rough spot, Dave. I don't know how they survived this. They just got rolled up on, lost that first player, knocked themselves down, and this is going to be tough for them.
Well, one thing, though, they are going to have a squad behind them. Konita Power possibly gatekeeping them. Hamoudi, ooh, the crouch almost able to come out on top, but traded on from behind. And, I got to give it to Guns, though. They heard the pull-up from Team Queso, and they didn't wait for Team Queso to get close. They immediately started throwing those grenades. I'm going to say it was kind of like peacocking, letting them know, okay, there's a team here. You don't want to come in this direction. The thing is, Team Queso, they weren't taking the bait, and they pushed up anyways. And the reason they did that is because the zone not in their favor. So they had to take that fight. They had to win that fight, get that loot, and reposition. So Guns, that's a team I was looking for here, Paul. 2 games in a row. It hurts. It hurts right now to watch.
And I don't even think necessarily it's been bad play from them. They got caught out on a bad rotation in game number 1. They got caught from behind here in game number 2. Ralph is going to try and live as long as possible. You can do a pretty good job of just tanking the blue and going for the heal strats, something we see pretty commonly, but the double peek into Konita Power's Team Queso out of the frying pan into the fire. The second I think they try and stabilize, they're one of the next team. It's the downside of pushing in so late and taking these fights. They're still not in the next zone, Dave, as Rima's going to drop to the blue. I mean, this is the danger of the situation, but Nitsu is looking to trade one back, but Nomi in that power position supporting the team. But Dave, this could be one of these mutually assured destruction fights where both teams know they're going to die, but they're going to take you with me.
And Nomi's looking to get some damage on the board. Ooh, you got to watch that head, though. Taking a lot of damage and already having to dip into their meds. Nitsu tossing the grenade. Is that going to be good? Nope. The boulder will be putting a halt to that one. Looks like both of these teams, Team Queso, Konita Power, deadlocked right here. Deadlocked in the blue.
I mean, one player from each team might try and make the rotation, but they're just going to take each other down for it. Nomi, that was the key anchor player, though, did end up dropping, which means that Pioneers just got to try and live a little bit longer. I mean, this is not a good situation. Team K still have the motorcycles. They may still be able to rotate in, but they got another hard shift further to the north. Dave, this is going to be really tough to survive as Gonzo is just out on the outside trying to live for the team. But again, the Blue's just going to tick you away. Just get as many points as you can.
Yeah, and one step at a time, too. Team Queso, you mentioned they do have vehicles, but right when they pop in those vehicles, you have to assume Grenade of Power, they're going to spray it down. So first things first, they need to make sure to take out those enemies. And it looks like they were able to get a couple kills, but Papa Blue's not happy right now with them all the way out there. And Gonzo, almost able to make it out alive. Almost.
All right, Chivas.
Almost.
I love that animation too, because it looks like they just like ran into like one of those like you're watching like Looney Tunes or something, and they get like clotheslined and they just fall back. I love that animation. They get killed out of the buggy. It just looks so over the top and comedic. That's going to need a power going down. They will, be survived by their opponent down there in Team Queso. We'll see if Team Queso can make it into this next zone. We'll see how many meds they have. If they do, as Onyx is running into Destiny. This was the fight I was hinting at earlier. As Michi is going to try and just lay down this base of fire. More than 100 rounds in the clip, making it look easy.
Yeah, Onyx over here in these compounds. One thing to note, though, Destiny, because of those cliffs, they are currently separated. So they only got 2 over here, and they were able to storm it. Onyx, though, down to just 1. Meanwhile, the other 2 squad mates of Destiny trying to close the gap, trying to group up to make this a 4v1. They don't want to risk too much here because, of course, like you said, having those numbers towards late game, so huge.
And this is exactly what we're talking about with these cliffs, the high risk, high reward element. You're in a great position as long as you have the circle, but the second you don't, rotating down and around them puts you in some really precarious situations. So keep an eye on this as Chivas is continuing to push in here into the last wounded members of Team K. So this is out in the blue. Ayala trying to be held on. Nitsu has been an absolute champion this game. Got in with the vehicle, but I think this is as far as they are going to go. Luxie's coming in here, looking to try and find it.
Oh, Jacob from behind. The double grenade, catching them off guard. Team Queso didn't even see what hit them. Axel clutch, last one up.
15.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all.
No. They're probably going to be able to out-survive a couple more teams here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Queso make top 10, despite how this is going. Just looking at the way these next teams are stacking up on the circle here. The ZDR Killers, we're seeing them dropping like flies. Another team goes down. Ghost Gaming, though, we haven't talked about them a whole lot. They haven't really been in the action that much. 3 kills as Onyx is dropping. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, Dave. This is the Sandhawk we know and love. And Shifan, hello?
Shifan does not want to be spotted right here. The Shifan's looking at that mini-map and, okay, I take that back. Shifan's like, hey, tasty snack, tasty treat. HH caught off guard, bleeding on out. Bayo connected on as well. Is right. Shifan cooking some grenades.
And Ghost Gaming looked like they were in a fantastic position, and just like that, there's down to just 2 players, and Shifan keeps surviving on the edge. He's going to have to try and swim in, though. This blue is pushing. Not a great position to be in, but again, looking to try and make that top 10. This is what this is all about. As we're seeing here, Quad's pushing in on the outside of the... No, there's Shifan done. 19E's out.
I believe that was, Acer Island as well. Looking back at the Americas Championship, that was the island that he went for that crazy grenade. So it looks like both squads, that island not paying off. Destiny, though, still rolling up, strolling up. 5 kills. Okay, Destiny, we're looking at you. Germany.
Glad we get to see them. I'm glad we get to see them in this game because we didn't get to give them a ton of love in game number 1, and now making it here to the top 8. Axel's still out there in the blue, I should add. Team Queso is still surviving, starting to rack up those points. Very happy with the decisions they are making here as the blue continues to keep everyone coming in. Hope you did your cardio, boys, because you don't stop running as everybody is trying to find a home in this next circle. Destiny up on the high ground could be looking at a great spot right here, as well as RTG once again, but they're taking a little bit of damage as well from Godsend, continuing to push up the pressure here as Destiny, Godsend only, and Alpha 7 actually being able to keep all 4 alive. But for how long, Dave? That's the question.
Ooh, Daddy just made it in. Took some shots right there. Immediately spotted, turned on Alpha 7. They are going to be down to 2, but I believe they have some cover to get those pickups, get those revives. Unless you see the snakes. Yep, a big grenade. Even a molly right now would be huge.
They are all so low. Wave could do some work here as Godsend's gonna drop. Putting them down as RTG Esports only have 2 players actually up and standing. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here because Destiny's just in such a great spot. Fresh, who put up 700 damage in that first game, looking to continue to exert the pressure here as they're leapfrogging ahead of their opponent here, keeping the high ground as well. Alpha 7 looking at Mafioso in the back, going to be the anchor for that squad as we're down to only 5 teams.
Huge fight right here. Alpha 7, they're distracted. Godsend, they see a tasty snack. Destiny can totally pop up from behind. What they're doing? The M249 still coming on out. The spray. Destiny. 10 kills taking down Alpha 7 Esports right there. Germany, let's go. Guten Tag. Guten Tag.
All spray, no pray. They knew exactly what they were doing. A heck of a crossfire coming in from them. So methodical. I love the way they're taking these double peaks. It's 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. They're never leaving one of their teammates out to dry. They're playing these close range fights really well. I'm excited to see how this team continues to play Sandhawk over the next 3 days. So we're seeing Clash hanging on there. MZ, probably MZ, because, you know, that's how we pronounce it in the rest of the world. Hanging on there at the end. But this is looking like Destiny's game to win now, Dave.
Totally. 11 kills. Everybody's up. M249. RTG, though. Hey, consistent. They got 2 up right now. Ooh! Beast! Hello! Guard tower. Watch out, MZ. Done. MZ done. That was a close call, though. Not gonna lie.
That was really nice. I mean, they had the, you know, there's a surprise factor there, but able to put that big gun to bear one more time. RTG, now that guard tower has been taken over, they're out in the blue, and this is it, the final 2. And just like that, with Godsend going down, Destiny saying it is their destiny to take game number 2. And just like that, winner, winner, chicken dinner. But props to RTG as well. First and second back-to-back. Yes, please. That's the kind of consistency that wins tournaments. And in this case, put some money in the pockets of some of your favorite charities here, doing some good work, doing fantastic work. What are these top teams here at the end? Destiny showing up, putting in the work for Germany. Dave, you love to see it.
Yeah, RTG, consistent, 2 games in a row. Phenomenal start. Destiny, though, they had 4 up. I'm going to say they had 5 up. The M249, we heard it multiple times at the end, playing such a huge factor. Yeah, their positioning, their leapfrogging that you pointed out, it was great, phenomenal. Compliments to the chef, I guess you could say. But the M249, I believe, 7 kills with that weapon alone towards the end, coming in clutch. Destiny, I know they got a ton of fans, and looking back at their PMPL, they're like that mid-pack team, I think the desk was mentioning, coming out strong right now. Yeah, finished 10th. That's not the best results, but right now, you can tell that since then, they've definitely been putting in a lot of practice, and hey, they're looking good. 11 kills, you can't complain.
Because a lot of these other teams, you know, you have to have certain representation from your country here, so they made roster shuffles, etc. I don't think Destiny made any roster changes coming into this. So being able to play together as the same squad, being able to continue to put the work in as a team, I think is really showed here. Because you're right, Dave. They played really well in the qualifier, making it in, and the America's Championship, the European Championship, they didn't look quite so hot, finished 10th, not great. And it's obvious that since then, they've really worked to refine shoring up those weak points and proving what they do well. And we saw a lot of great plays over the course of it as we take a look at our highlights. It started here with Acer, the play that just made me giggle. But 19E, Dave, they did end up getting their revenge.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. And kind of back to your point right there, you know, the other tournaments, long form, right? The long form. This is a sprint. It's not a marathon. So if you could start day 1 super strong, a ton of points, you're going to be feeling mighty fine in the other 3 days. So we'll see. Right now, Destiny, check. Right now, RTG, check. Who else will be able to do it? As we're looking back here at the highlights, Guns, second game in a row, just getting pinched in a pickle.
But I got to give props to Team Queso. They're a team that we often talk about takes a little while to get warmed up, to ramp, to step up. They made it into, I believe it was 7th place in that last game by surviving, taking smart fights, getting some kills. They held on, so props to them as well. I'm excited to see what Team Queso in Argentina can do here. As Alpha 7, they didn't even have any kills at this point, Dave, which is kind of the scary part. Oh, this was the issue. they just got caught out completely exposed on that hill. There's not a whole lot they could do.
Oh, that to me, what I saw, you know, Alpha 7, they're known for aggression, and they saw some easy kills out there on the beach, and they kind of underestimated what might be lurking behind them, aka Destiny. This was the play. They started taking those shots, trying to get those kill points, and immediately Destiny heard it, and they didn't play passive. They sent it. They full-on sent it, and we saw right there, Alpha 7, they couldn't even turn around in time. They were already dead.
I mean, just really, really nice play there from Destiny at the end. And again, you know, props to Clash there, surviving, holding on, making it work, but still, props to Destiny for being able to find order in the chaos there. They made smart rotations, got a little bit of luck with the circle, I'm not going to lie, but they ended up playing it out really well, starting from what could have been a precarious position. We're going to head to a short break, though, take a look from some word from our sponsors, from our partners here, and we come back, send it over to the analysts, and get into game number 3.
The world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. How can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies. It's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by the OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now done with 2 of our 5 matches of the day, and things are starting to heat up for a couple teams in particular. Destiny coming out on top with their very first chicken dinner in our second match of the day. I'm Jason Captain, still joined by the lovely, the fantastic-looking Seven Worlds Gaming, and Frost. How you doing, Frost?
Whoa, what was that pause?
I might have forgot your name for a second there, so I had to remember what your name was.
Thank you.
I'm used to saying Seven Worlds
Thank you,
Gaming and
James.
Glitter, but, you know, Glitter's not here, so.
Well, I guess I'm the new Glitter.
Yeah.
I don't think you can bench as much as she can bench, so I think you might have to work out a little bit. Just like Destiny made things work out for themselves, taking home the chicken dinner, and we'll see how many points in total. I believe, if I remember correctly, thinking back like 6 minutes ago, it was 30 points they got from that one. 15 kills with the chicken dinner. That is a fantastic game, and I think our highest scoring match we've had so far, including the Eastern Conference as well here for it. Oh my gosh, I really can't remember your name for some reason. Frost. There we go.
Thank you. No, yeah, it's great to see.
Would remember your name? James.
Yes. Well, James is not here, so we don't talk about him, but we're gonna be talking about Destiny and how they actually got this win here. I mean, it was great to see because they were coming in from the west side. They didn't really have the circle, and they basically were just playing together and taking on every fight they could, and that's how they got so many kills. If you look at so many of the other teams, they were basically playing a little bit more split, trying to take a more passive approach to it. But Destiny, just full ham, and that's what you're gonna get. Even though I call it more of a wildcard map, having just one Sanok game here, that if you can be good on it, you can push yourself like this. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, and going back to Destiny, I mean, something that we mentioned in the last round, they ended up on the second page, right? They ended up in the teens, but they did have one player that popped out for 700 point damage points. So it's good to see that the team kind of riled up. It wasn't just a one-man show, and that's what they were able to put up there. And they were able to kind of finish off in a way, third-party Alpha 7 as well. RTG Esports, this is another team. I mean, they came in from a win for them to be able to put up 15 points. We don't see the amount of kills that we kind of saw from them last time, which is definitely something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, because remember, most of the kills from the first match, or at least 50% of them, were from being able to third party. We do see Gotzen here with 14 points, Clash with 10 points, and Alpha 7, I personally thought they were having a great game. Just the last rotation absolutely demolished them. They had to go out in the open, and they were getting shot from every angle, Frost.
Yeah, like Renostra, they had a dirty angle on him there while Alpha 7 was creeping up, trying to get himself into a good position. But as you can see here, there's a lot of good spread when it comes to the kill points throughout all of the teams, basically except from Destiny, of course, that was just bunching them all up. So pretty even in terms of the points coming out from this game here. And we're still in the start here. Only 2 games done, and there's so many more to go. But we're done with Sanok though. So moving on, it's going to be more Erangel, of course. And that's where I'm getting a little bit more excited about, considering we're going to have 3 Erangel games per day.
Yeah, we do have some surprises here. I mean, Ghost Gaming, 5 points there. Chivas Esports, remember, this was the second place team, 4 points. And then towards the bottom, Kanina Power and UDR Killers. For them to be able to get 0 points, I think that's huge, considering Kanina Power was one of the, I guess in a way, favorites for this tournament too. And Rod, this is the second time we're able to see them here on the second page. I really hope that team doesn't become the team that everybody just picks on.
Maybe they're just taking a little bit slow approach to the whole thing. I mean, we still have 3 more days after this, so they could just take it a little bit more easy, just feeling out all the teams, you know, they're just dead. They're just looking at what the other teams are doing, and then they'll just adapt themselves in the upcoming days, hopefully.
Yeah, and also I want to point out a particular team, Guns, you know, a team from Iraq. We talked about them before the first game kicked off. You know, for us, you had them pinned as like the team you thought was going to win this one, and definitely a team that everyone needs to watch out for. But they have 1 point in total now across 2 games.
This is looking like their EMEA championship, where we saw them bombing out on 13th, 13th, 11th place in the first 3 games there. And that was 24 games we were playing there. Now it's going to be a little bit less. It's only 20 games here. So they still have time to recover. We saw them in the last day there getting a 3rd place, 2nd place, 3rd place, first, and a second, and then a 15th. So they can put up some enormous numbers. And I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Well, you know what? We're going to talk about a different team here. We're going to switch gears over back to Destiny, as we talked about at the start of this little bit of a breakdown, considering they had 30 points. And, Seven, you talked about Fresh in Game 1. He had 700 damage done. Well, we can see here, not too much damage, but Mihi's able to step up with 800 himself and 7 kills to boot.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, that is 100 more damage than what Fresh was able to get. But the kills, the conversion on the kills, I think that's what matters the most. Remember, every kill equals 1 point. And for him to be able to put up 7 and also steal 2, or as Jason likes to say, confirm those, it's good. But this is the thing, right? We want to see more. We don't want to just see it too heavy just from one player. I want to see that more out of everybody else. Swave, I want to see him be able to put up at least 300 damage, even if he doesn't end up getting a kill, just so we know he's able to put up that support, right? Whatever it might be. Overall, he ended up working for them. They did get that win, so glad to see it.
I mean, you gotta look at Mihi though. He was just shooting everything and nothing with that M249. Even when there was no one in the smokes, he would just spray that down just to secure, making sure that no one was there. So that's how he got all the damage as well. Just basically just shooting everything.
Okay, well, it sounds like the actual next match is almost ready to go, so I think I'm going to say goodbye to you two for now and bring our commentators back in, because we are ready to get into our third game. It's going to be back on Erangel, so you know what? Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. We got to bring in 2 other handsome gentlemen to help cover all the action that's happening. It's going to be Invirum and Mustache Dave.
Well, thank you. Hello. Welcome. Dave, this has been a crazy start to this first day, I have to say. We've had some, relatively chill early games, but then these late game fights have been crazy. How teams have been able to keep 4 players alive when they're not as familiar with the teams they're playing against, which means rotations are always a lot more chaotic, that's been impressing me so much.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that is the point I wanted to kind of segue into, specifically talking about RTG, Road to Glory out here, because I had the chance to talk to Marshall, their IGL, and they told me their playstyle here, what they wanted to accomplish was to be passive with the goal of having all 4 up in that late game. So you just brought up the game plan right now for RTG. And looking at the overall leaderboards, RTG #1, baby.
I mean, you get top 2 finishes back to back, and that's going to be the result. Gorgeous plane path to start things off here. Coming back to Erangel. We'll see once again what Pachinki looks like, if we'll have the 2 ships passing in the night kind of situation, or if we'll see more of a scrap there this time around. Once again, I mean, looking at the overall damage leaderboards there, wow, Mafios doing so much work for Alpha 7, breaking that 1K damage mark in 2 games. Dave, that is terrifying.
1K all day. That's what they're saying. 1K all day. And Alpha 7, everybody knows, extremely aggressive squad. If you're in their crosshairs, they're going to make sure to try to take you out or go out attempting to take you out. They love it, man. They love getting those kill points. And right now, 2 games, 11 kill points. Not too bad. I mean, if we had to compare them, RTG first place, they also have 11. But Destiny, at that last match, 17 kill points. And of course, each kill is worth 1 point. So you have to kind of take that into consideration when we're going to be looking at, we got 18 more games to go here.
We do indeed. Man, crazy amount of games over these 4 days, back to back to back. Teams are going to have a lot of time to sit down and workshop, day over day. Because sometimes in the other formats, you play a couple days, you've got a couple days off, you can sit, you can watch VODs, you can look back at the map feed, you can watch the rotations, etc., etc. You can make notes, you can try and prepare. They're going to have way less of this time. So if you're a coach, analyst, etc., working with these teams, you've got to be on the ball right now. Hawkeye just trying to get a sense of how these teams are playing it. And so far, Ghost, we'll see how they're going to be doing here up against Guns. Guns, Dave, has been, I think, I don't want to say the biggest disappointment so far, because it's still too early for that, and I think they've been getting a little bit unlucky. But I think they're still my biggest question mark in all this.
Yeah, Guns from Iraq, talking to Pico, they said that they've been grinding nonstop, just grinding, preparing for this. And looking at this, Guns, Ghost, we know the battle for Pachinki. Game 1, we didn't really see it, but I think Guns, they just need to flip that switch and play their aggressive play style. I think instead of playing it slow here early game, go for the throw, go for Ghost Gaming, because I think once when they get the squad wipe on to Ghost Gaming, we'll start to see that confidence kind of build back up into Guns Esports after 2 games, pretty lackluster performance considering they only have 1 point so far.
Yeah, not having the best start for this team, for sure. And I agree. I mean, from what I've been hearing from multiple sources, they've been kind of dumpstering Ghost in scrims here in this opening fight. And the way they're moving towards each other right now, I'm not sure if we're going to have a repeat of that last Erangel matchup when they both just ended up rotating out. Ghost got a vehicle, reset the play. Guns are advancing, encroaching into this territory, because it's interesting. This is the same thing, exactly the same layout that we saw in that first game, which means they've sort of identified which half of the city they're going to play on, sort of mutually agreed on that. But we'll see if that little gentleman's agreement, the truce, holds, or if they will continue to take a fight as we're seeing Team Case rolling up onto Onyx. Onyx, who had a good first opening fight in that last game, though, Dave, I think we both agree, it was a little bit sloppy. Definitely room for improvement.
A little sloppy, but we did compliment them that they did come out on top. They got 3 kills and they lost Master in that situation. And this time around, looks like Master will be by themselves once again, probably calling for help. I do see a couple of squad mates in vehicles trying to rotate over here. Uzi in hand, though. It's going to be a challenge.
Oh, they know.
Yeah,
They heard him.
They heard it. Here comes the smoke in the stairwell.
Be trying to buy some time. Short fuse on that nade. Going to be trying to look and build some space here. Does have the Uzi.
Trying to buy time.
That's exactly it. Yep, he's just trying to buy time for his teammates to come in and rotate, because they're not in this next circle, too, which is kind of unfortunate. They're some of the few teams that are not in this next circle. This Master's actually going to jump on the outside. His teammates are rolling up, take some shots from behind, but he's able to survive for now. Nice little play there from Master, can try and reset as his team Onyx is pushing on in here and towards Fairy Pier. Absolutely massive play from them to try and keep their teammate alive. I love this decisive play, Dave. Other teams would have left it be, would have let their teammate die. No, Onyx says, we're going to take this fight. We've got the time. Let's make it work.
Hey, Paul, we are playing Gamers Without Borders, no one left behind. So they're definitely living up to that motto here for this event, and they made sure pop in here and get their squad mate, provide that support right now. And we'll see. I mean, honestly, looking at Onyx, I feel like they're in the advantage now. They're on the outskirts, starting to wrap around. Team Queso, they committed a lot of resources right now on this compound. They could get pinched.
It all comes down to Nitsu and Axel here, the 2 off-angle anchor players. Yeah,
there you go.
Okay, well, you needed. I appreciate the thought process going for the wide route, but oh my goodness, are we skeet shooting? What is this? They're just at the range, one after another, and just like that, Onyx got dismantled. I talked about this, and in this last game, I said Team Queso is starting off hotter than we have really seen them in the past, and I think they're carrying that into this next one. They took a lot of early fights in that last game, Dave, and it seems it's got them fired up.
I did really miss you. Taking out the pump. God. Hey, knock, knock. It's time to that eviction notice right here. The Bison, I don't know if the Bison can cut it, 1v4. Oh, and they're not only going to be coming in from the stairs. They're coming in. They're bolting up here. They're going to be catching all these angles.
Oh, no.
They're everywhere. They are everywhere right here.
They're in the walls. Dude. This is the worst zombie movie experience. Okay.
Here comes Bison to work. All right. The Molly spread, though, right now, we're in a Molly meta. That it spreads so far and wide and does so much damage. And back to what I was going to say, though, Onyx, I do appreciate that they were able to pick up their squad mate Master, right? They provided the support. They pulled out the compounds, and we saw them starting to try to wrap around that compound and get all those angles. Like, I did appreciate the play. I truly did. What went wrong, though? I'm trying to think. Like, I
can tell you.
Tell me.
I can tell you. Because they're used to playing, I think some situations teams are used to playing against teams that'll turtle and play a little more defensive. A lesser squad than Team Queso would have turtled in that compound. But Team Queso knew they were going to get wrapped, so they wrapped themselves. They went to send a player up the coast and down the coast. They got even further wide, and they didn't appreciate, and they got the high ground on the roof as well. They did the door jump.
That was huge.
And so that was huge. So it's that double factor. A lesser team than Team Queso wouldn't have spread out those angles quite as well. And that was the difference there. Onyx not appreciating that a team that's as good as TQ would be one step ahead.
Onyx represent Georgia here. And I have to agree, the high level of teams, players, and just general competition right now in this event in the 4 days. I gotta say, it's at the top. These are like the cream of the crop when it comes to players and skills, and not only that, just like game knowledge in general. Like they know. So getting taken out right there. You know what's going to happen though? That's going to open it up for Guns Esports, my squad, Froz's team. All right, they weren't the first one to get taken out this game, so already looking pretty good here, Paul. On a positive note.
Yeah, they're in the thick of it right now. Got Godson on one side, 19E on the other, Ghost on the other. Konina Power up here. Going to be trying to move their way in towards Shelter outside of Milta, keeping an eye on, I believe that's Clash that's rotating by as well. Yes, it is. So keeping an eye on this as they're rotating to the crossroads. I like this from Clash. They're not overextending too far here. Azer is doing a great job of trying to play scout. Luna's there as well. Back him up. All right. Okay.
Going back to our discussion last game, you brought up the example of that 3-1, Coops, when we look at the Knights and looking at here Alpha 7. I kind of want to see that for Konina Power. I want to see them let Nomi do their thing. Nomi, a strong player, phenomenal player. I want them to provide that room for Nomi to really go for those plays. And I'm going to put it easy. Listen, you got LeBron on your team. Give him the ball. Set him up for those plays to get the ball, make those plays, make those points. I think that's what Konina Power, I think that's what they might be searching for. All the players, don't get me wrong, all the players on Konina Power, phenomenal, great. But Nomi, for me, it sticks out. They stick out as like that star on the squad. So I keep seeing time and time again, like Nomi trying to make some plays, but not supported enough, and they get picked off first. And right then and there, it's like, dude, the star player already down. And then it goes from being aggressive to being defensive, and it just hasn't been working out. I mean, Konina Power, they're doing okay. They're doing all right. 8 kills so far, but I know they could be doing better.
Yeah, and they're not happy with their performance right now. Middle of the pack. Let's see what they can do to try and improve. Is 19 Esports. A little bit of road rage. Driving by Next Street Gaming there. Neither one opting to slow down and take the fight. They both want to get set up in a better position in this next circle. They've got the whole game in mind. They're not going to keep themselves in a bad spot just to try and get a single kill point. As we did also end up seeing Team Queso picking up a kill down there on the bottom side. I believe it was into Guns Esports, it was. So keeping an eye on that as well. Ooh, this is Rod rotating in. And Dave, I don't know if they're necessarily aware that Konina... Yeah, they do. They know.
They do know, but there's a lot of distance between the two teams, and they are in the zone, and no one's going to be coming in from the south on that bridge. So both squads can kind of turtle up, play it out, relax a little bit, and kind of see where this next zone goes, and kind of looking on around. Opposite play style, Ghosts trying to flex out, trying to stake their claim, put their flag in the soil, I guess you can say, out here for USA. They play this hill a lot. There's a nice little buffer between them and everybody else for the time being, but this is a hot spot. A lot of teams, especially coming in from the west, they like to rotate through that area or near it. So Ghosts definitely looking ahead, looking to maybe capitalize and get some kill points.
And they need to. They're in 13th place. They have 6 points over these 2 games. They've not had the start they were looking for here. Another one of these hot and cold teams. Ghost Gaming is either like Tensa and crew absolutely fragging out, Bayo just getting insane triple kills with nades, or they're just sort of a flash in the pan and they're just getting taken out early and don't have huge impact. This team has changed a lot with the inclusion of Bayo. Like this squad has evolved a lot over the years, and I think they're still, like a Konina Power, still really searching to define what exactly their play style is, because they can flex in so many different directions, but this isn't a game where being a jack of all trades is necessarily a good thing. The teams that we've seen really step up and excel year over year are the teams who know what they're good at and push to put themselves in positions to do just that.
And the thing is, Tensa, HH, Spec, all like top fraggers looking at USA in general. But for me, I feel like Tensa and HH, they kind of need to warm up a little bit. They're duo synergy. And once when it gets warmed up, then they're just, nonstop popping off left and right. And Spec, of course, top fragger alone, I believe MVP. Then you got Bayo, one of the biggest brains coming on out from the USA. I mean, just having basic conversations about PUBG Mobile with Bayo, you learn something new every single time. I can tell you that from experience, just talking to the dude. Like, he knows. And talking about knowing, trying to get the circle algorithm, as Bayo would put it. Next zone does go on up. Destiny, once again, that mansion area playing in their favor, but they are awfully close to Alpha 7. So that's going to be a huge fight, a rematch, I guess you can say, from last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it much of a fight that first time around. Alpha 7 was in a pretty rough shape when Destiny came in and cleaned them on up. But yes, this is definitely an opportunity for revenge as Chivas is moving in. You can see Fran, the almost hero from game number, I'll say still hero play, making it to that top 2 in that first game. We'll see what they can do this time around as everybody's rotating in. Still 15 teams alive, I should say, almost 60 players in the lobby, which means we're about to start hearing some guns blazing. As you can see, Ghost in towards that crate, able to pick that up. That could be huge for them. Uh-oh, RTG potentially in a bad spot, but Gary Boy's able to make it out as well as Choppa. This is big for them. RTG keeping all 4 players alive. You called it, Dave. That's the strat, and they're in a good position to do that once again.
That's the strat, man. Zooming by with this McLaren. They got 2 vehicles. Looks like they're going to do a little bit of scouting. Looks like they're going to be calling this home for the time being. Not too bad. Not too bad. Going to be between Ghost getting that crate out there to the west and Loca Nostra over there in prison. Loca Nostra playing the cliffs of prison. It looks like this tower for the time being will be camp. As we're looking over here, Godset. Taking some shots on a 19E. Canada out here.
Taking some shots. Taking a look at the meds as well, trying to keep an eye on that. Because even if you're not able to get the kills, all the damage is doing work over the long term. You're destroying armor, helmets, making them waste meds and stims. It's a big deal. Just seeing God-Sent right on the edge of this next circle. Not ideal. 19, will be able to play Gatekeeper here potentially. He's going to need a power in Alpha 7 once again going at it. As Gonzo's going to go down. That's actually a big deal here. Kanita Power has to completely rethink this fight. And Dave, we've seen this happen to them over and over again in these last few games. They try and take a fight, but they get there too late. They're forced to reposition. They take casualties along the way. They are able to get around Alpha 7, but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I guess, chalk that one up to some scouting because, they lost their squad mate, immediately popping that U-turn. Immediately be like, yoink, no thanks. They found a compound for the time being. Alpha 7 still going to be playing these zone sweepers out here on the edge. But in general, there's like 5 teams all stacked on top of one another over here in prison. It's going to be a bloodbath here, Paul.
It is indeed. His Team Queso is rolling on up. Axer's able to take him down, just get dropped in return. As Rescanita Power trying to stabilize, but Team Queso took a good amount of damage to get on in there. Ayala going down, that's absolutely massive. Nitsu, one of the last ones standing here is Axel with Uzi trying to make it work, closes the door, but gets shut down himself. Nicely done there from KP trying to stabilize this fight. They were crashed upon at the compound, so we're able to leverage the angles, but Alpha 7's coming in here. Potential look to third party this as well. As Team Queso looking to just try and keep themselves alive, and in this Nomi with the nade toss. Dave, can they find it on the outside? Team Queso is taking some damage.
Itsu can't even see nothing in the smokes, going for that hip fire, that pre-fire. Nomi on the stairs down below. They're trying to get these grenades up those stairs. Alpha 7, they're looking to push this third party. They said, no thanks, we're going to go towards the zone. Ayala bleeding on out on the outskirts. Nitsu trying to pop that heal. Has a molly out for the time being to buy some time to get that heal off.
Here's the footsteps, goes for it, pre-firing around the corners, goes in with the M4 and gets it done. Nomi, that MVP status will end up getting dropped, but drops his opponent 6 feet further. Team Queso goes down. Konina Power holds strong, but Dave, they are so far from this next zone. It was a hard shift to the west. So now all these teams that were piled up on each other on prison, like you talked about, they've all got to rotate. It is going to be scrappy. It's going to be the Wild West.
I honestly think right there, both squads fortunate that Alpha didn't decide to just third party that one because that would have been just a disaster for that engagement. And next zone though is up. RTG looking to reposition. Loca Nostra committing to this prison area, trying to take some shots. Rad right behind them. The Great Migration, you can call it. And a lot of these teams down here to the south, they are just stacking up in these doorways to the shelter, making sure their vehicles are safe and just hoping that they can survive a little longer because this is going to be a big challenge here. And here comes Rad.
Oh man, a lot of teams looking to crash in here on this angle. M249 shining. As Sandra's able to get that one done, take some shots back in return as the rest of the team is trying to rotate in on the outside. Delhop was a little bit too far in this last one, but steps up for the team when they need him now. We can hear the shots raining in though. Oh, and just barely drops.
Close, but we're not done yet. My teammates, they might be dead, but I'm going to pull up. I'm going to go for that revenge. Made it to the shack, but now you're solo. You're going to get the pickup. You're going to be a duo I'm going to call it. That's the death shack. Everybody knows you're there. I don't know how you're going to make it on out alive.
This one's going to be really tough. You got RTG, you got Ghost. This is, and UDR Killers, I mean, this is going to be really, really tough. The big thing I'm noticing, though, is Ghost is hard split 2-2. I mean, you've got the duo. Actually, don't have the duo together. It's Beck and HH24 and Tensa and Bayo. So interesting here. As Ghost has UDR Killers right on their doorstep, but they have to be careful pushing forward. KP, after that fight with Team Queso, will go down themselves. Not the finish they were looking for here. At least able to pick up some kill points. As we're seeing LN pushing on the outside. Look at the shots, Dave. That gun's not moving. That spray is clean.
I think UDR, they're actually in the tunnels. I think they're in the shelter beneath them.
Oh.
And looking at the entrances to all the tunnels, they're all occupied from other squads. So UDR right now, their fingers are crossed and they're hoping that the next circle favors this area. A lot of teams all congested right on top of each other. Not only that, if the team is at the doorway and they suspect there's a squad underneath them, they can blow up their vehicles in the doorway and the blue zone will do all the damage for them.
Will indeed. I mean, you're absolutely right, Dave. They are just stuck down there. They're taking damage. Loco Nostra is actually coming in here and playing Gatekeeper, and it all comes down to this next circle shift. Top right of your screen. Where are we going to go?
UDR, they're trying to come out. They're trying to get out. They're spotted and they're quickly turning back around because these grenades and an M249 at the doorstep. Oh, UDR. Hopefully you can make it on that one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They're going one way and the other. I mean, you've got RTG down there on the other side. Both teams just trying to escape. These are the Mines of Moria. You got Daddy Gandalf up there saying, "You shall not pass." Zrad is trying to do the same thing over here. Smokes, Nade, but Nano and crew, they've got to make the push at some point. That's the Death Shack. You talked about it before. The Nade doesn't quite make it in. His Acer's on the outside. 19E joining the party as well. Only one's above ground. His Ghost is trying to hold on his... This is just insane, Dave. We almost never see this kind of finish here. As once again, the Battle of North America, Canada, USA, and 19E looking to take it one more time.
Yeah, Rad, they cannot be in that shack. They need to be watching that entrance, that doorway, and making sure that nobody makes it on out alive. Meanwhile, Tenta trying to make it on out of the doorway. USA down there, but Canada right here, waiting like a spider, waiting to pounce. And over here, Alpha 7. Okay, we're in a fight. Q-Lash.
And just like that, Brazil and France going toe-to-toe as well. I mean, I know the Olympics are on, but guys, take it easy. It's just like that. Another crash is coming in here. This time it's NR as well as Clash is getting pinched. Alpha 7 just trying to stabilize. What a bloodbath here, Dave. We knew how many teams were coming into these final circle situations. We knew it was going to be intense, but I was not expecting this.
You got Brazil, you got France, and now you got Turkey making the pull up over here. A very aggressive squad coming on out from Turkey, and they were able to get that building, that compound for the time being. Frozen has the intel, sees those smokes, an indicator that there's going to be some enemies over here. And looks like Alpha 7 very fortunate. They're getting the reset right in time, getting able to heal up and hopefully defend their little spot here. Or they could play this one out. It is in the zone. They don't need to be that aggressive. We'll see.
If Nextria Gaming knew how low Alpha 7 was, I don't think they would have played that as passively as they did. They had 3 players down. They chain rezzed, and now Guns is coming in onto Ghost, able to stave off 19E as Alpha 7 is taking the damage as well. Nextria Gaming is trying to survive. Good nades back and forth, though. Dave, the action does not stop as one after another. These ones are flying on through. Can they find the big opening knock they're looking for? That's the question.
Door right there. Solid grenades through the window, able to put a halt to the push from Alpha 7. This will allow the pickup, the reset, the revive. And we see them, yeah, they're like, we don't want to push this. Pull back, pull back. They were devoting a little too many resources to this risky engagement. Is it even going to matter, though? Because this compound, not in the next circle. So, yeah, they wanted to play passive, but they're not going to have the chance to.
They are indeed, and Ghost Gaming, the ones not in the shelter, the ones up on the high ground playing Gatekeeper, are going to go down as well as we continue to see the picture-in-picture, the battle raging underground as the nades go back and forth. Frozen almost drops as Alpha 7 has been able to full reset, and now that that's the case, Dave, I have to give them the advantage in this. I mean, this close-range fight, this is where they excel. However, Cooter gets the kill. Mafios drops, that's massive.
And Alpha 7, they're already out of the compound for the most part on the opposite end of the broken wall. That's also pretty big, but here comes the collapse, here comes the push.
Yeah, they're pushing in now, but the molly, the shots are there, but Alpha 7 Carrillo is going to drop. They're getting third party from Chivas. This is huge. The third party, they push themselves out of the compound, Dave, as Revo is trying to hold on and trying to survive. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but no, the third party is affecting. On the other side as well, next to Gaming, the drop shot comes in.
Drop shot, let's go. Chivas out there from Mexico, definitely applying that pressure. Huge fight right there. Hey, look who's still up. Look who's still up. Guns, they're still up. And this was that fight. HH24 venturing into the tunnels.
Wow.
RTG didn't even see what was coming.
I mean, Ghost Gaming almost won that. The third party from UDR Killers was the only thing that saved that squad down there. Dave, this is one of the most high-octane Erangel finishes I have seen in a very long time.
Imagine playing this high level of competitive and there's 3 teams in the shelter area. Like, nothing can really truly prepare you for that. It all comes down to just your CQC and if you can hit them shots. But the game's not over yet. We still have 7 teams alive. That's a lot of players.
Does Fran have an AWM? Oh my goodness, sorry. Everybody else is playing the close range game, and he's like, no. I gotta get the sniper. I gotta bring it out here. Chivas is actually in a pretty good position. They're the only squad with all 4 left, Dave, and no other team even has 3. 3 solos, 3 duos. And Chivas Esports from Mako doing work to stay up and in this as Destiny is pushing in. The last one standing, it's Beast. And then...
Oh no! 7 kills though. 7 kills though. Great game. Great game. Great game for Destiny. You cannot be disappointed with that. You know who is disappointed though? UDR, because I'm trying to look over here. Guns right at their doorstep will be putting the ultimate door stopper, the blocker right here. And look at all these buggies. I don't even think they can make it on out of this entrance. I think they're just stuck like Chuck.
I don't think you live.
I don't. Pass your meds off to one person. That's what they need to do right now. Pass all the meds off to one person and just survive.
Well, now it's up to Sandro. That choice is being made quickly for them. Oh, Freak's looking. That's the one way you lose this, Freak. That is the one way that you lose. Teammate goes down. They will be able to pass the meds. The circle is really not favoring any of these teams except for maybe Guns. Oh, and the roof bounce. Absolutely sick. And now, Dave, this team that we've been hyped up for coming into this, they finally have an opportunity to play in the late game. Yes, they only have 2, but they've gotten quite a few kills. They've got some opportunities. UDR, though, had 12.
What? Yeah, hey, they were down there. They were the dungeon masters down there in shelter. Let's be real. They were just stacking up. But to your point, yeah, 5 kills for Gun. Best game yet here. That's that confidence booster we were talking about. We'll see what they can come out on top. 4 teams to go. Alpha 7 still alive, by the way.
That was 19E. I mean, the Xenox, they rolled in ages ago. Guns know they're there.
Oh, not anymore.
Guns know they're there. Okay, yep, that's the whole sentence. 19E going out. 4th place, though. Nicely done for them. They've been able to just survive in these really scrappy situations, but this is the opportunity now for Chivas to push the advantage. It is a 4v2v2. We've seen this situation before as they're pushing up onto the high ground. Freaks just trying to hold the off angle. I don't think they necessarily know that they're there. The blue is continuing to encroach, though. It all comes down to Fran, the hero play from game number 1. Can they repeat it here? Will Erangel be their map? That's the question, as Alpha 7 could potentially pincer this. So they've got to be watching both angles simultaneously. This is actually massive for Alpha 7, Dave. They could seriously play spoiler here.
They can, but they're going to be pinned down from a DP, and here comes the engagement right now. You rolled it. The spoil factor.
That was massive for Revo. Just the spray goes in. It all comes down to Nito, one of the last ones standing here, trying to survive behind the vehicles and the smokes as they're starting to explode. This is a huge opportunity for Alpha 7 to push up into this next circle. Dave, they've done the work. This could actually be Guns' game now up in the high ground. Let's see what they can do, but it is only 1 player, and the revives are coming in for Chivas.
And this defensive smoke from Chivas, it is going to allow Alpha 7 to just push right onto their doorstep. And to make matters worse, they got a crate. They got the crate, Paul.
They do indeed. Amuti's going to drop. Beautiful play. Alpha 7, they could have played passive. They could have slowed down, but instead, Dave, they played for the win. They pushed into the only position that could possibly give them a defensible stance. And they've held on to it. It's a 3v2, but they got the crate. They've got the med. No, they don't really have much meds left. Santa Texas down to the dregs, but can this nade connect?
Ooh, we've seen Fran before. Clutch player, knows how to handle these situations when the pressure is turned up. But can they handle the grenade from Santa Texas? I think not.
Absolutely massive. Good damage going back, though. The molly goes a little bit short. Nito's going to try and go for the revive. It's a 2v2 situation right now. They're looking to try and get the res onto Fran. But this is giving a chance for Alpha 7 to take over the high ground. I cannot believe it. Alpha 7 was in the worst position, but they forged their fate. They took one step at a time, and now with Senetex being able to scrape some meds together. This is huge. This is an opportunity. It all comes down to the nades, Dave. One big opening knock could spell disaster for either team.
Revo, prone, AKM, 6 kills in hand. Huge angle right here. Are they aware of Revo's position? Blue zone going to be closing in here very shortly. It's going to pop off any moment.
I know he's there now. AK close range, M4, swapping up for that higher rate of fire. Can they find it? Senetexa drops. Great shots from Neo. Connects on the headshot. It's a 3v1. This is it. Gotta get the wrap of the high ground. Does it with no damage taken. And now it's a 2v1. Now it's a 2v1. They gotta take this one smart, but he has the high ground. Can they find the angle? A couple more shots through the smoke. Revu's actually doing this right now, Dave. I cannot believe it. The scout is coming in on the outside. Fran drops, and he's going to do it, Dave. I think he's going to do it. One more player in a 3v1. The high ground, the angles. It all comes down to this. Going to try and stick the revive as well. They can hear the footsteps. They know that this is possible. This would be absolutely huge. One last Molotov, and it's short. And they go for the shots. That's it. Alpha 7 take the chicken dinner.
Oh, my goodness. The clutch right there. Revo, the clutch right there. The AKM spray, the quick swap to the M4, able to get that knock, and then even going for that pickup at the end right there. Huge. I gotta say though, that molly, if that molly was up just a little bit more, that would have been a GG. That would have been a GG because it spreads so far and does so much damage, and Revo was already hurting in that situation. That's just one of those moments that they're gonna look back at the VOD and be like, oh, one extra inch right up there. That would have been the chicken. That would have been the chicken. That was a hype finish. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty hype.
I mean, that
was good.
That one was so interesting because Alpha 7 did everything there was never a second where they're like, let's just play for second. It was never a thought. They were like, how can we win this game? They double peak together, get 3 members down of Chivas, or 2 members down, and do enough damage that they're able to push in. They 2v1 Hamoudi up on the high ground because it's the only possible position they can play for that they can actually go for the win. And then they just go and, well, you saw it there. And we'll take a look back at our highlights. That game, Dave, started slow. My heart is still pounding. What a finish.
Let's go. Hey, great game for guns too. Froz, Mustache Dave, you know, the train starting to leave that station, maybe. The Guns Esports train, maybe. Great game, 3rd place, but starting out early. Alpha 7 already getting some pull-ups, some trades. Oh, I didn't even see that pull-up. One player getting ran over right there.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That's
Watch
one way
out
to
for
do
that
it.
one. Yeah,
that's certainly one way to. I don't know how you play around that one, but no, this was a sick play there from Queen to Power, able to hold on to their compound. I really thought that we were actually going to see the sort of the reverse play there coming up to TQ, but not to be the case. UDR Killers, though, they lived for so long throughout that. I think 12 kills was their final tally at the end there. Great shots. And Loca Nostra as well. Their team we haven't talked about a whole lot. You know, the UK squad coming in, they were able to do a fairly good job there of picking up those scrappy kills. And this was the play that almost was so close down there for Ghost Gaming. They end up getting third-partied in the end, but man,
look at that. Like, how would you even expect somebody from another team to be behind you? And this is one of those moments that I would love to hear those team comps, because remember, Ghost Gaming, they're on the above ground. They chose to go for the kills. They chose to go into that shelter area, into the spider's nest, I guess you can say. And interesting, 3 teams down there, but game-winning play, drop shot, quick swap to the M4. This was the play right here, the game-winning moment.
I mean, just absolutely incredible. Again, I said this before, Brazil is a hyper-competitive region. They have so many amazing players, so many amazing teams, and only the best showing up here at the Invitational. We're going to head to a short break, but when we come back, get to send it over to our analyst to break that one down, and we get into our next match.
COVID-19 vaccines are already helping millions of us get back to normality. But for many more, they are still out of reach. The vast majority of vaccines are going to wealthier countries, leaving the world's most vulnerable people behind. The COVAX initiative is working to right this wrong and ensure access to vaccines worldwide. This is not only the right thing to do, it is one of our best routes out of this global pandemic. As new variants continue to evolve, we know that as long as the virus is circulating somewhere, nowhere is safe. Gavi, through COVAX, is helping to provide vaccines at no cost to 92 lower-income countries. It has already delivered over 80 million vaccines worldwide. With your help, we can protect millions more people, ensure no one is left behind, and help bring an end to this pandemic.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
There's a darkness on me that's flooded in light. In the fine print that tell me what's wrong and what's right. And it comes in black and it comes in white, and I'm frightened by those who don't see it. There was a dream, and one day I could see it. Like a bird in a cage, I broke in and demanded that somebody free it. And there was a kid with a head full of doubt. So I'll scream till I
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. We are done with 3 matches so far here in the Western Conference, which means we have 2 left to go. But before we can fully dive into our 4th match, we got to analyze everything that happened in the last one. And what a crazy match it was. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host, joined by Frost and 7 Worlds Gaming. And guys, there's one team in particular we're going to have to talk about. It's the team that came out with the chicken dinner. It's the team that has Revo on the team, Alpha 7. Well, first of all, 7, you got to be happy. I think you have some stock in that team, don't you? Because they're using your brand.
They are. I'm gonna have to copyright strike them. Just kidding. They did amazing, man. I mean, like for everything that was happening, teams were just letting them reset over and over again, which was just crazy to me, Frost, because they would have just one player left, and guess what? The other team would just forget about them. They'd be like, "Oh, don't worry about them." And guess what? They would just come back and keep on killing people. They were able to third-party Chivas there at the end, which I wish Chivas would have just been a little bit more aggressive and push guns. Overall, though, what a performance there for Alpha 7.
A real good performance, but as you're saying, time after time, people just forget about him and let them reset. Like, Chivas should have killed them earlier on before they started rotating up towards guns there in the end there, because they knew about A7. They knew that they were there, but they also had a time when they crashed into Junkyard and they were fighting. First of all, they were fighting Clash. And then next Ruya came there, and time after time, they just got reset down to one player so many times. But I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter because they were able to clutch it out and get themselves that chicken dinner.
Yeah, let's take a look at how many points they got themselves, because we haven't talked about how many kills they've gotten just yet. Of course, the other teams out there as well. Because keep in mind, at the end of the day, the team who comes out in first place overall from the day will get $80,000 towards their charity, and Alpha 7 get the 11 kills, 26 points in total. Yeah, 7, I mean, they were one of the first teams knocked out when it came to match 1, but they've been able to bounce back here in the last 2 matches.
They definitely have, and something that I also wanted to point out is not only were they just resetting all the time, they were getting lucky too, because I remember Guns Esports being able to third-party 19 Esports, which was about to take them out, Alpha 7, and that was huge. So, I mean, a little bit of luck on your side, 26 points, not bad. Gun Esports, though, Frost, they're able to put up 16 points. I know you're happy about that.
Hey, finally we see them shine a little bit, but they're still not there. I think they could have done a little bit better. It was a rough time up there on the hill, though. But we can't forget about Chivas Esports as well, of course. Them getting themselves that second place here. They got it in the first game, also on Erangel. So basically, if they can keep this up and they can get a little bit of more kills. We saw them with 5 kills in the first Erangel game. Now 3 kills. But 2 second places so far. So if they can do that, get a little bit more kills, ooh, they're going to be hot.
Yeah,
and then we
have
have
Mexico on the map too.
Yes, sir. That's what I was going to say. And then we have 19 Esports, a team from Canada. Guess what? 13 points. They're truly being able to put up a great performance too, considering they have a new addition in Shifan too. UDR Killers there with 12 points, and we're going down the list. It's good to see Destiny as well here with 9 points and 7 kills. I mean, the fragging power. And talking about fragging power, guess what? Team Queso wasn't able to get any placement points, but boy, were they able to get those kill points in 6 kill points. And then Ghost Gaming, little by little, they're starting to warm up. Remember, I always say Ghost Gaming, they tend to have a very slow day 1, and then after that, if teams allow it, they will get hot. Kanina Power definitely has been a surprise of how they've been performing for me. 4 points there. And RTG Esports, I know this was one, Jason, for us that we were kind of keeping an eye on to see how they were consistent they were going to be. This is definitely a little bit off of from what we've been able to see so far from them.
A little bit off.
A little fall off of consistency, right, Frost?
Yeah, I mean, they had a first place and a second place and now coming into 8th place. But Team Onyx, though, I gotta say, they're not backing out from taking that early fight with Queso. I respect that. They're showing people, hey, we're here to fight. We come from Georgia. We're representing here. We want to make sure if they can take that fight, they can get those 4 points early on and just move on like nothing happened. That would be huge for them. But this was not that time, I'll tell you that.
Well, what it is time for is to take a look at overall settings as we pass the halfway point of the day. We're going to see who's currently sitting comfy and cozy in that first place. And as it gets on your screen, you're going to see Alpha 7 do have the first place held at 44 points, but Destiny and RTG are right behind them at 42 and 41 respectively.
That's actually super impressive. I thought Destiny was maybe gonna end up being 4th place, so I'm loving what they're seeing there. And Alpha 7, for them to be able to get that 1st place on day 1, I think it'll be a huge, and I think it will be really a confident booster for this team, because I know they want to perform really well for Brazil and their audience. And then Chiva Esports Mexico doing a great showing here so far. 4th place, 36 points, not bad. 19 Esports Canada, 32 points, and La Conostra, 18 points there in 8th place. They've been quiet, but they've been able to kind of be consistent in regards to points to maintain themselves within the top 8.
Hey, they're putting themselves in the top 8, and that's what's most important right now. But as you can see right now, Alpha 7 and Destiny, they got so many kills compared to the other teams. The other teams, of course, trying to chase that up, but they're making it up with those placement points. And we're talking about it, top 5, you're going to get so many placement points, and that's where you want to see the teams being. And that's what we see Chivas Esports up there, having 2 second places, not so many kills, but the placement points, they matter just as much.
Well, Godsent 7th place from the Ukraine with 18 placements and 7 kills, really reminiscent of the old Godsent roster that moved on into Conquerors. But as we now take a look at our second page, you see Guns finally having a decent game for us, getting up to 17 points. They're moving up their leaderboards. Again, it's one day, right? So leaderboards will always be very volatile.
Well, even if it's one day, we also have like the everyday prize pool as well. So they're still fighting for something every day, and you got to do your best every day, no matter what's going to happen. And right now, we have a few teams towards the bottom there that we were not expecting coming into this. I'm talking about Kunina Power and Ghost Gaming, currently on 13th and 14th place. We're expecting way more from these two teams, and I hope that they can pull themselves together here in the upcoming games.
Other teams that I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit more out of too is going to be your Rod and Team Onyx. We saw what Team Onyx was able to do in the first airing goal in regards to just West rotations. It was absolutely crazy. Here on this one, they didn't get a chance because Team Queso was able to kind of shut that down. But these two teams, they don't want to become that team that are going to be the bottom feeders. They're going to be just feeding pretty much everybody. And next time, if the teams see that name pop up, guess what? They're going to be able to rush that in. You want to be able to stop that, and hopefully they can have a good performance here coming up on Miramar.
Guys, I think we wanted to dive into a deeper look at 2 teams in particular in the last match. Obviously, it's going to be Chivas, it's going to be Alpha 7, but because we want to look at their stats in the last match to see how they kind of compared against each other. One team getting 1st place, one team getting 2nd, but I feel like the stats are going to tell a completely different story between the two as we throw it up on your screen, and you can see there 2,800 damage being done by Alpha 7 compared to the 1,000 of Chivas. But I think that's kind of the play style they were going for, right? They were very passive for a majority of that game, kind of letting everyone come to them.
Yeah, and with Chivas, you mentioned it perfect. They had 4 players at the end, and they were still not willing to just take on fights. Even when they had to rotate, they were going up against 2 players from Guns, and they just decided to wait and not take that high ground, and that's what ended up hurting them. On the other side, you have Alpha 7, right? The complete opposite, being able to put up 2,700 damage. Guess what? They were just fighting people over and over again. It doesn't matter if they only had 1 player left, Frost. They were able to just recover, reset from that, and continue on fighting, and continue pushing themselves and trying to get better position as they end up getting the pretty much the top position.
100%. You can see here on the heal, Alpha 7 basically healing as much as Chivas. That tells the whole story as well, that Chivas is playing a little bit more of a passive game. They're not really taking the fights. They're taking a lot of damage, though. And taking that damage, they're putting themselves into a little bit of a worse spot. But they can still make it happen. We've seen them twice now, 2nd places. And I expect way more in the upcoming days here from them if they can continue like this.
Oh, for sure. And even off the back of that, as we take a closer look at Alpha 7's players in the last match, we're going to see some stars start to rise through the ranks that I never really expected. Again, you look at the likes of Carrillo, you think of him back in the Loops days, back to PMGC. He was always, even before that PMPL, right? He was always the top fragger for the team, but Revo stepping up with 1,500 damage being done when it was just 2 players left alive. That is phenomenal to have another big fragger on your team.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and double check some stats, but I think that might be one of the best performing matches from just a single player. From him to be able to put up those kind of numbers, that is huge considering, as you were mentioning, Carrillo, one of their main players, in a way their MVP so far in all the tournaments that they have played, he was dead and he wasn't really able to put up that many kills as well. And then we had Cinetexa, right? This is a player that's been a veteran for this team. He's been with Alpha 7 for a very long time. We really haven't seen him as much of him in the events that I've been able to cover, and it's good to him to at least be able to be that support for us.
But you can also see that Xenotexa having almost 800 damage, only 1 kill. That also tells the story how he's helping Revel out towards the end there, how he's doing a lot of damage. Revel getting, of course, the last hit, the last bullet to knock them off and just finish them off. But it also is the whole thing with them two duo playing together, making sure that they can make those plays time after time, getting knocked, but getting back on their feet and just getting that chicken dinner.
Well, if they keep practicing, maybe one day they'll become as good as Seven and I are when we duo up together and play some PUBG Mobile. The next match is ready to go, so we're going to bring our commentators in. So Seven and Frost, thank you, Seven, for not saying anything mean to me. We'll check with you guys after the next match is done, and we'll bring in Inviram and Mustache Dave once again here to bring us our 4th match. Head over to Miramar. Things are going to get hot, and they're going to get dry, but they're going to be just as action-packed as before.
A different kind of spice, I think, as it were. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. You know, Sandhawk's got its own unique flavor. We're heading over to the desert now, which, Dave, let's be real. Miramar used to be our slow map, and now I actually feel like it has more early game action than almost any other. Crazy how that shifted, at least in North America.
It should be exciting, and one thing to know out of the 20 game is we're only playing it 4 times, right? So hopefully, you know, if this is your map that you're not the best at, the main goal right here, since we are only going to be playing it 4 times, just don't die early, right? Try to get some consistent points, and that's fine. You know, not every team is good at every single map, and of course, it always comes down to drop spots, rotations, or whatnot. So we'll dive into here. We'll get to figure it out as we're going to get a nice little updated player rankings right here. Rebo still at the top, and what, last game, what was it? It was like 1,000 something. Now 2K, baby, 2K at the top.
1,500 damage he put up last game.
Woo!
Which, to Seven's point, might be one of the single best performances we've seen from a player here. Absolutely incredible and deserving every single piece of praise that he gets after that, because that 1v3 was absolutely sick. In that last game, we'll see if Alpha 7 can carry on the momentum here into Miramar. Got to shift up the mindset. They had a few minutes to take a breather, relax, hear some words from our amazing partners, the awesome charities that we're working with here. And of course, they get to think about where they want to send that money, when or if they should win it. Which charities do they want to help out support at the end of the day? Because we're doing a lot of good here. And it's great to see these players putting in some work for a good cause. Because let's be honest, Dave, as the fans, it's a win-win-win.
Yeah, in that video, by the way, the dude in the yellow tracksuit, totally me, all right? But listen, I got heart, all right? And that dude in the yellow tracksuit in that video, you could tell they got heart, man. That's the glue. That's that player that keeps the squad together. It keeps the mental, you know, level high and elevated and feeling good. And talk about, you know, a team that might need that here, Team Onyx, down there at the bottom.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say, last game, who was at the bottom? Guns Esports, dead last. They had one solid game. They went from the bottom now to the mid-pack. So Onyx, anybody, we're still so early on that anybody could really pull that rabbit out the hat here and immediately be set in that mid-pack.
R&D, but now, well, we're not talking at the bottom. We're talking about the top, because we got RTG and Alpha 7 fighting early here. El Chapo's got to just try and get out of there around the corner. Oh, spotted by Carrillo. This is huge. Oh, yeah, no helmet, no vest, nothing. You're just done. You're just done. Even with the UMP, it doesn't matter. Carrillo doesn't miss those. Just like this, RTG, the team whose game plan is all about surviving to the late game, is going to have to do it with only 3.
El Chapo right there, tagged and bagged, and they should be able to get the pick up of all 4 up here. Alpha 7, phenomenal. Alpha 7 from Brazil, great performance last game. It really shot him up there at the top. And, you know, I can't say that the total points is so much of a gap right now. Only 2 between them and Destiny. But, hey, you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. And they're starting to develop that here, especially with the early game kill. Miramar, Canada, your squad, 19E, dead center. For the most part, you know, I'm not too mad. You know, they got a nice spot. They're out there east of San Martin, and they have it all to themselves. If they recognize from the plane path, hey, nobody dropped here, they can get some vehicles and maybe even send it into that main city to make sure to get as much loot as possible. Maybe even camp it out a little bit and see where the next circles take them.
Yeah, they've got a couple options for sure. They could go for that more passive looting route, but I think it's likely that GFan actually heard the kill onto RGG and A7, they're going to have a good sense of the drop. So they may also go for the opposite play, which is to get hyper aggressive onto RTG and try and punish the weakened team. I doubt that's going to be the case, but I wouldn't necessarily hate to see it. I think with this squad, though, given history and if you're likely, I think the GFan IGLing with Nova, they're more likely to go for the passive play. So I think you're absolutely right, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. They're going to rotate into San Martin. They're going to chill. They're going to loot, but they're not going to be alone. So we'll see how well they do protecting the city as we're jumping aboard with Ghost as well. Ghost in a relatively good position here. They're not going to have too far to go. They're relatively dead center as it is. We'll keep an eye on them as another one of these squads to potentially crash. You can hear shots, see them on the minimap.
Yeah, one of these teams that we are really going to be looking at here this game to kind of be that turnaround game, kind of like what Guns Esports from Iraq had last game, that turnaround game, because right now, Ghost getting 14th position overall, 9 kills. Last game, it was tough. It was tough. You know, they had the shelter position. They decided to go down into that shelter, get some kill points, and they were just caught off guard with the amount of teams that were down there.
Onyx.
Just talking about them. Yep, Onyx doing a little bit of scouting out here, losing one member very early on, and it's already looking like a replay from the first 2 games. It is, not gonna lie.
So fun's probably not the right word here from the Georgian team. They only have 3 points. They have 3 kill points. They have yet to receive a single placement point in the first 3 games. They have been knocked out early every single time. They need to try and stabilize. They need to try and be a little bit more cautious on these rotations and try and make it into that top 10. They need to have a game, like you said, Dave, to try and turn this thing around. But as it stands, I don't know if this is going to be it because they're threading the needle, and I don't know if this is where they want to be.
And that's the thing, like, these are like the top competitive players. Ooh, we'll have to get back to that because Acer setting up a trap, popping on up with the UMP. Bayo caught off guard from behind. They're getting picked apart from multiple angles. Up to Tommy Gun Tensa. Really pull out that clutch card to get these pickups.
And like, I know Canada and the US have some rivalries going on in traditional sports, hockey being a particular one that comes to mind, but my goodness, it feels like 19E and Ghost have run into each other on almost every single map. The revive will come off. We are going to see HH24 surviving. Nades continue to reign in, though. 19 Esports, again, I go back to their more passive playstyle, a little more methodical here. But I also don't want them to necessarily waste all their util at this point. The only good thing about this, if you're looking at it just sort of from an outside angle, is that Onyx is now able to survive because of it. But a Godsent comes in as a third party. Dave, this hill is turning into a battleground.
Godsent out there saying, yoink, you got a quick point right there. And then you see 19E quickly, all 4 members turning around. Not too happy, not too happy with the player from Godsent, but that's going to allow, or it looked like for a moment, it looked like the duo from Ghost to kind of pull out because that third party from Godsent is going to be keeping 19 pinned down a little bit here.
Will indeed, but they're in a much better position to try and extract themselves. Godsent do have the high ground here up on this cliff, but they're still pretty spread out, and it looks like they're just focusing on repositioning themselves because now that they've been taking all this time shooting, the chances of them getting third-partied are also going to increase. So you have to be careful when you're making yourself known, your presence known to all these teams. It does open up the opportunity for Ghost to reset. Onyx was able to survive with 1 single player, but Ghost and Onyx, the 2 teams that have a staggering 2 placement points between them, Dave, are in a prime position to once again go out early.
That is true, and unfortunate all at the same time. And kind of back to that Onyx point over here. Looks like things are going to settle down just a little bit. Scrims, kind of like a double-edged sword, right? It's good, you get that practice, but then it's kind of bad because for Onyx, for their position, maybe they didn't do so well in scrims. Another team could recognize that and could change their play style to kind of hunt down Onyx. Look for those, I don't want to say easy points, but points, Paul. You get what I'm saying here. So,
I do.
Scrims, it's good to get, those feelers out, get that practice in the lobby, but it could also be bad in a sense where teams could develop strategies around yours and exploit that. You already know these teams, they're going to be doing everything in their power to try to get that advantage. So, Onyx, look at the VODs here today. Change up that gameplay. I think that's what they need to do. Ooh, long-range battles, though, happening right here. Look, that was nice.
Am just got lasered to the dome. My goodness, they're still dead center, though, at least for now, so they're comfortable taking one of these longer fights. And I think it's interesting, Dave, I don't know if you actually saw it. Shroud posted a clip on Twitter, I think it was yesterday, talking about scrims and the value of scrims. And you don't play scrims to win. You play scrims to practice a specific strategy, a specific execution, a specific style. And I'm less worried about the teams that are coming in and losing scrims unless it affects their mental. That's the one downside. Scrims, you shouldn't care if you lose scrims. That's not what it's about. But if that was the case for Onyx, if they didn't do quite so well, now let's put a target on their back, you're absolutely right. That could be the rough spot about it for them, when not performing in a scrim could actually make you a target. Battle Royales, man, they are relentless.
Yeah, only one winner, honestly. There's only one chicken dinner per game. So Onyx, they might want to go back, rewatch the footage, and change up a little things and make their play styles a little more unpredictable so they can really, get some points underneath their belt. And hey, I love it. The Shroud reference. You talking Shroud? Yeah, we talking Shroud out here. All right.
I mean, look, esports, there's some universal truths when it comes to competitive gaming. It doesn't matter which one it is. And here, especially for PUBG Mobile, I think it's huge because play styles, every single team, they play vastly different. I mean, even the way they scout a 2-2 versus a 3-1, a 3-1 being, and we've seen it reverse. We've seen scout and anchor 3-1s. Over the last couple of years, the strategies have developed so ridiculously, and every single team is going to approach every situation just a little bit different. And there's very rarely ever an objective right or wrong way to play a fight. So that's what makes this so great. That's why we keep coming back and keep watching. Because if we knew who was going to win, Dave, there'd be no fun.
And that's what's so beautiful about this. I mean, especially this event. Let's talk. I mean, PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This is the West region. Teams all over the world, coming here to play. You're talking about different play styles. Well, this is it. This is the lobby that we're going to see a lot of different play styles and strategies and, favorite weapons or whatnot. So very exciting stuff here. Not only that, you talked about it. This is a win-win. You get high-level competitive PUBG Mobile for a good cause. Gamers Without Borders. No one left behind. Trying to assist charities to support those communities that just can't afford those vaccines. So this is an all-around beautiful event to be a part of.
Absolutely. And, we're so fortunate here in the United States in particular to have that ease of access, but a lot of places don't. So it's absolutely amazing to be working with these fantastic causes to get those where they need to be and get to watch some awesome gameplay while we do it. It is the absolute best of all worlds. And we talk about different play styles, Dave. There are different play styles within a single region. You've got teams from Eastern Europe. You've got teams from North America, South America. We've got everything covered here in the West. And we've seen some sick gameplay so far, and we're only on day number 1. Things have slowed down a little bit as things are centering up pretty much dead center, dead north around San Martin. Crater's still in play, Water Treatment's still in play, Hacienda's still in play, Picado just on the outside. Teams have rotated up north into that, but there's a lot of these roads and sort of valley, mountainous terrain the teams have to try and contend with here, Dave, which means you've got some cover, but if you don't think about your next rotation, it's very easy to get caught out.
That's a fact right there. And one thing I like about Miramar, you were also kind of talking about it, it really shows the different play styles of teams. You can really tell who likes to play edge. For example, Alpha 7, Team Queso, because it's such a big map, right? So you really get to see the extreme differences. You get to see who likes to play center. UDR getting favored right here in this circle as the next shift does not too bad. The center's up for the most part. So talking about those edge teams. Guns, Queso, Godsend, Alpha 7, they're going to be the teams that we're really going to have to pay attention to see where their next move might be. And talk about next move, 19E. They're creeping up on RTG, but RTG, they're repositioning.
RTG, of course, the team that lost that one unfortunate player early on. And I did talk about the potential of 19E rolling in, knowing that this team was wounded. Not going to be the case. They're actually going to pass each other here. Oh, well, they are going to pass each other. But NR is going to step up. And wow, that vehicle just went pop.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We can see the terrain. There's a couple buildings, but for the most part, a lot of wide open terrain. So if you're in a vehicle, somebody sees that vehicle, you really have nowhere to go. You can boost it as much as you want. Open field, you're not going to make it on out. You're not going to be able to find some cover And that's exactly what we saw right there. Is you're going to see 19E playing the high ground over here. Luna looks like she's going to be another victim. Caught in the crosshairs on the rotation.
Oh, Trazen's been one of these players who I've seen caught out so many. He's either catching people out or getting caught out. Luna's just going to be able to go in. Looks like be able to get the revive. Yes, that is going to be the case. Nice actual play there. Gets the vehicle down to help provide some cover, but he's just going to drop two. This is not an ideal situation. I think Clash will be able to stabilize here. And of course, Dave, the additional element of all this is that teams are representing their countries as well. So not only do you represent your team, your name, your brand, but you also get to rep all the fans coming in supporting them as well. And 19E going to go big for the red and white. See what they can do pushing up here into Clash. See which team has the better French people.
Little 2-2 split right here. They kept Sheaf and Ace in the back lines to kind of play that anchor, that oversight. Meanwhile, Sam, Xenox, those fraggers up close and personal. It's going to be a challenge though. 2v4, but they know behind them, their angles, their back is covered. So it's really up to Clash to make some mistakes and overextend right here.
I mean, this is an all-in play from 19. This is a high-risk, high-reward play as Acer's got the big gun as well. Going to help to suppress the cover, the support that 19E is getting. And I don't know how I feel about this. I like Shifan coming in. Going to find an off angle. Need to be careful. The next read gaming doesn't get that flank on them, the third party. But, that's exactly what I was worried about, Dave.
Acer got tagged, Shifan with the support got tagged, and now really time's not on their side. So Xenox and Sam, they need to make some plays happen.
Going into first person, going over the hill, and 19E biting off more than they could chew. Too much poutine and not enough time. Clash takes the win there. I was hesitant on the play from the outset. I appreciate that they had to try and push in to capitalize on the damage they'd done, but looking at the way the circle was set up, Dave, I guess they had to do it. Yeah. But I don't love it. I don't love it.
Oh, that
they had to, but I don't love it.
The AKM spray hit fire, it just hurts. You know, if you're in that crosshair, you better hope that they whip some bullets, but that wasn't the case. And 19E getting taken out. Now, the story here, the shift, we see it. It does favor the east side. A lot of teams, Alpha, Team Queso, Guns, all over here on that west side in this mountainous terrain. It's going to be dangerous.
9 and 10, tied at 17 points coming to this game. Team Queso and Guns so looking to try and get as many points as they can to extend that lead. The nades and Alpha 7 will do it. Unfortunate, just the way this circle shifted. Alpha 7, not a whole lot you can do about that. Reva, the hero of the last game, will end up falling. Guns will reset, leaving that last player to just tick away in the blue.
One fight after another.
Oh my goodness, UDR, Dave, it does not stop, but Shiva's doing work here. This team, I don't want to say it's coming out of, no, okay, well.
It's always down to Fran. Fran is that player on the squad that is always kind of forced in a corner to make those clutch plays for them to come out on top. So, hey, we saw Fran, GG's, last game, pretty phenomenal as well, but Team KXL looking to exploit the moment. There are those shots, they pulled up really quick, and just as quickly as they pulled up, they're done. They got some points, 3 points underneath their belt. They get some loot and a good position in this next circle.
And this is just Miramar for you. There's so many of these small little fights that are sort of allowed to be played to their completion just because of the sheer scale and size that we're seeing it, though. So we really get to see these awesome microcosms of actions as teams get to test themselves. Iron sharpening iron as players attempt to overcome their challenges that are right in front of them. Keep an eye on that as Luca Nostra. This UK squad, I'm going to be honest, Dave, we talk about them a little bit. It always seems like they're on the periphery, on the edge of these fights. I need them to step up front and center a fight against Clash, the rivals over in France. That would probably be a good way to go about it.
Yeah, definitely one of those mid-pack teams, and we can see that on the overall leaderboard. And just kind of an update, Guns versus Alpha 7. Guns did call that fight off. They repositioned. We see them right there up there to the north and sent a text to the last one alive, but look at Master. Look at Master. Pan in hand. Master is inside the compound of Ghost Gaming. I don't think they know. HH is looking out the window.
I mean, a man with a
looking
plan
up
and a plan.
the hill.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they do.
I don't know. Master is right next to him.
No, the White Tense is looking at this. He would be tweaking his camera around if no, they have no idea. They actually don't know.
Master.
This could be huge here for Ghost. I mean, Ghost almost got taken out earlier. They scrapped with 19E. I think it was Godsent that got a couple shots in as well. They've been forced to just completely change the game plan. It's all about survival now. And they are going to have to move.
Well,
so that's going to make this a little bit more complicated.
Onyx, they lost 3 very early on, and Master sent it to the town. So that was probably the building that Master was camping in, and Ghost just happened to roll up.
But hey, they've been able to almost make it into the top 10, almost getting some placement points here. That's what they're looking for. Haven't been able to find one yet. As we're seeing here, Guns, after that successful scrap with Alpha 7, they're in a bit of a rough spot though, Dave. This terrain doesn't offer them a ton of cover.
You got 3 up. It's going to be a 3v4. Looking at Australia, they also need to be mindful of those teams that are going to start to move in from that southeast who are no longer favored in the zone. They need to be extremely mindful and aware of pretty much their backside right here when they make this push over this hill.
Oh, and you can see it there. Oh, nice frag. Laka Nostra tried to get the shots into the vehicle rotating on in, but ended up dropping themselves. Freaks going to be able to spot that with the UMP. Clash is still surviving out there on the outside. Maybe tried to heal strat on through as Laka Nostra maybe able to pick this one up. Lizio going down. That was not ideal as they're only going to have 3 players up trying to rotate into this next circle. They're in actually a pretty good spot, all things considered, unless they get shot in the butt from a team like RTG or Destiny. As Clash and Onyx are both going to go out. Almost making it to the top 10, though. I call it improvement.
And they have some vehicles to work with as well if they need to reposition. And getting back to these scrappy city fights out here, Cody Power, they set up camp pretty much. They set up shop right there. We can see from their balconies, they're going to be taking shots third party, and because Destiny versus Ghost right now about to pop up.
Well, that was a grenade. Not. Oh!
Hello? Okay. Talk about.
Okay.
That's a full send.
Guten Morgen, Destiny says, just dropping from the sky.
Full send. Okay.
Oh, okay. Wow, that was that camera pan. That is that you can't plan that. You can't script that. That's just a great PUBG Mobile moment. Oh me, oh my. Rod's gonna go down as well. Alpha 7 finally ticks out in the blue. So actually, I think out surviving a couple of the squads they were fighting up against. Team Queso still out there at the top though with 8 kills.
Sorry.
Oh, Canadian Power. That was optimistic.
Okay, let's see. Canadian Power, though, they do have 2 up in the foothills. All right, so they're going to be able to survive a little longer. You're talking about Loca Nostra. You wanted them to make some plays, get some kills. Well, this is their opportunity against Guns.
This is pretty big here. The nade goes in, doesn't quite find its mark. They're going to have to try and crest to the top of this rise, but they're also cautious of the compound that's just to their left. They don't actually know that nobody's in it. That's the funny thing. They're playing as if it's occupied, but they don't actually know. And here comes the send from Guns. They're just going for the all-in play. And the shots are going to connect with the trade. This is big. This is absolutely massive for Guns. They needed to have that player go in to play that forward scout and anchor in order to allow the rest of the team to come in, but at least able to trade one back. Dave, this gives them an opportunity to try and get in there.
I agree. They needed them to make it, but talk about being the bait out there. We saw immediately Freak and Lord able to get the return shots and get some nice knocks, so that's going to buy them some time. And almost as quickly as that fight is erupting, on the opposite end, they got to watch out not to be third-partied.
I mean, Nextria Gaming's in a great position right now. Them and Team Queso, a pretty solid spot. Guns moving in as well. Scotsnet and Destiny are actually toe-to-toe right now. I don't think they realize just how close they are. Okay. It's getting a little bit spicy. Lumire's just chilling.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Rosa in hand.
That's all you can do right here. Still 7 teams left. If you get taken out right now, only 2 placement points. So you don't want to let all that hard work trying to survive go out for nothing here. But we'll see what they end up doing as that solo player. Destiny right in front of them. Going to be able to kind of play that meat shield, that bodyguard, if they play their cards right here.
Oh, here comes Loca Nostra. Oh, nice shots from Will. Beats the Groza with that UMP. And this is big for them as they're rotating around the outside. And then the wheel just keeps turning as Konina Powers looking towards Team K. So beautiful headshots there from Nomi. we're seeing Konina Power in just 2 players trying to survive as Destiny is here as well. But here comes the push with the Uzi over the top, but the pinch from Konina Power. The third party comes on in, an opportunity for them to rack up a ton of kills right here. As Wave's just got to try and live. What do? You just go down as he's the last one standing for the squad. Beast may be up and alive through this. I'm not sure as Konina Power is able to go in. Will? Hello? Are you going to drop? The answer is absolutely not.
It's honestly this terrain. Look at the different levels of terrain. You got the low ground, you got the hills, the boulders, and then 2 teams fighting it out there on the top. So very challenging position. A lot of these teams are going to find themselves in. Will in the smoke on top of Beast. Will no longer alive. Konina Power. They have a little slight window.
Can't Beast steal that kill? I think they did. I don't think Destiny got that.
I saw Beast taking some shots though.
Okay, Beast took it. I know, but I think I'll have to look back. That was
Beast. I think Beast got it because Will made it into the smokes. Okay. If not, I'm very impressed then because that was in the smokes.
I saw that 8K crosshair line up right on the head. We're not quite sure. Oh, his guns is potentially in a rough spot. Lord goes down, looking to burn them out. Oh, but giving the position away as Ralph finds one, goes for the swap. Can't quite get it. Oh, if he'd aimed that AK a little bit higher, Dave might have been able to make it with that 7.62.
Close. UMP, though, just too strong, especially in the hands of Frozen out here. And now the tables have turned. We can clearly see one squad has the advantage to high ground and the numbers. Team Queso, though, they might play spoiler, but until we get to that fight, Konina Power looking to take out Destiny.
Oh, but taking some damage from Nextria Gaming up on the high ground. 4 potential kills down there for them to sneak away. But they're not going to give up that position. They're not going to overextend. That's how you lose. Getting greedy, chasing kills. That's not what Destiny's doing now. Destiny. Okay, maybe that is what Destiny's doing now. Either way, they all go down. And either way, Nextria Gaming up at the top of the hill, like I mentioned, good look to clean them up.
I think that was the play, though, because with 2 full teams up here on the high ground, like any move you make, you're going to get taken out. So at least try to get some kill points underneath your belt. Now we got Turkey versus Argentina. Straight up 4v4 classic. This should be pretty nice to watch.
Very, very rarely do we get to witness these in PUBG Mobile. There's so many variables that get teams to this point, so be able to do it tied in terms of kill points, and both with 4 players up is a very rare occurrence. However, I do think that Nextria Gaming potentially, they have an advantage positionally, but Queso has a better position in the circle. So I think this is about as even as you can possibly get it, Dave.
It's even for the time being, but once one of these grenades go off and gets that initial knock, or not a grenade, but an M4, Ayala right there on Frozen. Frozen, strong player. Here comes the collapse.
Yeah, here they go. Cooter's going to go down to the play zone. That's not ideal, and this is it. Dominoes are starting to fall, and just like that, Team Queso execute. Wow, what a finish there at the end. I thought that Nextria Gaming might have the opportunity, maybe, to try and stabilize there, but they were not even given not even the slightest chance, Dave.
Ayala, 6 kills too. And this was, I think 7 on Des picked Team Queso to perform pretty well. And I recall 7's main concern was Team Queso, they're one of these squads that they need some time to warm up, to ramp up, and they really excel in those long form events. But recent developments, 7 said that the Shirt Torn might be a little better. And Team Queso, I agree, is one of those squads that once when they get that momentum, that confidence, and start actually going, there's nothing that stops them. And that is going to be my concern right now for other teams in the lobby, because now Team Queso, they're starting to pop off. So how are you going to compete? Well, we'll have to find out, as we're going to check in with the highlights from this Miramar game.
I mean, look, sometimes Miramar can be a little bit slow, a little bit steady, and other times Miramar is all about the action, and that's what we ended up seeing here. Over and over again, teams were running into each other on the rotation, trying to take these scrappy fights, and because Miramar is so much bigger, teams feel more confident to take some of these fights because they know the chances of them getting third-partied are significantly less, which means that we get a lot more early action. 19E, unfortunately, not really able to do a whole lot more with this. They got that 2-2 split, ended up getting picked apart, but Chivas, Dave, they're a team that I knew about coming into this, I was aware of, but they've actually stepped up and impressed me.
And, looking at this replay and just kind of thinking about their playstyle as a whole, they got two different strategies. They can play that passive role, they can go for those placement points, but when they're forced to take a fight, they don't hesitate. We saw in that replay, like, they straight up sent it over that hill, guns a-blazing. So I think they got a little 50-50 going on here, but this was that fight to the low ground. Such a challenge. It was so challenging because the team's up at the top. They hear these shots, right? So all they need to do, Team Queso, peek over the hill and be like, hey, what's going on down here? And we saw that all these squads down here, they just got third-partied time and time again down here.
Yeah, and in the end, Next Ray Gaming was able to look at this, just able to clean them all up one after the other. But this was the final push, the last hurrah. This Team Queso, relentless, just sent all 4 players in, didn't look back, didn't hesitate, no warming up, no ramp, no slow burn, all fire coming in from this team. Team Queso looking like one of the teams to beat here on day number 1. We're going to go to a short break because, Dave, we got one more match in store for all you fine folks at home. Let's send it to a break. We'll be right back.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
Emergencies always cause shortages because you have this immediate spike in demand, and the supply chain, the distribution, the roads, the warehousing, the trucks, and the information that drives it all gets broken. In a way, every emergency is a logistics and distribution problem. You have to reallocate resources rapidly, and you're doing it with very poor information because it's unfolding. Direct Relief's been around 72 years. I don't think anyone's seen where you have a simultaneous emergency everywhere. So the demand spike for medical material, PPE and ventilators and masks and gloves and gowns and goggles expands overnight. Direct Relief, we've said the best thing we can do is put these philanthropic resources towards those frontline health workers that rely heavily on the support of groups like ours, while also backstopping the hospitals because they're in a crisis of kind of historic proportions. We do work in 100 countries a year. We work in all 50 states on an ongoing basis. You want to save everyone you can and prevent as many people from falling sick and needing severe help. So that's how Direct Relief has approached it. This is one that is an equal opportunity threat to everybody. So we're trying to do our best in a fair, equitable, thoughtful way, doing whatever we can to get help to people where they need it, when they need it, as fast and efficiently as it can be done.
There's a fire in my heart. Yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall. Risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. There is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. Won't ever back down 'cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, no, I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And speaking of playing out, we've now played out 4 of our 5 matches so far today, and we have a new winner yet again coming through. And it's fantastic to see teams stepping up again. The points were so close between all these teams, and we've had some rises and some falls, unfortunately, in our overall leaderboards. I'm still Jason Kaplan, he's still Frost, he's still Seven Worlds Gaming, and we're going to break down everything that happened in this last match. And honestly, I think the real talking point was the 2 teams that made it into the final area. I guess the last 2 teams left alive, I should say, were the 2 teams who desperately needed points and weren't too far off from each other overall, Frost.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, we saw that Queso was sitting on a 10th place and Nextria was sitting on a 12th place. Queso had 17 points, Nextria 15 points. So 2 teams that really needed the points, and going into the last fight between them, it was a 4 versus 4. They had 8 kills each going into it. So it was a big fight, but I mean, Queso, they made it look very easy, I'd say.
Let's take a look at the rankings and see if they can start to break this down for us. And I mean, Casey, they made it easy, especially when one player of the other team gets knocked by the blue zone. And then your star player, Frozen, unfortunately goes down very early on the fight too. But I mean, still, 26 and 20 points respectively is pretty damn good.
Yeah, and to be fair, Team Queso was just the aggressor team. This is kind of what we were expecting to see in the last match out of Chivas Esports, but we didn't get a chance to see it. Well, guess what? Team Queso is going to show it to you. 26 points for them. And Nextria Gaming, this is another team that, as you guys were saying, we've been mentioning, for them to be able to get 20 points is huge. And now we're going to be moving a little bit more into consistency. Destiny being able to get third place, 15 points. This team is going to be, it's going to be one to be reckoned with because they're starting to be consistent. They only had one bad match, and that was the first one. And even then, we have players popping off. And then Karina Power, a team that definitely needed some points for them to be able to put up 13 points. It's huge. And in 5th place there, Frost, I know you're happy to see this one again. Guns Esports with 12 points.
Guns Esports, they keep on just racking up those points. And I mean, that's what we want to see. That's what I'm expecting from them. Sure, they had a bad start, but that could happen to anyone. We have a few other teams that also had a bad start. But yeah, going down there, you can see that it's not a lot of points. It was very top heavy during the whole game here, both kill-wise and placement-wise. And some of these teams, they're going to be beneficial from that, of course, because they've already been towards the top. But some of the teams towards the lower bottom, we want to see them rack up some more points. They need it. They're desperately in need, and we're just still on day 1.
Yeah, and then we saw last year 4 points. And something that I actually wanted to mention from the first page is we saw Ghost there in 8th place. And one of the players that I always talk about that's able to spark up that team, Intensa, was able to get up good performances in that past match. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe going to the last match, we're able to see a little bit more of Ghost. We see UDR Killers here with 4 points, Chivas Esports with 3 points, and Alpha 7 from a win here to 12th place. Oh man, you hate seeing that there with only 2 points.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was Senna Texa just trying to heal off in the blue for a very long time. Maybe because they lost too many players early on. But Frost, go ahead.
They were actually having a little bit of trouble with Guns on the west side. That's why that happened. And we saw that Guns actually knocked a few players from Alpha 7, and then they just moved on. They didn't even try to get the first because they knew that, all right, this is our time. We already done the damage. We're just going to move in now. But Shivas, of course, we see them there on the 11th place because this was Miramar. This was not Erangel. Erangel is the next game. That's where they get that second place, I mean.
Yep.
So are you calling it right now? You're calling that Chivas going to get themselves a first place and Erangel a front match?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, if you're wrong, you donate 20 euros to charity. If you're right, you donate 20 euros to charity. Let's take a look, though, at 2 teams that were our finalists in the last match. It's going to be Team Queso and Nextria, as well as we're going to compare their overall stats so far throughout the entire event between these 2 teams. And obviously, with them getting the first, second place finish respectively, they had a big step up in points overall. But the stats is what we want to see here. And there are some very alarming things in these stats 7 that I'm already seeing.
Yeah, heal. Well, first of all, in heal, I mean, Team Queso always tends to heal in Sandhawk. So in regards, if we ever play a Sandhawk, you're definitely going to be seeing a lot of healing there from Team Queso. And then we go to Nextria. The damage they've been able to put up is amazing. Even the knockouts, they're currently leading Team Queso in knockouts, and they are leading them in average survival time. But overall, I feel like Team Queso has been able to be the more consistent team. And out of this too, something that I want to kind of touch base on is how we talked about Team Queso being able to start slow in this short-term tournaments. Well, guess what? They've been starting hot here, and I'm loving what I'm seeing, because if this team is able to continue to be hot tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing them in first place.
I feel like time after time we see Team Queso actually fighting very early on in the games. That's going to benefit them because they're getting a lot of kills early on, and they're not really losing people. So basically almost every game we've seen that happen, I feel like.
Well, I can agree that Queso is best served hot, but we're going to take a look now at our top 10 fraggers so far over the course of today. You can probably guess which one's going to be leading the charge, though it might have changed since the last time I checked out on this one. But I think it's important to keep in mind which are the ones standing out for the team, which are the ones putting up the big kills, and Revo coming in with 12, obviously, as we saw him put up 1,500 damage in Game 3.
Yeah, no surprise there. As you said it, after that, Game 3, he did spectacular. What surprise for me, though, is Ayala being able to put up 11 points right there for them. And then we have Sandro as well from UDR Killers. We haven't really seen that much from UDR Killers, but for them to have a player up here in the top, I think that's huge for us.
Yeah, that's huge to see. But also, of course, Destiny having 3 people up here on the top 10 kills. I mean, that is huge to have 3 players up here. And they're chasing up towards the top as well. They're not far off there, all 3 of them. And I'm not really sure where the 4th is, but probably not far off either.
I mean, that's just classic Destiny, back even in PMPL Western Europe. I mean, Fresh wasn't on the Destiny roster then. He was on Unicorns of Love, but he still made it into the top 10 almost every single day, as well as the other members of Destiny. So it's great to see them able to maintain that kind of level, and hopefully they can replicate the performance they did put out when it came to the league stage, and hopefully do a little bit better than they did over at EMEA after that. But I am believing the next match is ready to go. So Frost, you already said Chivas is going to win this next game.
Oh, second place.
Oh, second place. Okay, so you're backtracking here. No, so who's going to win then? Who's going to take home the chicken dinner? The final one of the first day.
Final win? It's going to be Guns.
Okay.
I thought you could read my mind.
I mean, you said that with game one, and they went out like one of the first teams. Actually, they were the first team. Seven, what about you?
Guns Gaming. They're starting to get hot. I want them to finish on a good note here today.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do so as we're going to wind things up and get things ready for the final match. Let's bring in our commentators. So you two, I'll check in with you in the green room with our fantastic food we have waiting for us there. And let's bring in our commentators and Veerman Mustache Dave here for the final time of our first day of action. Gentlemen, take us away.
Where is this green room and where can I get some of the food? That's what I want to. I mean, there's a green screen. I don't know about the Dave. How about you?
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, Jason, hello? Where's this room? I'm kind of hungry out here. I think Jason's eating all the hot dogs and stuff out there. So, hey, one more game to go. If you were to ask me, I knew Destiny. I knew they were good, Paul. I knew they were good. Representing Germany. Would I have said first place day one? No, I just wouldn't have. There's so many other teams that I would have put all my stock into. Alpha 7 up there. Alpha 7 not doing too bad. Second place. Can't be too mad. Guns for sure I thought would be first place day one. But Destiny, they have been slaying it here today. And that's exactly what you'd like to see, especially with only 4 days here in this tournament. If they can get a first place in this lobby, that's huge for the players, that's huge for the org Destiny. It's just a great thing. Not only that, the charities involved as well, who will be getting all that cash money. So Destiny, day one, can they keep it? That was my point. Can they keep that first place after this game? I'm looking forward to it.
100%, because again, there are a lot of stacked powerhouse teams in this lobby. As we look at this final playing path of the day, pretty brutal, not gonna lie. Players are gonna have to work around this. Depending on where the plane is, we may see some more early action than we're used to. But no, I think for me, the thing about Destiny, and you talked about this earlier, Dave, the idea that teams need to be able to play multiple styles. They need to know when to play passive. They need to know, flip that switch when to get aggressive. Destiny, to me, other than that first game, has been able to do a really good job of doing that. They'll play smart, concise, but you saw it in that last one. They're not afraid to just send a buggy off a cliff to get done what needs to be done. So I like that about them. I like the fact that they can, turn on that into the aggressive mindsets. Lipovka, something's hello? What's happening over there, Dave? I see action.
Do you? Is it the Pachinki? Stinky and Pachinki action?
It's in Lipovka.
Lokanostra.
I saw shots. Lokanostra. I saw shots being fired. What's happening, Dave? Things are happening.
Alpha 7. Dropping hot right now. Lokanostra, they're looking to get some kill points in. You asked for it. You asked for it. What happened? Well, a couple one-taps right there in the booty. That's what happened.
Oh, it's not ideal. That's certainly not ideal. Alpha 7. That's a point right there. And Alpha 7, they're down by 11 points coming to this game. So every single one is going to make a difference. We'll see what will. It's going to be, poke that head up. As Savage X is going to be able to get some revenge for the teammate. He's going to be able to follow through. As we're also seeing Bayo get involved in the kill feed with Guns. Dave, what is going on?
Yeah, I was waiting for this to happen. We had 2 air goal matches, both Ghosts and Guns. They just, avoided each other at all costs. But Bayo finally taking the initiative right here to get a knock. But back to this fight over here. I was really appreciating Will's spot on that roof. A lot of sidelines. Oh, and Savage double knock grenade. Alpha 7 trying to get involved early, trying to get these points, but Lokanostra putting a stop to it.
Oi, lads, let's get involved. That's what they're saying here, as they were able to split this team perfectly, which means that those 2 players that are down, no help will come to them. Carrillo and crew will need to get the rest of these kills in order to try and stabilize. They're getting shoved into a corner, no helmet, no problem. Jump shooting with the 8K at point blank range, as they're going to try and find these angles as Will, Savage, everyone's getting involved. The shot comes in there, though. Uh-oh, Dave, that was huge. An overextension. Senatexa looking to try and do something here with the shotgun. Can they make it happen? Can they find the angles? Lokanostra needs to not bite off more than they can chew. Got to find the angles. Can't quite find the shot, though, Dave. This is massive as the last player standing. Alpha 7's going to fall.
Got him right there. The double barrel pump, though, it hurts. Oh, one fight to another. Freak back against the wall. Looked like Tensa was trying to push this one. Freak with the Tommy gun, able to put a stop to Tensa. Swapping on over to the Bison. Tagged in the back line right there. And I'm trying to rub my... Ghost taking out guns here this game. And they should be able to get the pick up on the Tensa. Yeah, 4 kills. Okay, that's a fight. Hopefully there's some replays for. But back to Alpha 7. Double barrel pump to the face. I was thinking, I saw that one knock, right? Sent a text that got that knock. I was like, oh no, Loca Nostra. They might be folding underneath the pressure because they made that push before Will could make their way across the street. And you want to play your numbers advantage. Thankfully for them, they ended up coming out on top of that fight. But I was looking, I was like, man, this could go south for them real quickly because of a timing issue. But Loca Nostra, they won. They won at the end of the day. So pretty solid fight. 2 fights so far, Paul. Pretty exciting for the final game here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a 5th place PMPL finish. I mean, Alizio actually had an MVP to his name as well. This is a squad that I think has flown under people's radars, and being able to just take a straight early game scrap. Yes, no vests, no helmets, no proper armament. Sure, but still being able to take that fight, it wasn't the cleanest thing we've ever seen, but they still took down Alpha 7. That's a statement piece right there as you take a look back at both, hopefully a bit of both fights, as we get to see this Alpha 7 scrap here, just trying to find the angles. But man, I gotta give props. Loca Nostra did such a great job of just shutting down every possible angle. Look at the way they just wrapped around here. And Sena Texa with the jiggle peek, not quite enough to get it done. But Dave, I can hear something. I think it's Froz crying.
Oh, dude, you got him.
I'm
a Guns fan too.
He predicted them to win, or second, win again.
You got me there.
He predicted them to win again.
You made me so hard.
I'm sorry. Because he predicted them to win again. And they go out, not first this time, but second.
Dirty. Man, I didn't know you had that in you. I'm not gonna lie, Paul. I didn't know you had
Dave,
that.
they got me up at 6:30 on the West Coast to cast this, all right? I'm not in my right mind. All right, this is the kind of weekend we're gonna be having.
I like it though. I like it. And I respect it. And that replay was the play I was talking about. Like, they started to make that push and collapse in on the Alpha, but Will wasn't there yet. That slight timing, it could have went south, but fortunate for them, it did come out. They came out on top. 4 points in their pocket. Ghost Gaming, I believe 7 said this is their game, that they really need to make some points. And talk about trying to get some points. UDR, pull up. That's what they're saying right here on the Clash.
I swear, Trajan has the worst luck of any player in the server. This guy gets like 1v4 caught out more often than anybody else. We've seen him do some work when he's been able to get the jump on his opponents, but this time, my goodness, the rest of the squad's got to roll up and try and help him, and that's going to be the case here. As we're actually seeing Sebi, the first one to drop. Poke is trying to stabilize as well. Trajan will go down. Nice nade on the outside. Luna, she's falling. Now it comes down to Azer, but MC on the outside. Great long-range shots. Pocus has got to try and win this. Nano's here as well. All about playing on the angles, utilizing the TPP. Luna's giving intel on the bottom of where Azer is. Dave, this one's a scrap.
Yeah, that was a nasty grenade out there to take out 2 from Clash. And Nano, Pocus dropping out at the same time, getting that pre-fire through that window. Sandro finally showing up to support their squad mates. Yeah, they were playing that anchor, playing that cover fire in the back end, but 3v1. Flash tail between their legs right here, just trying to survive. I don't know if they will be able to do so.
I think if they were in a different position, might be the case, but there are vehicles here. This is just wide open terrain on the other side of this building. I don't think MZ's got any choice but to just try and take it full stim. I don't think you can run. I think you gotta try and stand your ground. He's actually going for the revive, but I don't think there's any way that he gets this.
You might as well. I mean, UDR, they're giving you so much time. UDR, they have to be aware, like, okay, there's a solo. I'm surprised that they actually went to loot those crates before trying to get this flush in the finish onto MZ out here. But the Molly from behind will be able to do so.
Beauty.
That was, yeah, textbook, calculated. They saw that there's some enemies down there in the compounds. They caught them, and they sent 2-2. The communication right there from UDR. That was nice. So not only do they get some loot, they get some points, but they have a real strong position as of right now. Pretty center in this circle.
I mean, unless there's some wild and crazy Southern hard shift, yeah, UDR is in a stellar spot. As this next circle is going to...
Well, good for UDR. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's good, but I'm not... I would say there's like a 30% chance that we actually see a wild, crazy military hard shift. Would be the first time this game. Not a lot of teams favoring it. A lot more focus on the mainland. I'd be very surprised if we saw it here, but okay.
And I think that's what Onyx just said. Because I saw Master going up north for that wide rotate. They saw the circle shift. They're like, no, we got to pull back. But Ghost Gaming, already 4 kills underneath their belt. Going against El Chapo out here from RTG.
Oh, and Chapo is going to drop after that one. Just point blank rage. Not a lot you can do. And Ghost is mad. You can tell, Dave. They are angry. They have not had the day they've wanted so far. They're the great NA hope. And the Americans are not happy with how this is going.
Yeah, I mean, 4 games, not really making many waves on the leaderboard, but this is their match, right? 7 called it. This is their game that they really need to finish the day strong. 5 kills so far. They still have a decent amount, all 4 members alive. And I'm just trying to catch a glimpse position-wise. They're in a spot that we should see a lot of action, a lot of traffic, especially if this circle, like you were kind of calling it, does shift a little further south. Oh man, Ghost, they're in a prime position right now.
I mean, you know,
prime.
Yeah, a clash on the coast is what we're looking at right here. If this circle continues to shift any further south, as everybody is jumping on the train, just trying to get to the station. Devin shot me a message as well, noting that Onyx is making this same crazy wide rotation. I hadn't noticed, but they are. Dave, this team, zero desire to fight at all in the early game. And while I understand the thought process there, that's not the mentality of a championship team. A championship team, we've seen it, wants to take those early fights when you're less likely to third party. You can rack up a bunch of additional points. You can secure not only placements, but hopefully all 4 kill points. The fact that Onyx is being so skittish and playing on the outside, now they're going to come in late, a positional disadvantage, and they have no kills. I don't know how I feel about this.
You say that, but if I'm Onyx with only 4 points, I'm going to try to just survive, you know, just survive at this point. If I'm them, I'm taking a boat and I'm sending it down there to the south, and I'm like, hey, I'm on military base island, look at me. Because that would actually be huge, because they would be the only team on that actual island, especially if it does shift down there towards the south. They would be in such a strong spot to get those placement points. So we'll see. Blue Zone closing on in. Everybody, I mean, all the teams, all 13 teams, they're on the northern mainland. I have my fingers crossed right now. I hope. Put in the chat right now. 1s if you want to go north, 2s if you want to go south. I'm spamming a 2. I want this to go south. 2. I want to see some craziness right here coming on out in this final match. We'll see. My fingers are crossed. I'm hitting 2 on the keyboard. Give me that power. 2's in the chat.
Let's go, because we haven't seen a single one so far today in our 3rd match. We'll see. Maybe we've gone and jinxed it now. Maybe not. We'll see where the circle gods opt to favor us here, as it is going to be. Nope.
Not enough 2s. Not enough. I blame the chat. 2s. Not enough 2s.
Chat, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Come on.
Well, hey, regardless though, Far Milta, it's going to be a banger. I mean, look at all this. Look at all the teams. Yeah, Onyx, 19E, Team Queso, they're all making their way on in. And we talked about that prime position. Ghost Gaming, they are set up to get massive kills if they play this one right.
And I'm looking towards Oka Nostra as well. We saw that early fight taking on Alpha 7. They were able to come in from Lipovka. They are set up in Milta as well as Chivas Esports. The squad has been consistently performing here. Oh my goodness, Lux, the one-on-one. Get out of here, Sandro. UDR has been on an absolute tear. And this is big because now they're down to only a duo. And just like that, Chivas Esport, the squad from Mexico, is continuing to show their prowess on Erangel.
They are consistent, right? Didn't they get like 2 second-place finishes on Erangel?
2 second places.
And they're looking, Frost is looking for a 3rd second place from that squad. They dead center right now. And one thing that I keep seeing time and time again, the strafe, back and forth. I forget who I was listening to, pro player. They said when you strafe back and forth, now that everybody does it, like 90% of people do it, it's predictable. The left, the right, the left, the right. So if you really want to take it to that next level, just send it right all the way when you're strafing, and you'll catch your opponent off guard with that hip fire. Just something that I keep seeing here, and I forget who told me that, but like I'm starting to realize, like, you know what, you might be right, because I'm like, why would you just go right in one position compared to left and right? You get what I'm laying down here, Paul? I'm just
also, yeah, especially because like think about like how you're physically playing on a phone screen. If you've got it like the way like being able to move your finger back and forth, covering that small piece of screen real estate, but the second you've got to compensate for your aim going all the way across, it could actually be physically uncomfortable. I mean, even if you play claw or like 2 or 3 finger claw, even depending on the way you play it. Well, if you play thumbs, then you're really in trouble. But what? But no, but again, I could see that actually, because it could just be a little bit more awkward to control the spray if you've got to keep it in one direction. If you're bringing it back, constantly leveling up the sights, makes a ton of sense. And it's those little things like this, the game's just continuing to evolve. And I feel like we're starting to get into like the peak of what competitive PUBG Mobile is going to look like for the next few years. I feel like players are really starting to get a read on it. I feel like the last few years have just been the primer. How to rotate, how to lay down smokes, how to utilize vehicles, how to manage utility, how to back up your teammates and manage health and healing, blue strats with medkit. Like, I feel like
all types of things.
All types of things. Like, we're just getting better at everything. And now I feel like we're getting to the point where it's who can be the best.
Yeah, and I love watching the pros because, you can take their gameplay and try to emulate it into your own gameplay, for the most part. And I don't know if you're laughing at me trying to be a pro.
I'm laughing at me. I'm thinking about me trying to play like them. Good luck. I got stubby fingers, man. It don't work.
So next zone, UDR. They have a little tiny cover to work with. 19 esports from Canada, 3 McLarens. Right here, all lined up.
On the lot?
On the lot,
show?
Buy one, get one free, depending on, if you got the day rate of, $7,250 a day, I think Jason was talking about, maybe. Just
think of one of them. Oh, master.
F's in chat.
Yeah, F's in the chat for
A2 come back stronger, though. Honestly, all jokes aside, rewatch the footage. Your drop spots, your wide rotations, whatever you did in scrims, too predictable at this point. Like, just come into here, you're dead last, put it all on the table. 3 more days, 15 more games to go. You could totally come back. There's a lot of games still to be had if you are a Onyx fan out there representing Georgia.
I mean, right now, Destiny is averaging 14.3 PPG, points per game, which is staggering. Onyx right now is averaging 1. If they could even get that up to a 9 or a 10, that would place them on par with the teams in the top 5. The big jump. It's a big ask, but they've made it here. They're in the Invitational. They're capable of this. They just need to completely reset, completely rethink, come back tomorrow stronger. But Dave, this game is still not done. Destiny did lose Beast earlier on, but they've got Nextria Gaming in a bit of an awkward situation potentially, but the way this next circle is, I don't think they're going to feel too comfortable either. They're still edge creeping, and that's not where they want to be right now.
And this game, it kind of feels slow. It's kind of a product of those early squad wipes we saw early on, right? 12 teams to go, circle number 4. There's a lot of terrain to still work with, a lot of open space. And I'll look at the minimap. Konina Power, looks like they might be trying to take a fight up here towards Shelter. A lot of teams kind of all near each other. Honestly, this next circle shift, though, is going to force them to get into some uncomfortable positions.
Yeah, there's a lot of open terrain here. Again, a little bit more space because, like you mentioned, there are less teams to vie with, less teams to contend with. But Godsend is looking to put up the pressure here. A little bit of pan action. That level 4 armor kicking into gear. DDR Killers, they've been down to 2 for a while, but Dave, they're actually in a good position to play spoiler to a couple of these other teams. Potential third party coming in here. They've got to be careful, though, that they don't stick their neck out too far as we're seeing Destiny moving in. Godsend potentially in a rough spot. Swave primes it, cooks it, sends it. And is it good? Absolutely
Close.
not.
Close. But they know that there's going to be somebody down here in the smoke. So even if they can't get that first one, toss a couple more. But RTG, Destiny, they need to be mindful. RTG, they're going to hear these grenades. They're going to hear these shots.
Oh, no.
And, yeah, fresh, prone right now. DP, lasering, making sure to put a stop to RTG's push.
And the blue doesn't do so much damage at this point that you can tank up a little bit of it. Michi looks like they are going to drop. But Marshall, one of the last two left, will take the opportunity to continue to push in just a little bit more, creeping and crawling.
Okay.
Oh, wait, they're actually going to get Swave up. That's a big deal. I didn't think they were going to be able to get that res.
I think Swave just ran themselves over, Paul.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Mistakes from me. And Michi getting taken out. Michi, we've seen all day long. Michi, M249, nothing stopping them. So we'll see what they do. Destiny, only a duo. They're going to have a challenge. They need to make their way through RTG, Godsend, UDR, a ton of teams.
Well, Godsend at least is going down, looking towards this top 10 here as the circle did hard shift back towards the south. That favors teams like Konina Power. Chivas 19E is RTG. Unfortunate. Just the way these circles work, Dave, they were never able to try and stabilize. It's like they're in one scrap after another. No vehicle here for Carry Boy, only a single first aid. I mean, this is going to be just, this is the long road at the end. But like the road, I think it's not going to have a happy ending.
You know who's stable this game? Ghost Gaming. 5 kills, 4 up, down here to the south, still in a great position to gatekeep. Ghost Gaming, look at that, look at that. Thank you, observers, look at that. Look at that position, but before we get to that, swap into the DP. Not what you want to do right there. Let's see though, Fresh. What can Fresh do on the outskirts? Steal some points? Possibly.
Still not in this next circle, though, and this team is split. Team Queso, the base of fire. Oh my goodness. But, oh man, I don't know. So many of these teams are in really rough spots right now. I'm looking over at our map, and just so many teams. What?
Dude, yeah.
What?
Dude.
What?
I felt like they had the advantage because they could see a team crashing them. Doesn't look like. Looks like Egypt. Egypt taking out Ghost Gaming and their position right there. Still, Ghost Gaming, 5 kills. Yeah, they took them out. It happened.
I hope we get a chance to see that back, because Dave, in my head, you said Ghost Gaming is in a great position. They've got 4 players alive. They're great to gatekeep. And the next thing I saw, like 30 seconds later, was Ghost Gaming eliminated. And I missed everything in between, as there's so much action on the screen in front of us. Top tier casting, Paul. Great job. As the bush is coming in into Team Queso, trying to get under the hill. Not a single player going down. Oh, this is actually massive here from Nextria Gaming. Not a single player dropped. This is huge to the third party as well. They were just given a gift, Dave. Let's see what they can do with it.
Coming out from Turkey, looking to fight their way up this hill, get some damage on the board with these grenades and mollies, and then make the push. Frozen, remember, got taken down pretty early on. This one hill providing the cover between the two teams, so they're both looking to get these trades before forced to move right here on the edge, and oh no.
A bad spot for Team Queso coming into this game in third place, surviving at least till the top 8. It all comes down to Axel, the last one up and alive, trying to hold the ground. Cooters here, but the nades are relentless. A personal mortar fire raining down onto Team Queso. The last player okay.
Like, dead. Jacob!
What?
Jacob!
Accuse!
There you go.
Where'd you come from?
Hey, they saw it out there in the distance and said, let's just, take a little shot out there. So that's that. Done and dusted. Here they are. They are sitting high and pretty, or they were, because next circle does not favor them, so they need to work their way through and avoid the crosshairs of Konina Power and 19E. 19E, though, in a shack. So we'll see. Xenox really going to have to come in clutch with their off angle as the only player not in that death shack, and here comes the push.
Here comes the push from Chivas. Nice smoke, laying down opportunities to move in the rest of the vehicles. No hesitation there from them. One big nade can spell disaster, though, but Xenox split from the rest of his team. The rest of the team that's just stuck, trapped within that shack. We'll see if there's any potential third parties coming in. This is actually really nice from Xenox. He's not in the shack itself. He's behind it, which is going to give him a little bit extra space to play with and also throw off, I think, where the opponents are going to try and throw those nades, which is worried about the rest of the squad, though, who are absolutely pinched and pinned. As we're seeing Xenox laying down. Luckily, that car sits so low to the ground, but not low enough, as Xenox is looking to put him 6 feet under Dave. Xenox, we've seen him go clutch 1v4 before. Can he do it again?
As Xenox really putting in the work right here. The smokes, taking some shots with the UMP, swapping on over to the...
No!
For the spray down right there. Jacob, see you later. Only 2 more up from Team Mexico out here. And 19E. Hey, Xenox is like, hey, you guys want to help me? Yeah, they're making their way on out of that shack, so they got 4 up. Let's see what they can do.
Comes down once again to Fran. Fran making that hero play time, and again for the squad, Nito is gonna fall. It always comes down to Fran, as all 4 members of 19E are pushing their way in, trying to survive in the smokes, the hopes and dreams of game number 5 hanging in the balance as KP steps a little bit too far. Raad hot off the win over Ghost, is able to continue to put up the pressure, the power, as Chivas drops to 19, survives just a little bit longer.
Yeah, there's 6 kills so far. Can they get the pickup? Egypt out here trying to come in clutch. Oh, Pioneer though. Quick flick. Thanks, see you later. Didn't appreciate that play earlier on. Konita Power, a solo down here towards the south by themselves. So they have that going for them as the other 3 teams up here to the north. Canada though, 19E. Is this the game, Paul? This is your squad. Team Canada. Can they get this winner chicken dinner?
I don't want to jinx them, so I'm going to say absolutely nothing. As we're seeing Next Ray Gaming, not in a terrible position either. I wish they'd back up and destroy this vehicle, because right now it's smoking and they are very close to just potentially dying. I don't think it's destroyed. So
it's
I
destroyed.
would like to see them. Oh, it is? Okay, good.
It's got the tarp on it, I think.
We'll
see. Look at Usher though, still alive. Remember, they got 4 kills very early on. They're currently sitting on 6. A duo, Savage Will, trying to make their way across this terrain, close the gap. They're going to be running into that solo from down there in the south, and they weren't able to get in. Very challenging though. Look at this, open terrain. You called it no vehicle to use. That was just
the
a push.
Yeah, without the smokes, that's nearly impossible. Again, util management. Dave, you planted the seeds in game number 1. It is still a factor here as the last remaining member of Konita Power has been spotted, but 19E will have to try and push their way in. As Next Ray Esports, they've got the circle, they've got the high ground, they've got the cover, despite the fact that 19 have the numbers. Dave, that's the only advantage they have.
Yeah, they hear these bullets just whizzing over their heads right here. We can see 19E already taking off their backpacks to limit their player profile to not get spotted. But they can't look up. If they pop up, their head is going to immediately get tapped from up there on the high ground.
Between KP, and Next Ray, it's a guillotine, just waiting to drop. The second you pop your head up, it's like whack-a-mole. They'll just put you right back down. And Next Ray Gaming, this is theirs right now. It would take a critical misstep for them with the positional advantage that they have for them not to walk away with the win on this one. And having that last, if it was a pure 4v3, I'd give a little more of an advantage to 19E. But because there's that last remaining member over there of Konita Power, that is just the fly in the ointment. That is the spanner in the works. That is the potential to just take it all away from them.
Definitely the wild card factor, and that's, I believe, why Sam trying to crawl up, get these mollies, and take them out, right? Take them out so they can just straight up focus that team that is going to be right above them. We'll see all these snakes in the grass right now. We hear the flashes, we see the smokes, and the mollies.
I mean, I got to give so many props here. Pioneer's doing a great job of surviving through all this. Look at those 2 vehicles, the perfect wall, the bunker. But Sam, 249, potentially has the angle here. I'm sure he's going to get shot in the butt. But instead, well, he takes the shot himself. So that's Konita Power eliminated the 4v3. Can 19 Esports find it? But there's the first knock. That's what Next Ray Gaming was looking for. That's the opening they need.
Canada versus Turkey right here. 7 kills. Oh, Kudar in that vehicle, trying to close the gap, trying to get the run over. What? Talk about the distraction play that's going to allow their squad mates to close the gap. Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves.
Oh my goodness. Dave, they're out here just playing roller. I don't even know what this is. That's just going to be the game. That's just going to be the win. Absolute insanity there from Nextria Gaming. I cut you off because I was so surprised. That man just took a buggy right on through and was like, mine, mine, mine. He's like those seagulls from Finding Nemo.
and this is why you got to put that respect. All right, coming out from Turkey. They qualified from PMCO. They won that gold in PMPL Turkey. Strong team. When we talk Turkey, we talk digital athletics. We talk footballists. But no, that's not the case here. We got a new squad on the block, putting the region on their back, coming into this final game, looking strong, looking good. Great way to end the day right there. Let's check out those highlights though, Paul.
Oh yeah, this game, you talked about it. So much early action set us up for a really strategic late game, and it all started with this up in Lipovka on that east coast. Alpha 7, the squad that we talk about being so good at these close range fights, losing it. The UK squad came in, usurped them, took it from underneath them. UDR Killers did the same. Unfortunately for Clash, not quite able to stabilize there. Destiny continued to do the work throughout this game, as well as Chivas showing their prowess on Erangel. Dave, this was just, I think, a great encapsulation of all the stellar play we've seen all day.
Yeah, this game in particular, I like that we had a lot of just straight up 4v4, squad fights. And yeah, mid-game, a little quiet, because of that. But I think if you are a team looking for those kill points, early game is where you want to find it. Early game, you could assume that you could take a straight up 4v4 and you won't get third party. Like, the percentage of getting third party is a lot less because everybody's all spread out. Circle number 1, there's so much room to work with. So looking at tomorrow, especially after this last game, I expect we're going to see a lot more early game fights because teams will be looking to make that comeback when it comes to those kill points department.
Absolutely. Teams are going to take everything that they learned, the good, the bad, the ugly here on day number 1, and they're going to look to refine it to a razor's edge going into game number 2. As we take it back over to the studio, Jason, our analyst, will send it your way.
I was really happy there you didn't say, speaking of ugly, let's head over to Jason on the desk there. Wow, okay. Whew. Anyways, let's move past that one. And what a game it was, though. We had Nextria yet again. They had a second place finish in the match before, then they have a first place finish here, getting themselves a lot of points. Let's take a look at how many points they got for themselves, as well as a couple other teams out there. One team in particular, which made Frost cry, which I think Mustache Dave already pointed out during the commentary. You can see 26 points coming for Nextria Gaming, 19 esports from Canada getting 16 here, 7.
Yeah, and that was a big surprise. I thought they were actually going to win until Nextria just said, you know what, hold on a second, we're still alive too. La Conostra, 14 points for them as well. That's huge. Canina Power finally starting to wake up. This is the second match now that we see them in here within at least the top 6. They were able to get 13 points and a huge surprise. I don't think, Frost, when you and I were watching this, we kind of laughed. Rod actually ended up taking out Ghost Gaming, and they were able to secure themselves 12 points, which that was the surprise of the day for me.
They definitely needed those 12 points coming into this last game. They've been having a rough day, but with those 12 points, they recovered pretty good. And I mean, it's all good with that. Like, now they know the team's a lot better, but going on there, you also have Chivas. They didn't get that second place that I called earlier, but still pretty good. Them getting 9 points on another Erangel game. They're definitely an Erangel team looking at it. Now, going into the bottom 8 here. Yeah, Guns did not so good.
Guns there with 0 points. I mean, to be fair though, Alpha 7 as well, one of the teams that's been towards the top earlier, they were only able to get 1 point too. We have Team Queso, 1 point as well. RTG Esports, 4 points. Guts in there with 2 points. And a team that's kind of being quiet is Clash with only 1 point. I would like to see more out of them tomorrow, hopefully, because I know, I mean, if Rod was able to step it up, I want to see what some of these other teams are going to be able to do. Like Team Onyx, their rotations are so wild. and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, but it just hasn't planned out for them. So hopefully tomorrow it changes up.
I don't want to see them rotate that much. I want to see them take the fights instead. Do the short rotation straight into the circle and start fighting the other teams. Because right now they're losing out in the rotations. That's the biggest weakness, I'd say.
Well, you know what? Maybe that weakness will be worked on coming into tomorrow. But let's actually remind everyone at home who won all of our matches today. This was our 5th and final one of our first day of the Western Conference. I'll throw it up on your screen so you guys can see which teams did win out in which of those matches. You can see starting off the bat, RTG Esports. You know, we were going into this one kind of surprised. In the second match, they performed pretty well as well, but Destiny closed out the second match. But Alpha 7, I mean, yeah, even if they didn't have the most damage, most healing, and most knockouts, that would have probably been the highlight match for me today.
Definitely. I think they were just so dominant. I mean, dominant in regards to that last section when they were actually fighting Chivas. But before that, they were just being pinned up against the wall. Team Queso, too. I mean, that was a huge surprise for me, being able to win Miramar. And then next year, we had the match that we just saw now. RTG, though, I felt like RTG, after the first match, they kind of fell off and we really didn't hear about them.
Yeah, they had the win in the first game and then a second place in the second one. But after that, it's been really quiet from them. Hopefully, they can bring it back up to the first 2 games kind of consistency when we come in here tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of tomorrow, let's take a look at where the teams will be starting off and where they're placed at the end of our first day of regulation. I would imagine we're going to see Nextria pretty close towards the top. And, well, you know, it's not quite of a big of a spread we had over on the East show, but it is still an okay lead so far between first, second, and more importantly, that third place.
I don't mind this at all, Frost. I mean, 66 points and then second place being only 5 points away from that. I love seeing that. And then the jump. 19 Esports being able to jump to third place there. It goes to show that all of these teams are here for a reason. I mean, Chivas Esports too. They have 0 chicken dinners, but they'll be able to put up 48 points. I love to see those kind of performances from those teams.
It's still pretty close between the teams as well. If you look at from 3rd place down to 8th place, it's only 10 points. That is just a regular game, more or less. If one of those teams drop out early and you do good, you're going to jump up there straight away to 3rd place, basically. And of course, getting up to the 1st and 2nd place, right now you have Destiny, you have Nextria up there, but sometimes it's hard to keep a consistent gameplay when you're up there, when so many teams are chasing you, because you gotta be sure that you perform to that level, that you keep on being up there, and sometimes it's just hard for some of the teams.
Well, I mean, considering, like you said, it's 16 points, 26 points, sorry, between the number 1 and number 8 place, like technically UDR Killers could be first place at the end of a match tomorrow. Like, that's how volatile the rankings will be until we have more of those matches played.
And boy, do I love that kind of stuff, man. I hope it comes down to the last match. But to be fair, here we got 9th place La Conostra, MVP, 39 points. Canina Power, a huge jump for them, being able to at least secure 39 points as well, being tied with 9th place. Godsend with 31, and I'm going to actually go down a little bit more. Guns Esports, I feel like for the first day, if we talk about disappointments, that's one team that really disappointed. I expected a lot more out of them, so hopefully tomorrow things are able to change. Since they're only able to secure 29 points. And I mean, Team Onyx, something has to change too, because if not, they're going to be becoming that feeding team that we've been talking about, and teams will take advantage of that. If they see you nearby and they see, hey, you're Team Onyx, you're currently only with 4 points after 5 matches, you know what? Let's go kill you. Let's get them easy kills.
Look, talking about disappointment though, 14th place Ghost Gaming. I know you didn't want to mention him, but come on. We're expecting way more from them than that. Of course, they only had 4 placement points and 17 kills. We want to see more placement points. I thought this last game was going to be their game, seeing they had that early action with guns, but then getting taken out by Rad there without getting anything back on them.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but at least one thing that is important with Ghost is that they show they can get kills. They can get kills more than a lot of other teams out there. Just work on those placements, and we could see them easily rise through the ranks. But now we got to take a look at who's going to be our MVP of the day. And I want to say Revel coming in from Alpha 7 is probably one of the names off the top of my head that I'm looking at, but it's not going to be him. We're actually going to have Next Gaming taking it with Yekta.
That's actually a huge surprise for me, Frost.
Yeah, that's a surprise for me too. Now, I'm going to spoil a little bit because I'm looking at 2nd place is going to be Fresh from Destiny. It's not even Revel there either. But Yekta being up here, 1.8 average kills, it might sound a little pretty low, but I mean, it's not, right? That's basically 2 points every game that you secure into your team just by yourself.
Yeah, not only that, the average survival time, 20 minutes. I think you want to be consistent in regards to that, whether you're getting kills or whether you're at least getting placement points for your team. So the 20-minute average survival time there is huge for him as well and for his team.
You know what, guys? So Yekta is actually tied 7th for kills. He only has 9, and you have 6 other people ahead of him who have more than him. Like that's kind of impressive, right? Because obviously the MVP isn't calculated just off kills. It's calculated off kills, damage, and survival time. So he's definitely getting the damage in. He's definitely surviving long for his team, especially when it came to those last 2 matches. And speaking of the last 2 matches, we got to take a look at the matches coming up tomorrow and what time it's going to be happening for all of you at home as well. It's the exact same start time every single day, so you don't have to worry too much about things changing up on you, just like the maps are staying in the exact same order as well. So 3 Erangels, 1 Sandhawk, 1 Miramar, all for your pleasure to watch at home. Make sure you guys are tuning on in. And Frost and Seven, before we do end out the day, I just want to hear some quick thoughts about what really stood out to you, what was like super impressive to you. We don't need to talk about the letdowns necessarily, but favorite moments from the day maybe.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna say Shivas Esports. How consistent they've been able to play on Erangel, because I feel like that's the most important. Since we're playing that map 3 times a day, while we only have Sandhawk and Miramar once, being able to capitalize on that itself, it's impressive from my side.
I think for me, it's going to have to be Destiny. For them, from having a really bad match in the first match that we played today, and then going from there, getting a chicken dinner, and then throughout the day being able to keep being consistent, I thought that was huge. I was not expecting that, and I have to agree with you there as well, Frost. With Chivas, I mean, they've been so consistent when it comes to Erangel. Tomorrow, though, I do hope we see a little bit more in regards to Sandhawk and Miramar out of them.
Yeah, I want to see them get a win as well tomorrow.
Well, my favorite part today was getting to work with Seven again for the first time in a long time, and with you, Frost, for the very first time ever. But that's going to do it here for our first day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time to continue the West Conference, but keep in mind, the East Conference does happen before West kicks off, so you can tune in a little bit earlier and see some action happening on the other side of the world. We'll see you then.